At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. I can tell you, but a struggle appeared on Shen Kuei's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're in no position to negotiate with me," Jiang Lushur said coldly. Shen Kuei was silent for a moment, then said, "We found a damaged spaceship in the ruins." A look of joy appeared on Jiang Lushur's face. As expected, it was a starseed spaceship. Genesis had found part of the ship, while the starseed had ended up elsewhere, until it found Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur carefully questioned Shen Kuei about Genesis and the ruins. Under Ran Shiyu's monitoring, any attempt by Shen Kuei to hide something would be noticed. Finally, Shen Kuei looked at Jiang Lushur. This former high and mighty counselor now appeared indescribably desolate. "I've told you everything I can, Mr. Jiang. Can you let me go? What do you think?" Jiang Lushur looked at Shen Kuei without a hint of emotion. "Back in Hegi County, when you ambushed us, did you hold back? To the people at the Longting base, to my fellow countrymen, did you spare them?" As Jiang Lushur's voice grew colder, despair filled Shen Kuei's eyes. He clenched his teeth, his mental energy surged violently. Yet even as Jiang Lushur walked up to him, he still didn't have the courage to make a move. When Jiang Lushur raised his gun, Shen Kuei seemed to lose all strength. His eyes went blank, and he collapsed powerlessly. Bang! With a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in Shen Kuei's head. Blood gushed out, and with a thud, this counselor of Genesis met his end in this garage, dying before he could escape. Jiang Lushur looked down at Shen Kuei's corpse and shook his head. Even as a counselor, Shen Kuei was far inferior to Tsukuyumi. Brother Jiang, that ruin he mentioned, Li Yusin had quickly stopped Jiang Lushur's bleeding. She looked up and asked, "I'm planning to go to that ruin. Besides that, I'm going to settle the score with that chairman," Jiang Lushur said. Genesis had already built a powerful force before the apocalypse, and after it, this force that had been hidden underwater slowly surfaced and quickly began casting its net to fulfill their ambition. And the chairman of Genesis was the one casting that net. Tsukuyumi is dealt with. Shen Kuei is dealt with. But unless the chairman is taken care of, Genesis will not fall. At that moment, Jiang Lushur looked toward the door. He flashed outside and grabbed a figure standing outside. The figure let out a soft cry but didn't dodge, letting Jiang Lushur grab her shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Lushur frowned, looking at Asaka Risa. Her shoulders were thin, and with her wide eyes, Jiang Lushur felt like he was holding up a kitten. "I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation. I only came closer after hearing the gunshot. Shen Kuei is dead, isn't he?" Asaka Risa blinked and said, "What, you want revenge for him?" Jiang Zhuiying walked out and asked, "No, of course not. You defeated him, so you're a hero in Risa's heart," Asaka Risa said with a smile. Jiang Lushur frowned even more. He couldn't follow Asaka Risa's line of thinking. Shen Kuei was supposed to be her superior, and now he'd been killed on her turf, yet she called the killer her hero. What kind of bizarre logic was that? "Don't mind what Risa says. Just know that if you need Risa's help, I can help you with anything," said Asaka Risa. Jiang Lushur didn't bother to care what Asaka Risa was thinking. Though she had a delicate face, he didn't have any good feelings toward this former idol. He just found her strange. But as long as she didn't mess with him, whatever secrets she had were none of his business. "If you want to help me, fine. Here's a list of what I need. Help me find these. As long as I get everything, I won't trouble the Zhongjing base again," Jiang Lushur said. Even though Shen Kuei and Blood Shark had escaped to Zhongjing base, and its guards had attacked Jiang Liushir's group, he wasn't going to take it out on the whole base. But since they made a move on him, they'd have to pay some price. These things, Asuka Risa noted down Jiang Liushir's list and gave him a look. Just from these items, she couldn't tell the reason for his strength. I'll help you find them as soon as I can, she said with a light bow. Seeing her sincere attitude, Jiang Liushir felt a bit less cold toward her and added, also, I'm buying Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei. I'll trade evolution crystals for them. I'll take as many as there are. Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, Asuka Risa nodded. After that, she invited Jiang Liushir and his group to stay in her estate, but he declined. He had shadow drive the bus to a relatively open area outside the Zhongjing base and parked there. With the bus, they didn't need to worry about accommodation. Even compared to Asuka Risa's grand estate, the bus's interior was just as luxurious, and far more secure. When Asuka Risa learned that they chose to live in the wild despite having a place, she was even more surprised. But thinking about how Jiang Liushir had killed a Tier 3 mutant zombie bare-handed, it wasn't strange he wasn't afraid of the wild. Don't disturb them. Mark the area they're in as a restricted zone. No ability user teams are allowed to enter, Asuka Risa immediately ordered. She didn't want anyone to foolishly provoke Jiang Liushir's group, not out of concern for those teams, but because she didn't want to damage her image in his eyes. Asuka Risa could already tell Jiang Liushir didn't like her, but she didn't mind. As long as there was a chance, she believed she could show him her goodwill. Immediately send out a notice to collect these materials from everyone, she ordered. She had already turned Jiang Liushir's list into a handout, printed over 1,000 copies, and distributed them to all the ability users in Zhongjing base. Soon, the first batch of materials and Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei was delivered to Jiang Liushir. He put the materials aside and opened the box containing the crystal nuclei, immediately showing a satisfied expression. Asuka Risa's efficiency was indeed high, she'd already found 5 Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei for him. Though fewer than what he got from Jonathan, the circumstances were different. Here, if an ability user got a mutant crystal nucleus, they'd definitely trade it for more practical evolution crystals or weapons, instead of keeping it. For Asuka Risa to get 5 so quickly was already impressive. According to the price we agreed on, here are the evolution crystals for you. Jiang Liushir had Li Yusin take out the evolution crystals. 5 Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei were not a small amount for Asuka Risa. Since Jiang Liushir needed her to do some things now, he still had to pay the cost. After getting the mutant crystal nuclei, Jiang Liushir shut the door and started absorbing them. He estimated that 5 more Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei would be enough. But this time, the one who entered the master bedroom with Jiang Liushir was not Li Yusin or Ran Shiyu, but Xiang Xuehai. Li Yusin and Ran Shiyu were close friends who had known each other for a long time. Taking care of Jiang Liushir's cultivation together wasn't too embarrassing. But they weren't familiar with Xiang Xuehai, and with 3 people together, things would be too awkward. So the 3 women reached an agreement. Li Yusin and Ran Shiyu would be one group, and they would rotate daily with Xiang Xuehai. Once the master bedroom door closed, as soon as Jiang Liushir picked up a mutant crystal nucleus and sat on the bed, a soft, voluptuous body pressed onto him. Unlike Li Yusin and Ran Shiyu, Xiang Xuehai was fiery and passionate. Though she weighed only 100 pounds, her slim waist was strong, and her lower belly had clear abs. The rest of her weight seemed to be all on her chest. Ahem, Xiang, I still need to cultivate. If you hug me like this, I can barely breathe. Hee, I know. Let's go cultivate in the bathroom instead, so you won't dirty your clothes and bed sheets during marrow cleansing. As Xiang Xuehai spoke, she had already started filling the bathtub with water. When Jiang Liushir walked into the bathroom, he was completely stunned. Xiang Xuehai had somehow changed into a bikini. The string-style swimsuit on her was extremely seductive. Jiang Liushir's mouth went dry. Xiang, this is... Oh, since I'm helping you bathe, my clothes would get wet. This is more convenient. As for the swimsuit, I picked it up from a swimwear shop we passed before. Xiang Xuehai said with a grin. She was practically made of water. Li Yusin and Ran Shiyu still had many reservations, but Xiang Xuehai had none. Many times, Jiang Liushir thought that if his physical abilities hadn't greatly improved after absorbing mutant crystal nuclei, he probably wouldn't be able to handle this teasing little enchantress. For several days straight, the spring light was gentle and unnoticeable. Jiang Liushir's cultivation process was like paradise. Brother, the materials are all ready. Are you done cultivating? Jiang Zhuiying deliberately emphasized the word cultivating, making Jiang Liushir cough awkwardly. Let's go, time to move. Shadow had already stored all the materials in the base vehicle's internal space. Now, Jiang Lushur also had the cube, whose storage space was even larger than the base vehicle's. During this time, Jiang Zhuiying had used Zhongjing Base to buy a large amount of food, dried vegetables, and drinking water. As for gathering mutant beast meat, that was even easier. For the powerful Stone Shadow Squad, collecting mutant beast meat was simpler than gathering food. Jiang Lushur didn't even need to act. These past few days, Jiang Zhuiying had already taken down 2 mutant beasts herself. Now, the supplies inside Jiang Lushur's base vehicle were enough to last their group 2 to 3 years. Once everything was ready, Jiang Lushur was finally preparing to upgrade the base vehicle. What would happen when the starseed obtained these super metals originally meant to build an interstellar battleship? It should be able to activate the third form of the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur was filled with anticipation for the third form. The base vehicle drove into a mountainous area on the outskirts of Zhongjing City. There used to be a small village here, but after the apocalypse, it was completely deserted. Jiang Lushur chose to upgrade the base vehicle here because it was relatively safer. Previously, Jiang Lushur had asked Asaka Risa to prepare a lot of metal materials. But those were only to provide energy for the starseed. He also threw in the heavy armor stripped from the pangolin beast. These precious earth alloys now served only as energy for the starseed, so it could fully prepare to absorb the special metals inside the black cube. Scan detected, primordial alloy, compatibility 60%. Absorption will initiate base vehicle's third form. Proceed with absorption. The starseed gave a prompt as the absorption began. Jiang Lushur was stunned. Previously, when the starseed absorbed metals, there was never a compatibility message. Now there was, and only 60%? Shouldn't compatibility be 100%? He hesitated but still chose yes. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the starseed issued a warning, primordial alloy lacks metal essence. If forced to absorb, only incomplete base vehicle form will be activated. Alloy energy loss will reach 80%. What? Jiang Lushur was stunned. The metal essence of the primordial alloy, what was that? Sensing his confusion, the starseed surprisingly gave an explanation. After understanding, Jiang Lushur was amazed. According to the starseed, this primordial alloy wasn't ordinary metal, but something close to a life form. It could be said to be alive, a metal life form. Because of this, interstellar armor made from metal life forms could freely change its shape. All the alloys used in this interstellar battleship came from the same metal mine, which had a core, that was the essence. It was like the soul of this metal life form. Now, although Jiang Lushur had the primordial alloy from the black cube, it lacked the most important essence. That meant this evolution could only be completed reluctantly. To fall short at the last moment, after working so hard and nurturing the base vehicle for so long, how could Jiang Lushur accept an unfinished result? But where to find the essence of this metal mine? After thinking it over, Jiang Lushur believed there was only one possible place, the ruins. The black cube was obtained from the ruins, so the primordial metal essence was likely in the ruins too. Maybe it just hadn't been discovered yet. Fortunately, I already learned the location of the ruins from Shen Kuei. It's time to make a trip. According to Shen Kuei, the ruins were located on an uninhabited island in the vast Pacific Ocean, southeast of the island country. There were no airports or docks nearby, and the island was surrounded by reefs and completely isolated. Genesis had used helicopters to reach it before. Of course, such small problems meant nothing to the base vehicle. Reefs? Just crash through them. That very night, Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle to the east coast of the island country. It immediately transformed into a missile boat form and sailed into the vast sea. The vast ocean, even before the apocalypse, was a domain difficult for humans to conquer. The deep sea contains too many species, all mysteries to humanity. After the apocalypse, the ocean became even more ferocious and violent. Conquering the sea became an unrealistic notion, because the mutant beasts in the ocean were far more powerful than those on land. If Jiang Lushur didn't have the indestructible base vehicle, he wouldn't have dared to venture deep into the ocean. On his way to the ruins, Jiang Lushur encountered several sea monsters, including a large group of mutant sharks. Each one was over 10 meters long, comparable to the megalodon from the dinosaur era. Their steel-like teeth and bite force far surpassed that of the megalodon. Even hard reefs could be crushed in one bite. When Jiang Lushur saw this group of sharks, they were tailing the missile boat. Their dorsal fins cut through the water like black blades. These fins represented the death gods of the sea. In these deep-sea areas, even warships could be surrounded and sunk by mutant sharks. Jiang Lushur hesitated for a long while but ultimately gave up the idea of confronting them. Although the mutant crystal nuclei were tempting, the ocean wasn't his turf. If anything unexpected happened, there would be nowhere to escape. The missile boat had to accelerate to 80 knots to shake off the sharks. That's the speed of a sports car on a highway. Although shaking them off wasn't hard, Jiang Lushur was still shocked by their terrifying speed and stamina. After all, they were massive beasts weighing at least 20 tons. Where are we now? Jiang Lushur asked. After the apocalypse, GPS navigation had ceased functioning. Ocean navigation became extremely dangerous. Using a compass or marine charts to navigate the open sea was an obvious necessity. In ancient times, even Zheng He's expeditions had to sail slowly along the coastline. The true age of exploration relied on celestial navigation, sextants, special marine clocks, and similar tools to determine longitude and latitude. As for sextants and those old tools, not only did Jiang Lushur not have them, even if he did, he wouldn't know how to use them. They required charts, formulas, and comparison tables. Fortunately, the starseed's analytical ability was powerful enough to activate a geomagnetic positioning system, using changes in the Earth's magnetic field to determine general directions. Although not as precise as GPS down to the meter, it was enough to locate an island. About 100 nautical miles ahead. Replied while comparing with the sea chart. Jiang Lushur nodded. He had now entered deep into the Pacific Ocean. There were countless islands in the vast ocean, many of which were uninhabited. Even near Shanhui, one of the most prosperous coastal cities in China, there were dozens of uninhabited islands. Some islands, over the course of history, had never even been set foot on. The island Jiang Lushur was heading toward was very remote. Due to its surrounding reefs, it was off all navigational routes, a desolate place untouched by human civilization. We're entering the reef zone. Radar has already detected it, said. In base vehicle form, was the driver. Now, in missile boat form, she was the helmsman. Okay, avoid them as best as you can. Jiang Lushur could already see the outline of the island. It looked to be only a few square kilometers in size, with a small mountain covered in green vegetation. Jiang Lushur had learned from Shen Kuei that over half a century ago, a scientific expedition team discovered the ruins inside that small, nameless mountain. The mountain had been reinforced, and its interior hollowed out. Along with the underground area, they dug about 1 kilometer deep. If this scientific discovery had been made public at the time, it would have been global news. But since the Cold War had not yet ended, the existence of the ruins was kept strictly confidential. Later, as more research was done and more shocking facts were uncovered, the news about the ruins was completely sealed off. At the time, the most powerful figures in the world shared the secret of the ruins. They created an organization to study it. This was the predecessor of Genesis. The outbreak of the apocalypse was also related to the ruins. However, Genesis leaked limited information through certain channels just 2 weeks before the apocalypse broke out. But 2 weeks was far too short to take any real action. Some powerful individuals hastily commandeered new buildings and quickly built safety zones. The first Shanhui safe zone was built this way. We're ashore. Carefully steered the missile boat to dock beside a reef. Ran Shiyu had already expanded her mental field to scan the entire island. The island was only a few square kilometers large, and her mental field could already cover most of it. It seems, there are no powerful mutant beasts. Actually, there might not be any mutant beasts at all. Ran Shiyu said in confusion. Within her mental field, she saw colorful birds, crabs, frogs. The island was so small that there weren't even large beasts, the biggest animals were just a few miniature wild boars. The place appeared peaceful. This island could be called the origin of the apocalypse. Now, the whole world, humans and animals alike, are caught in the apocalyptic disaster, yet this island is completely quiet, having avoided the chaos. It's really ironic. Jiang Lushur shook his head. At this point, the missile boat had already transformed back into the base vehicle and drove inland. There were no roads on the island, but the base vehicle pushed forward easily with its powerful performance, all the way to the foot of the mountain. Shiyu, is anyone on the island? Jiang Lushur asked. Although this was the location of the ruins, the chances of people being here were slim. According to Shen Kuei, after all valuable items were taken, the ruins were sealed. Genesis couldn't have set up headquarters in such a desolate place. After the apocalypse, without GPS, it would be nearly impossible to reach here by ship or carrier helicopter. I didn't detect anyone else, but Brother Jiang, don't let your guard down. If someone's mental strength exceeds mine, they could easily avoid my detection. I know. Jiang Lushur nodded. Here it is, the entrance to the ruins Shen Kuei spoke of. Jiang Lushur pointed to a moss-covered boulder. This boulder was placed there by Genesis as a cover. Jiang Lushur jumped out of the base vehicle and, using his superhuman strength, pushed the boulder aside. Behind it was a metal-coated door built more than half a century ago. The heavy metal was already rusted. This was also the work of Genesis. They used this door to seal off the entrance to the ruins. According to what Shinkuei said, the original entrance to the ruins was open. Otherwise, the scientific expedition team back then wouldn't have been able to enter the ruins. It was later that Genesis sealed the entrance. If Shinkuei hadn't revealed the location of the ruins, it would have been nearly impossible to find this place among the countless uninhabited islands in the vast Pacific Ocean. The iron gate was already rusted. Shinkuei didn't know the password either. Jiang Lushur simply pulled out the heavy-duty aircraft-mounted machine gun he had bought from the U.S. military base, the Vulcan Gatling. The recoil from this several hundred-kilogram ultra-heavy machine gun could shatter a person's bones, but it was nothing to Jiang Lushur. He infused blue energy into depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. The Vulcan Gatling spun wildly like a roaring metal beast, spitting out tongues of flame over a meter long. Bang! 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 Metal sparks flew as the heavy iron door was directly shot through, and the lock was blasted apart. Jiang Lushur put away the Vulcan Gatling and pulled open the metal gate. As the door opened with a rumble, the passage to the ruins was revealed to the Stone Shadow Squad. It was a dim passage slanting downward, as if leading into the legendary underworld. Go slow. Jiang Lushur jumped into the vehicle. The base vehicle turned on its strong blue light beams, illuminating 100 meters of the underground tunnel brightly. According to Shinkuei, even he had never entered the ruins and had no idea what was inside. In fact, among the current 12 counselors of Genesis, only a few had ever entered the ruins. Those few had comprehended parts of the secrets of life and death, remaining youthful in appearance into their 70s and 80s, like monsters. Among them, the most powerful and mysterious was the current chairman. The base vehicle drove on. No one knew how long it had been until the previously narrow tunnel suddenly opened up, and Jiang Lushur arrived at a vast underground space. He looked up. Even under strong lights, it was hard to see the ceiling. This underground chamber was at least several hundred meters high. This whole mountain was hollowed out. Half of this space lies underground, the other half inside the mountain itself. This is the ruin. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. He still didn't know whether he could find the essence of the primordial metal here. Lights to full power, Jiang Lushur said. Although the base vehicle's lights were strong, the space was too large, and 2 beams weren't enough. Brother, there are lights over there. Jiang Zhuiying pointed. Jiang Lushur looked in that direction and indeed saw a row of floodlights, all covered in thick dust. These were clearly installed by Genesis. Over half a century ago, it made sense they would install lighting here to study the ruins. But after all these years with no maintenance, the lights should no longer work. Just as Jiang Lushur had that thought, the noise of the base vehicle seemed to trigger a sound-activated switch. With loud clicks, one floodlight after another lit up. Soon, hundreds of lights illuminated the massive underground space, making it as bright as day. Jiang Lushur was shocked. These lights, they still work? No battery could last that long, unless someone had been maintaining this ruin all these years. Shiyu. Jiang Lushur looked at Ran Shiyu. Brother Jiang, my mental field has been active the whole time, but I didn't detect anyone. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. He was now extremely alert. No matter what, finding the metal essence came first. He looked around the underground space. In its center was a massive metallic sphere, half of it embedded in the ground. But as Jiang Lushur approached and looked more closely, he was stunned. The lower half of the metallic sphere was a bottomless pit. It wasn't connected to the ground at all and had no supports. It had completely escaped gravity and was floating in mid-air. On the top of the metallic sphere were several obvious grooves. The central circular groove was the most prominent. Jiang Lushur remembered what Hazuki had said, the central circular groove was the original location of the starseed. And the surrounding grooves were where the weapons had been placed. What exactly is the metal essence? Jiang Lushur frowned. Just then, the starseed gave a soft beep. Detected primordial metal essence. Absorb. To Jiang Lushur, this voice was like a heavenly sound. The starseed had found the metal essence on its own. Could it be? Jiang Lushur looked at the massive metallic sphere in front of him. Was this thing actually the so-called metal essence? It was huge. Genesis hadn't taken the metallic sphere away, most likely because they didn't have the ability to move it. Something this massive didn't seem to match the term essence at all. Although it felt unbelievable, Jiang Lushur didn't hesitate. He chose to absorb it. Beep. Energy shielded, unable to absorb. The starseed gave a warning. What? Jiang Lushur's heart sank. He tried again. But. Energy shielded, unable to absorb. Why? A feeling of unease surged in Jiang Lushur's heart. At that moment, the metallic sphere suddenly emitted a dazzling light. One after another, layers of light screens appeared on its surface, connecting into a light barrier. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then the metallic sphere began to tremble slightly. A gloomy voice rang out from all directions, piercing directly into Jiang Liusher's mind. You've finally come. I've waited for you a long time, long enough to lose my patience. Hearing this voice, Jiang Liusher's heart trembled violently. His premonition had come true, someone was guarding this place. And someone who could cross the ocean and wait patiently in the center of the ruins for him, there could only be one person. It's you? You're the chairman of Genesis? Jiang Liusher stared at the top of the metallic sphere. Suddenly, the space there distorted strangely, and a figure slowly emerged. He had been here all along. But the powerful energy within his body formed a field that distorted the surrounding light, completely hiding his presence. No one could see him, not even Ran Shiyu's mental energy. It was unconsciously pushed away by the powerful field, unable to detect his presence at all. Jiang Liusher took a deep breath. Just how powerful did one's energy have to be to achieve this? He didn't believe that any human ability could reach this level. That left only one explanation: the weapon. It was on him. You're right, I am indeed the chairman of Genesis. Although this is our first meeting, I've been watching you ever since you killed Shanghai. It's a pity I didn't discover you sooner, otherwise, I wouldn't have taken so many detours. The man said meaningfully, his entire body shrouded in a faint gray mist, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The chairman's words made Jiang Liusher's heart sink. There was too much hidden meaning in them. Jiang Liusher didn't know how much the chairman knew about the starseed. He might not know of its existence, but he had likely already guessed that Jiang possessed some secrets related to the ruins. Jiang Liusher's gaze turned slightly cold. Just from that alone, they were already in a life-or-death conflict. You knew I would appear inside the ruins, so you've been waiting here for me all along. That's right. Otherwise, do you think it would have been so easy for you to get all that information about the ruins from Shenkuei? The chairman smiled as he spoke, and Jiang Liusher couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He had known long ago that one day he would have to face the chairman of Genesis. Ever since he killed Shanghai, he began to learn about this mysterious organization and understand the cause of the apocalypse. But by then, he had already made a name for himself, had already killed a Genesis counselor, and could no longer stay hidden. In such a situation, whether the chairman had calculated Jiang Liusher's moves and waited for him, or whether Jiang Liusher had taken the initiative to seek him out, the outcome would be the same. This battle was inevitable. And it was destined to be a bitter one. You seem to be alone, quite confident. Jiang Liusher was testing the chairman's strength. The chairman chuckled and said, asking that question proves your lack of confidence. It's all over now. Although I don't know exactly what secrets you carry, I have a premonition: if I obtain them, my life will achieve the most perfect ascension. I will comprehend the mysteries of life and death and become a god among men. As the man spoke, the space around his body suddenly twisted violently. Then, a spatial rift tore open, and from that black hole flew out a black energy orb, a perfect sphere of darkness. The black orb merged into the man's body, and immediately his physical form began to change. His body stretched taller, his clothes were vaporized by the powerful energy stream, and the dark energy condensed on his skin, forming a layer of dark battle armor. He had completely changed form. He now stood over 3 meters tall, with an empty cavity in his chest, inside which a demonic claw grasped a black energy sphere. His face was replaced by a cold and emotionless metallic mask, his eyes glowing with eerie black light, like lightning in the night, piercing straight into the soul. Behind him spread 2 pairs of massive dark wings. The feathers on these 4 wings were metallic in texture, each row of feathers like sharp blades. Just looking at them made the soul feel as if it were being sliced. A weapon. This was the weapon Jiang Liusher had always heard about. In terms of value, the starseed was naturally far above the weapon. But the most fatal part was that the starseed had already lost the main body of the interstellar battleship, it only had the core. But the weapon obtained by the chairman was almost a complete entity. This is my battle armor, and it's the only weapon Genesis has found so far. I named it Cruel Angel. The chairman spoke. After merging with the weapon, his voice became incomparably deep and metallic. This feeling again. I'm addicted to it. Every time I wear this battle armor, I feel like a god, overlooking heaven and earth, dominating all living things. Jiang Liusher, humans can't fight gods. Give me everything you have. The chairman roared and dived toward Jiang Liusher. His speed was unmatched, it was almost like teleportation, appearing directly in front of Jiang Liusher. He reached out with his hand, twice the size of a grown man's, and grabbed directly at Jiang Liusher's throat. Everything happened in a flash. Brother! Jiang Zhuiying's heart instantly tightened. The chairman was too powerful. He had already far surpassed the other 11 counselors, and now he had merged with a weapon. Crack! At the critical moment, a long sword appeared in Jiang Liusher's hand, blocking the chairman's claw. The sword had a very strange design. One side was a thick blade, the other a sharp, serrated edge. The Sword of the Ruins. This was the weapon Jiang Liusher had obtained after killing Tsukuyomi, the Genesis leader in the island country. Since obtaining the black cube, Jiang Liusher had kept it on him. This sword had been hidden inside the cube. It was precisely this Sword of the Ruins. Any other weapon, even the finest alloy, would have been shredded to ribbons under the chairman's claw. Such strength! Jiang Liusher gripped the sword with both hands, but the tremendous pressure forced him to step back continuously. His arms tingled, as if his muscles and bones were about to snap. Since completing his life-form evolution by absorbing Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei, Jiang Liusher had barely met a match in terms of strength. But now, even with both hands on the sword, the chairman, with one single hand, was overpowering him. Jiang Liusher, I told you, humans can't fight gods. You're doomed today. As the chairman spoke, the black orb in his chest burst forth with powerful streams of black energy. This black energy surged like the shadow of death, wave after wave crashing against Jiang Liusher's body. Jiang Liusher's hair stood on end, and his clothes seemed about to be torn apart by the energy. Brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Liusher forced to the brink of life and death, Ran Shiyu disregarded everything. She unleashed her mental field, and from the center of her forehead, a green beam shot out, mental piercing. Even knowing it was a long shot, she gave it her all. At the same time, Xiang Shuahai struck as well. She channeled all her energy into the air in front of her, creating a powerful shockwave aimed straight at the chairman's face. What powerful strength! Even the women around you are fighters. But your strength is no match for mine. The chairman suddenly waved his hand, easily deflecting both Ran Shiyu's mental piercing and Xiang Shuahai's shockwave. At the same time, the dark energy surged, and a violent backlash followed the trajectory of the two women's attacks. Ah! Ran Shiyu cried out as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing to the ground. Her face was pale as paper. Mental attacks were the most dangerous. If unsuccessful, they could easily backfire. And Xiang Shuahai didn't fare much better. She was blasted back like she hit a wall of air, crashing hard into the base vehicle, her smooth forehead bleeding from the impact. Shiyu! Li Yusin was so anxious she was about to cry. Jiang Liusher was in grave danger, and both Xiang Shuahai and Ran Shiyu were injured. In this nearly sealed-off ruin, they were trapped in a life-or-death crisis. At this moment, she knew clearly that she couldn't help Jiang Liusher. All she could do was quickly use her healing ability to treat Ran Shiyu and Xiang Shuahai. Ha! At the same time the chairman was distracted blocking attacks from Ran Shiyu and Xiang Shuahai, Jiang Liusher let out a loud roar. The Sword of the Ruins in his hand burst into dazzling blue light. After absorbing a full amount of Tier 2 mutant crystal nuclei, if Jiang Liusher summoned all of his blue energy, it could condense to the size of a bathtub. Now he fully infused that energy into the Sword of the Ruins. The sword became like a blue sun, blinding to the eye. The chairman's heart was startled. He felt the sword in his hand become scorching hot. That blue light energy was trying to break through the weapon's armor and surge into his body. The chairman threw a punch, but Jiang Liusher took advantage of this opening and leaped away. Boom! The chairman's punch smashed a huge hole in the ground, but Jiang Liusher had already flown dozens of meters away. Even so, the shockwave from the punch churned his blood and breath. Brother! Jiang Zhuing's eyes turned red. Earlier, with Jiang Liusher locked in close combat, she didn't dare use her electric ability. But now that he had escaped, her body flashed with dazzling blue electricity. She poured nearly all her power into this one strike. ZZZZT. Blue lightning tore through the air. All the floodlights within 100 meters shattered instantly, sparks flying everywhere. Even the currents from the ruins' power grid were drawn in by Jiang Zhuing and hurled at the chairman. In terms of combat power, Jiang Zhuing was naturally stronger than Xiang Shuahai and Ran Shiyu. And electricity, once launched, was nearly impossible to dodge. ZZZZZ. The chairman was engulfed in lightning, his entire body flickering with blinding blue-white light. The instant temperature of lightning can reach tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, several times hotter than the surface of the sun. Even with his weapon-equipped armor, the chairman was momentarily frozen and unable to move. Ing seized this split-second opening and activated the base vehicle's cannon. Endless black starlight gathered at the barrel, and an air cannon fused with black hole energy fired explosively. Boom! With a loud explosion, the huge base vehicle shuddered backward from the recoil. The black stream of air energy struck the chairman squarely in the chest. Boom boom boom. A wild series of explosions followed. The chairman's towering 3-meter body was instantly blasted backward at near sonic speed, slamming hard into the ruin's wall. The rock wall shattered on impact. Stones and debris rained down amid thick dust. Meanwhile, the injured Jiang Lushur leaped up. He grabbed the Vulcan Gatling next to the base vehicle. Torrents of blue light energy poured into the gun barrel, making the entire aircraft-mounted machine gun glow like it was melting from arcs of electricity. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. Flames spewed from the muzzle. Bullet casings, thicker than pens, ejected rapidly. Nearly 100 rounds per second, every one a depleted uranium armor-piercing round. With blue energy infused, their speed increased tenfold, and the power was unimaginable. The rubble was completely blown apart. Stones were reduced to powder and engulfed by exploding blue energy. Jiang Lushur unleashed all his blue energy in a frenzy. The roaring bullets tore through the air, creating a vacuum along the 30-meter trajectory from barrel to target. The surrounding air ignited, and the scent of gunpowder filled the air. Crack! The Vulcan Gatling emitted blue flames as the gun itself split apart. It couldn't handle the strain and was completely destroyed. Jiang Lushur's heart pounded wildly. That brief attack, just over 10 seconds, had used up 60% of his blue energy. It was a desperate, all-in strike, but he had no confidence it would work. He kicked away the broken Gatling and used the recoil to jump onto the base vehicle. Go! Jiang Lushur told Ying. She didn't ask anything and hit the accelerator. The base vehicle reversed at full speed. Brother Jiang, are we? Li Yusin was stunned. Jiang Lushur clearly believed the chairman wasn't dead. The storm of attacks just now, even if they hadn't killed the chairman, should have at least seriously injured him. Normally, they would press the attack before he recovered to try to finish him off. Even if they couldn't kill him, it was their only chance. Once the chairman recovered, Li Yusin didn't believe they'd have any chance of escaping his pursuit. That weapon could clearly fly. In the vast Pacific Ocean, where could they run? Exit the ruin, full power. Use the air cannon combined with my blue energy to collapse the mountain. It's the only way. Jiang Lushur said quickly. At this point, Ying had already driven the base vehicle out of the central hall and into the tunnel. Facing the chairman, Jiang Lushur had no illusions. The starseed and the weapon shared a connection, and the surging energy from the weapon made Jiang Lushur deeply feel its power. They were almost at the exit, when a black figure flashed overhead and, as if teleporting, appeared directly in front of the base vehicle. It was the chairman, wearing the weapon armor. Truly, a clever decision. From behind the cold black mask came a deep, metallic voice. Screech! The base vehicle braked hard, stopping 20 meters in front of the chairman. He slowly twisted his neck and shoulders, seemingly in pain. You really surprised me. That last attack, let me truly feel pain. My body was nearly shattered. The chairman touched his chest, which was riddled with bullet holes. In just 10 seconds, Jiang Lushur had fired all 1,000 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds stored in the black cube. The dense stream of metal struck the chairman's chest and abdomen, leaving large concave dents. Yet in the center of his chest, the black energy orb clutched by a metal claw remained completely unharmed. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur gasped sharply. He realized that black energy orb was the true body of the weapon. If it couldn't be destroyed, all their efforts were meaningless. And it was utterly indestructible, at least with the power Jiang Lushur currently had, he couldn't destroy it at all. So painful. But this long-lost feeling of pain excites me even more, ha 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 ha. The chairman burst into wild laughter. His dented body began to recover and regenerate, and the black energy at his chest grew even more radiant. You don't know, after I obtained the weapon, I once wore it during a nuclear test, experiencing the shock of a nuclear explosion up close. The deadly high temperature melted my armor briefly, but that was all. I said it before, humans cannot fight against gods. Even the most powerful human weapons are useless against me. In this world, I am invincible. Jiang Lushur, from the moment I started watching you, your life has been in my hands. Your secret will help me complete the ultimate evolution. As he spoke, the chairman walked step by step toward the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur's heart kept sinking. The fact that the chairman could endure a nuclear explosion up close had completely exceeded his imagination. Even though human technology was lacking, the power of destruction was easy to unleash. The temperature at the center of a nuclear fireball is higher than the core of the sun, yet the weapon withstood it. Now that the chairman wore the weapon, his strength far exceeded that of any strong opponent Jiang Lushur had ever faced. Compared to him, other ability users were like mice compared to dinosaurs. If ability users were ranked by levels, and each level represented a 20-fold power increase, then the chairman's strength was at least level 4, maybe even close to level 5. Jiang Lushur was now facing the greatest life-and-death crisis since the beginning of the apocalypse. Brother Jiang, we. Li Yusin gently held Jiang Liusher's hand. He had guessed right, the chairman was far stronger than she had imagined. So-called pressing the advantage simply didn't exist here. The Stone Shadow squad had reached a dead end, and Li Yusin couldn't think of any way to escape. Jiang Liusher held his breath. At this moment, the lives of the entire squad were in his hands. Behind them was a cliff, certain death. Ahead was an unbeatable enemy. Charging forward meant certain death. Jumping off the cliff might bring a sliver of hope. Ing. Here. Even in this life or death moment, Ying's voice held no emotion. Burn all of the black hole's energy. We're breaking through. Yes. Ing didn't ask questions. Calmly and steadily, she pushed the control lever down. The black hole energy roared within the base vehicle. As the starseed of an interstellar battleship, its current form was incomparable to its past, but black hole energy was the original driving force of the starseed. The base vehicle didn't have the full structure of a starship, but it could erupt with terrifying power in a short time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The base vehicle trembled violently. Alert! Energy exceeds limit, vehicle frame cannot withstand. The starseed's alert echoed in Jiang Liusher's mind, but he ignored it. Ing, sensing his will, pushed the control to its limit. Energy exceeds limit. Vehicle damage, 10%. Estimated destruction in 20 seconds. Countdown starting. Zhuiying. Bring everyone to me. Time was life. As Jiang Liusher spoke, all the girls gathered around him. Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Xiyu, Li Yusin, Xiang Xuehai, Zero, and even Luo Luo. Except for Ing, all of them held hands with Jiang Liusher. At that moment, the chairman also noticed that Jiang Liusher was going for a desperate move. Ha ha ha. Jiang Liusher, still struggling at death's door? In your final moment, planning to self-destruct? Though I don't fear your attacks, I won't give you any chance. I'll make sure you die before you can unleash your full power. As he spoke, the chairman suddenly raised his right hand. Black energy flickered in his palm. He slashed down with a hand chop. Screech! A black crescent-shaped energy arc tore through space, slashing fiercely toward Jiang Liusher. The arc sliced open the ground, cutting through the hardened rock of the ruins like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable. Screech! Seeing the arc about to hit, Ing swung the vehicle's rear, using the side of the base vehicle to block the terrifying blow. Crack! The base vehicle shook violently. Side windows shattered. With a harsh sound of tearing metal, the energy arc cut 1/4 deep into the vehicle's frame. HM? Blocked it? The chairman was startled. He didn't know all of Jiang Liusher's secrets, he only suspected a connection with the ruins and some mechanical modification ability. He hadn't expected that the same handchop that could slice several main battle tanks in half couldn't cut this vehicle in two. If one chop isn't enough, how about two? The chairman raised both hands. Inside the base vehicle, the girls, including Luo Luo, pooled their energy together and infused it into Jiang Liusher's body. Jiang Liusher poured all of that energy into the base vehicle. Warning, vehicle damage 35%. If current energy infusion continues, total destruction will occur in 5 seconds. Ing! Go! Jiang Liusher roared. Ing slammed the accelerator. All accumulated energy erupted at once. The base vehicle engine howled wildly. The entire vehicle became a streak of light, charging forward like a furious mythical beast. Its target wasn't the chairman, his speed and agility made that impossible. The collision target Jiang Liusher chose was the massive metallic sphere at the center of the ruins. The primordial metal essence, that was Jiang Liusher's true goal in coming here. Earlier, when the starseed tried to absorb it, it had been blocked by an energy barrier. The metal essence is the condensed core of the primordial metal, nurtured over billions of years in the depths of the universe, gathering endless energy over time. It possesses a powerful energy field. Its surface is covered by an energy-formed barrier, created by the essence itself, and is utterly indestructible. At this life-or-death juncture, Jiang Liusher couldn't kill the weapon-wearing chairman. He was now throwing everything he had, using the base vehicle's metal body to smash into the energy barrier surrounding the primordial metal essence. Whether it meant their deaths, or whether the starseed would be able to absorb the essence after breaking the barrier, he didn't care anymore. Because this might be their only chance. All he could hope for was that the starseed would mutate upon absorbing the metal essence. A moth flying into the flame, a fight to the death. What is this brat doing? Trying to kill himself? The chairman had been prepared to face Jiang Liusher's final desperate attack, but to his surprise, Jiang Liusher didn't charge at him at all. Instead, he aimed straight at the massive metal sphere in the ruins. What exactly that metal sphere was, even the chairman didn't fully understand. Ever since the ruins were discovered over half a century ago, this enormous sphere had been floating here. It was surrounded by a powerful energy field, completely immovable, let alone destructible. At this moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly drove a heavily damaged vehicle straight toward this indestructible metal sphere. Even though it was clearly like an egg smashing against a rock, for some reason, the chairman felt a strong sense of foreboding. D! The chairman shouted, and a brilliant flash burst from his chest. This was the weapon's energy cannon. Boom! The instant the energy cannon fired, the shockwave shattered the ground. The black energy stream, like a million-pound hammer, slammed heavily into the rear of the base vehicle. Crack! The vehicle's rear was completely penetrated. The roof was blown off entirely. The bedroom and bathroom near the rear were shredded by the energy stream. Nearly half the vehicle was gone in an instant. But Jiang Lushur ignored it completely. He had already burned through his life force and exhausted every bit of the base vehicle's energy. Everything he had done to modify the vehicle was for this final brilliant moment. Boom! The base vehicle, like a flaming meteor, crashed fiercely into the energy barrier surrounding the sphere. Blinding light scattered like golden divine swords, radiating in all directions. Massive rocks shattered. All the floodlights and every trace Genesis had left behind were vaporized by the powerful energy stream. Because the ruins were enclosed within a mountain, the high-pressure energy stream blasted out through the tunnel entrance, hurling the several-ton iron gate into the air. The gate shot out like an out-of-control bullet train, smashing through dozens of trees before coming to a stop. Even the chairman felt like a mountain had slammed into his chest. He was blasted backward into the tunnel, scraping away chunks of stone from the tunnel walls, finally crashing out of the mountainside. Shock filled the chairman's heart. He had never expected Jiang Lushur's reckless charge to unleash such terrifying power. He looked down at his chest. The high-pressure energy stream had destroyed more than half of his energy cannon. Repairing it would take several hours and consume massive energy. What was going on? The chairman couldn't believe it. He knew exactly how tough that metal sphere was. Not even a diamond-tipped industrial cutter could leave a scratch on it. By all logic, Jiang Lushur's charge should have simply destroyed the vehicle. So why had it caused such an enormous explosion? The sense of dread in the chairman's heart grew stronger. Ignoring his injuries, he turned back into the tunnel. A terrifying heat wave rushed at him. Because of the earlier explosion, the temperature inside the ruins had risen to an unimaginable level, even hotter than lava. Crash! Huge semi-melted boulders fell from the ceiling, splashing dark red magma. The tunnel was collapsing, or rather, the entire ruin was coming down. Even for the chairman, being buried under molten mountain rock would be an unpleasant experience. But driven by unease, he didn't care. His priority was to confirm Jiang Lushur's death. Boom! A massive 10,000-pound boulder crashed toward him. He sliced it cleanly in half with a hand chop and rushed into the ruin's main hall, only to find it on the verge of complete collapse. The ground was covered in molten magma. Burning boulders mixed with lava fell from above. Even the metal sphere was half buried. It looked like a fiery apocalypse. Red firelight glowed everywhere. The temperature was unimaginable. Even the inside of a volcano couldn't compare. It was truly a hell on earth. Chuck chuck chuck! The chairman unleashed more than 10 hand chops, clearing the molten rubble. Finally, he saw the complete metal sphere. Even after that terrifying explosion, it remained intact. Seeing this, the chairman took a deep breath. The sphere's durability was terrifying. He couldn't imagine what in the world could ever destroy it. Around the sphere was the completely shattered base vehicle. Even before smashing into the sphere, the vehicle had been on the verge of destruction. In the final explosion, it was at the very center and completely disintegrated. Its armor, dozens of times stronger than steel, had broken into fragments no larger than a palm. Many pieces had melted, showing how terrifyingly powerful the collision had been. No human body could have survived such a blast. Yet the chairman still searched through the rain of falling stone and fire, looking for Jiang Lushur's corpse. He couldn't feel at ease without seeing the body. But even after clearing away the magma, he found no trace, not even a single piece of remains. His expression darkened. Logically, a human body caught in such a blast should have been vaporized, just like those near a nuclear explosion, crushed into blood mist and instantly turned to gas. Flesh, bones, clothes, shoes, even metal buttons, all would vanish. A true case of human evaporation. No body, that was normal. Even if Jiang Lushur's body was tough enough to leave behind remains, they would have been swallowed by magma. Finding even a piece in this chaos was nearly impossible. Maybe, he really is dead. The chairman pushed down his unease, feeling like he'd been too paranoid. That kid really blew himself up. Not even a bone left. His secrets, gone with him. He exhaled heavily, deeply frustrated. Even though he possessed the weapon and was unmatched in the world, he still hadn't uncovered the secrets of life and death, hadn't completed the ultimate evolution to eternal life. He was still bound to be defeated by time. He had hoped to gain something from Jiang Lushi. That hope had now vanished. The mountain had fully collapsed. The tunnel was blocked. The chairman kept climbing to avoid being buried by falling rock. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The mountain above the ruin, weighing hundreds of millions of tons, collapsed completely. With such weight and the ruin's ultra-dense rock, even the chairman retreated. In a flash, he pushed his speed to the limit and shot out of the collapsing mountain like a diving swift. Rumble, rumble. The collapse continued. The deafening sound echoed across the Pacific. The land sank with the collapse, and seawater poured in. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater surged in, forming mountain-sized waves. The waves crashed into the sunken area. The entire island seemed to be sinking with the collapse of the ruin's mountain. In just over 10 minutes, seawater completely flooded the destroyed ruin. The island center was swallowed by the ocean, turning it into a crescent shape. The chairman hovered 1,000 meters above, silently watching the massive changes to the island, his face dark. Jiang Lushi was dead. The ruin was destroyed. Though Genesis had long stopped finding anything useful in the ruin, the chairman had still hoped to develop its value someday. Now it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. To ease his mind, the chairman didn't leave the area. Finding Jiang Lushi's corpse was now impossible. He remained in the nearby waters for a whole month. After finding no sign of anything unusual, he finally flew away from the region. The only possible threat to him was dead. Now, he would usher in a new era for humanity. The dark space was like eternal nothingness. Jiang Lushi slowly woke up from unconsciousness as if he had just gone through a long nightmare. Where is this? Am I still alive? His head felt as if it was splitting apart, and his limbs had no feeling. Jiang Lushi felt as if his body did not exist. Everywhere he looked was vast darkness. Zhuiying. Shiyu. Yusin. Jiang Lushi tried hard to shout, but no sound came out of his throat. Where exactly was this place? Jiang Lushi felt panic, and at this moment, he suddenly saw a faint weak light emitted, shining into this endless dark space. Upon closer perception, Jiang Lushi realized that this light was actually coming from his own body. Starseed? Jiang Lushi felt the starseed inside his body pulsing like a heartbeat. It beat again and again, and with each beat it slowly absorbed the power of the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lushi had a vague guess about what had happened. He connected his spiritual power to the starseed. Currently absorbing metal essence, absorption progress 0.03%. Metal essence. Using the intermittent light from the starseed, Jiang Lushi looked around the dark space and slowly confirmed his guess. They were probably inside the metal essence itself. Recalling the final moment of the impact, when he overdrew all his life force combined with all the girl's power, the starseed in his brain had burst into brilliant light. Starseed energy surrounded them and broke through the barrier in one strike, and then they encountered no resistance and directly rushed into the interior of that huge metal sphere. This metal sphere looked solid and indestructible from the outside, but in reality, once its barrier was breached, its surface was not even a physical body. It was like a spatial barrier between the real world and another dimension, with its own internal space. Jiang Lushi drew some energy from the starseed, and only then did his body slowly recover sensation. He found that he was completely naked. When they entered the interior space of the metal sphere, the starseed energy had only enveloped his life body. Any external objects were smashed in the explosion. Not to mention clothes, the base vehicle was gone too. However, Jiang Lushi could feel that the essence energy from the base vehicle's multiple evolutions had been retained by the starseed. Only the ordinary earth metals were shattered. In addition, the black hole energy was undoubtedly preserved. Through the starseed, Jiang Lushi had already sensed its existence. It had been condensed into a fist-sized mass and quietly floated in a corner of this space. Lastly was the black cube. It had also entered the interior of the metal essence. Apart from life bodies, these were the only non-living things that entered the internal space of the metal essence. Were Shiyu and the others here too? Although he realized this possibility, he could not find anyone, and Jiang Lushi felt uneasy. Using the starseed's energy, he wandered in the void. This space was much larger than it appeared outside. After searching for a quarter of an hour, he finally found the second person, his younger sister Jiang Zhuiying. Zhuiying. Jiang Lushi was extremely delighted, but what followed made him very awkward. At that time, the starseed energy had only enveloped the life bodies, so Jiang Zhuiying's clothes had naturally turned to dust as well. Jiang Lushi quickly turned his head away. Luckily, because Jiang Zhuiying's hair tie was gone, her hair was loose and covered some of her private parts. Zhuiying, wake up. Jiang Lushi turned his face away, carefully found Jiang Zhuing's wrist, and sent a strand of energy from the starseed. Jiang Zhuing coughed lightly and finally regained consciousness. Brother? What happened to me? Where are my clothes? Jiang Zhuing was startled. She and Jiang Lushi were in an unknown space with nothing on their bodies. How could she not be shocked? I'll explain later, first let's find Shiyu and the others. Jiang Lushi said awkwardly. This was truly tragic. Where on earth were they supposed to get clothes now? There were no clothes in the black cube. Everything else was destroyed. Thinking of the girls' abilities, none of them seemed like the type to make clothes. Use electricity to turn into fibers and weave clothes? That probably only happens in cultivation novels? Jiang Lushi felt depressed. At this moment, he found Zero. Zero, of course, was no exception. The lowly's face combined with her extremely explosive body instantly made Jiang Lushi feel unable to open his eyes. Zero was actually naturally airheaded deep down, and because of that she always gave off a cold impression. Jiang Lushi and Zero had never had any close contact, let alone seen Zero's body. Do not look if it is inappropriate. Jiang Lushi turned his head again and woke Zero up. Upon realizing she wasn't wearing clothes, Zero was actually very calm. She covered her body with her hands and asked Jiang Lushi, Brother Jiang, where are we? Looking at how Zero's small hands could not really cover her full figure, Jiang Lushi felt sweat on his forehead. I'm a man, you aren't wearing anything and are calmer than me, does that make sense? Ahem. We should be inside the metal essence. At least we're still alive. Let's find Shiyu and the others first. Jiang Lushi calculated that the most awkward cases were his sister and Zero. At least they were both awake now. With more people looking together, they quickly found Ran Shiyu, Ying, Xiang Shuahai, Li Yusin, and also Luoluo one by one. Ran Shiyu and the others were of course also naked. Since they had skin contact with Jiang Lushi, they were not as shy. They used their hands to cover their bodies and were not too awkward. And the last person was Ying. What was surprising was that Ying's clothes were completely intact, still all there. Sister Ying, why do you have clothes? Jiang Zhuing was extremely surprised. Ying looked puzzled. She still didn't know what was happening. Jiang Lushi cleared his throat a few times. He had figured out what was going on. Ying was actually an energy life form integrated with the starseed. The clothes on her body were also formed from energy. When they entered the interior of the metal essence, the clothes on the others were equivalent to trash, they were destroyed in the explosion. But Ying's clothes, because they were made of starseed energy, were naturally retained. Then maybe he could research this and use starseed energy to make clothes? Jiang Lushi was thinking this when he suddenly saw Jiang Zhuing already hiding behind Ying and trying to take off Ying's clothes. Sister Ying, look, I have no clothes at all and can't be seen by others. Let me wear your clothes. Ying didn't say anything, and her top was taken off. Maybe I'll borrow your skirt too. I only need a skirt. Ying was wearing a leather short skirt, boots, and a dagger strapped to her thigh. Jiang Zhuing quickly took off Ying's skirt. For Ying, Jiang Lushi was equivalent to her master, so she naturally didn't feel shy at all and did not resist. Jiang Zhuing put on Ying's shirt and skirt. Although underneath was completely bare, so her figure was perfectly outlined, it was still much better. Ying, do you have any other clothes I can borrow? Ran Shiyu said with a red face, but she was shot down by Jiang Zhuing. Wait, Shiyu, why do you need clothes? You and my brother, what relationship do you have? Look, Ying doesn't even have many clothes left. It seemed that because she had already bullied Ying, Jiang Zhuing couldn't bear to see Ying in a worse state, and quickly spoke up for her. Zhuing, your clothes don't need to be so long, they can actually be modified, Li Yusin said with a smile. Hey, don't steal. You and my brother also have no relationship, right? Jiang Zhuing quickly hugged her clothes, finally obtained. How could she give them to Li Yusin? Ying, give me your belt. Xiang Shuahai, seeing she couldn't get in, continued to go after poor Ying. Seeing such a sexy scene and unable to control himself, Jiang Lushi quickly turned his head away. Don't look if inappropriate. However, when he turned his head, he saw Luoluo. Luoluo had puffed up into a small balloon, floating in the void. A flash of inspiration appeared in Jiang Liushi's mind. Luoluo, come here. Luoluo looked bewildered, but was directly grabbed by Jiang Lushi. He stretched Luoluo into a long shape and wrapped her around his body, finally usable. Deal with this for the next 2 days, then quickly research how to make clothes with starseed energy. With clothes like Ying's, there would be no worry. When he turned his head back, Jiang Lushi was surprised to find that the other girls had already finished distributing clothes. Poor Ying, what was left on her body was only a little fabric. The other girls, no one knew how they had allocated, actually all got clothes. Among them, Jiang Zhuing was dressed the most fully. Although her t-shirt and skirt were cut in half and underneath was bare, it was still much better compared to the others, and the girls tacitly accepted this. After all, Jiang Zhuying was Jiang Liusher's sister. As for the others, Ran Xiyu and Li Yusin had only some pitiful bits of cloth. Zero, although naturally airheaded, seemed to have received Jiang Zhuying's special care. The cut-off parts of her t-shirt and skirt were all used to cover Zero's important parts. But because she was so well developed, even after covering, it made others imagine more. And Xiang Shuahai was the most extreme. She only wrapped a belt around her chest and the roots of her thighs, and she actually looked like a belt queen. Unbelievable, Jiang Lusher felt cold sweat. He needed to quickly study how Ying's clothes were made, otherwise he didn't even know where to look with his eyes. You all rest here for a bit, I'll go over there to cultivate. Jiang Lusher felt the situation was about to get out of control and quickly hid, otherwise who knew what would happen. Jiang Lusher ran to a corner of the space. Fortunately the space was dark. As long as he put some distance, he couldn't be seen, thus avoiding embarrassment. Slowly, Jiang Lusher closed his eyes and immersed his perception in the starseed. He felt that the starseed was like a dried-up ocean, wildly replenishing energy within this metal essence. Only then did Jiang Lusher realize just how vast the starseed's energy reserves were. He felt his own consciousness was like a small fish in the sea, swimming freely in the ocean of energy with the starseed. This gave Jiang Lusher the feeling that his life and the starseed had become one. The strong energy from the metal essence passed through Jiang Liusher's body before entering the starseed. This energy lingered in his meridians, subtly transforming Jiang Liusher's body. Time passed unknowingly. Jiang Lusher slowly immersed himself in a state of self-forgetfulness, and his body was undergoing changes without him noticing. Gradually, the starseed flew out from Jiang Liusher's body and hovered above his head like stars, drawing in energy from all directions, all absorbed by the starseed. And the starseed also blossomed with brilliant light, illuminating this space. This internal space of the metal essence was filled with pure energy, the accumulation left from billions of years of the original metal's long accumulation. What's wrong with my brother? What is that light above his head? Jiang Zhuying asked curiously when she saw the changes around Jiang Lusher. That is Brother Zhang's power, Ying suddenly spoke. Only she knew of the starseed's existence. Brother Zhang's power? Jiang Zhuying was stunned. Although she vaguely knew that Jiang Lusher should have some secrets, she didn't know exactly what they were. For some reason, I feel that light shining on my body is warm, like all my pores are opening, Ran Xiyu said in confusion. It was not a hallucination. The light seemed to contain mysterious energy, making her feel as if her whole body's qi and blood were pulsing with it. Xiyu, your life magnetic field is strengthening, mine too. Li Yusin's ability was medical art, and she was extremely sensitive to any slight change in a living body. She discovered that the star-like bright light seemed to contain powerful energy being absorbed by their bodies, subtly changing their constitutions. Unknowingly, their skin became more and more delicate and smooth, skin that seemed ready to burst with a touch. And because of the nourishment from the energy, they did not need to eat and did not feel hungry. When someone feeds on qi, gods do not die. When a person is born and eats grains, they accumulate turbid qi in their body, causing the physical body to decay and age. But if one refrains from eating grains and washes the body's impurities with pure energy, one can purify the physical body and obtain powerful energy and a leap in life. Let's go together to cultivate around Brother Jiang. This is also an opportunity for us to become stronger, Ying said. Go to cultivate? Won't it affect Brother Jiang? Jiang Zhuying could see that Jiang Lusher was at a critical moment in cultivation. She was afraid that absorbing energy would slow down his cultivation speed. No, Ying said firmly. She was spiritually connected with the starseed and naturally knew its situation. The light radiating out was just a drop in the ocean for the starseed. No matter how they absorbed it, it would not affect the starseed's evolution. It would be better to stay close, it could make their bodies get stronger improvement. The girls all nodded heavily. Becoming stronger was also what they yearned for. If their strength could be higher, then when they were being chased by the chairman, they would not have been completely powerless. If they could all become third-level ability users, they could greatly help Jiang Lusher in battle. Thus, Jiang Lusher sat cross-legged under the starseed, and the 6 girls spread around him, surrounding Jiang Lusher like a 6-pointed star. The starseed hovered high in the air, and time seemed to stop at this moment. This scene seemed to become eternal. As the medium connecting the metal essence and the star seed, Jiang Liusher's body was constantly being transformed by energy. Even Ran Xiyu and Jiang Zhuying were nourished by the energy of the metal essence. In this process, they seemed to have fallen into a sleep-like state, closing their eyes and remaining motionless. No one knew how much time had passed before the girls finally woke up from their cultivation. How long has it been? Jiang Zhuing stretched lazily. She felt her body was full of energy. It's already been 5 months, Ying replied. You even know that? There's no day or night here. Jiang Zhuing was momentarily stunned and couldn't help asking. She was just casually wondering. Ying didn't say anything. Jiang Zhuing was used to her reactions and already knew Ying had many special qualities. If Ying says it's been 5 months, then it probably has, Jiang Zhuing said. Huh? That long? Li Yusin's first reaction was to touch her hair. If they had just sat there for 5 months, wouldn't they be filthy? But to her surprise, her hand felt the same soft and smooth hair, and her skin was still fair and delicate. Not only her, this was true for the other girls as well. My ability, Ran Shiyu spoke in disbelief. She could clearly feel that her mental strength had greatly improved. Ling stood up, then suddenly moved. Xiang Shuahai immediately showed a surprised expression. She looked at the Ling in front of her, then at another Ling who appeared not far away. What's this? It's visual afterimage. The human brain has a reaction time of 0.1 seconds. So when an object moves faster than that, visual afterimages can appear. The real Ling is the one farther away. Ling, you're so fast now. Li Yusin said with admiration. Ling smiled slightly. She was also very satisfied with the changes in her physical abilities. I also feel like my body is light and very comfortable, Xiang Shuahai said. Jiang Zhuing quickly sensed the changes in her body and said excitedly, then let me try too. As she spoke, a ball of blue lightning leapt from her hand, making crackling sounds. Everyone around immediately felt a tingling sensation on their skin, and even their eyes felt a burning sensation when looking at the lightning ball. Zhuing, maybe you better not try that. This space might not be enough for you to try. Seeing the lightning ball grow rapidly, Xiang Shuahai and the others quickly tried to stop her. Jiang Zhuing had to give up a bit resentfully. All the girls' eyes turned to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur still hadn't woken up. His body was now more defined than before. Although his muscles weren't prominent, every muscle seemed to contain explosive power. Under his skin, blue light flickered, and with each breath, a wave of blue light swept outward. Brother Jiang's life energy is so strong, Li Yusin stared at Jiang Lushur blankly. She could clearly feel that compared to 5 months ago, Jiang Lushur's life had clearly changed. Over the 5 months, Jiang Lushur had been evolving. It wasn't hard to imagine. The girls had only absorbed some of the leaked energy and already made satisfying progress. Jiang Lushur had absorbed an unimaginable amount. How far had he evolved? At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. The girls were briefly stunned before realizing the sound was coming from Jiang Lushur's body. His chest rose and fell rhythmically. With the rumbling sounds, more blue energy waves swept outward. None of the girls were touched by the blue energy, it seemed to avoid them intelligently. But just by looking at the energy, they could feel the terrifying power within. When the final wave of energy burst out, Jiang Lushur's eyelids twitched, then he slowly opened his eyes. The moment Jiang Lushur opened his eyes, everyone was stunned. His eyes also glowed blue, and the light didn't fade until a while later. But his gaze still held a mysterious aura. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Xiang Shuahai was the first to react. She realized she hadn't spoken to Jiang Lushur for 5 months and couldn't hold back. She threw herself into his arms. Brother Jiang. Li Yusin also pounced on him, unwilling to be left behind. Ran Shiyu was usually shy, but seeing the other 2 girls enthusiastically hugging Jiang Lushur, she was moved. Her face flushed, she bit her lip, and also quietly slipped into Jiang Lushur's arms. 3 warm, curvy bodies with barely any clothing pressed into him, while Jiang Lushur was only covered at key parts by some loose cloth. Just after waking up, he hadn't fully come to his senses when he was suddenly plunged into this steamy scene. He instantly reacted. Ah? Xiang Shuahai, who was the first to hug him, immediately felt Jiang Lushur's change. Li Yusin saw her embarrassed expression and Jiang Lushur's awkward face and instantly knew what had happened. Ran Shiyu also understood from their reactions. Her cheeks turned a soft pink, even her ears turned red. Ahem. Jiang Zhuing coughed twice from the side. Can you all be a little more mindful? I'm still a kid, you know. Ran Shiyu, extremely embarrassed, quickly let go of Jiang Lushur. The other 2 girls also stood up in a hurry. Jiang Lushur walked over and knocked Jiang Zhuing lightly on the forehead. You're already 20, still calling yourself a kid? Brother Jiang, what's the situation now? Ran Shiyu looked up at the star seed above and asked. Jiang Lushur checked the star seed's absorption progress of the metal essence and said, it's only absorbed 25%. So slow, Li Yusin said in surprise. Jiang Lushur gasped slightly when he got the result. It was incredibly slow. At this rate, the star seed would take an extremely long time to finish absorbing. But that was to be expected, After all, the Star Seed was once a starship. Rebuilding it wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, with the Star Seed's energy, they didn't feel hungry even without eating here. Oh right, I should be able to do some things with energy now, Jiang Lushur said. As he spoke, blue light appeared in his hands, constantly shifting form until it turned into a dress. The dress shimmered with blue light, gorgeous and dazzling. This one fits Shiyu's size, so I'll give it to her, Jiang Lushur said. Though he enjoyed admiring the girls' beautiful bodies, he knew Ran Shiyu felt uncomfortable dressed so scantily. Ran Shiyu's eyes lit up with joy. She took the dress and ran to a corner to change. When she returned, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her gray eyes full of mysterious beauty. The dress had a slit up to her thigh, revealing fair skin with every step. The chest area was deeply cut, showing a smooth, round cleavage. Her fair skin contrasted with the shimmering blue of the dress, like a spirit walking out of the night. Ran Shiyu's cheeks were slightly flushed as she walked forward. Light seemed to reflect in her eyes as she walked under everyone's amazed gaze and stood in front of Jiang Lushur. Is it too sexy? Ran Shiyu asked softly. Jiang Lushur took her hand and pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear, "No. You're beautiful. Do you like this dress?" "Yes. I really like it." Ran Shiyu's voice was even softer, and her body relaxed further in Jiang Lushur's embrace. Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. That's good. Although Ran Shiyu didn't want to wear something so revealing, Jiang Lushur didn't want that beautiful figure completely hidden. So when he made the dress, he added many design elements he liked. "Brother, I want one too." Seeing Ran Shiyu suddenly become so beautiful, how could Jiang Zhuiying fall behind? She had been wearing a half-shirt all this time. Okay. Jiang Lushur used the same method, letting the Star Seed energy stick to Jiang Zhuiying's body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a beige t-shirt and pure white athletic shorts. It looked full of youthful energy and perfectly showed off Jiang Zhuiying's long, straight, beautiful legs. Putting on new clothes, Jiang Zhuiying was very happy. But comparing herself to Ran Shiyu, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Why does Sister Shiyu look like a princess, and I look like a student even with new clothes? You're just a kid, what do you want to dress all flashy for? Jiang Lushur knocked Jiang Zhuiying on the head. He suddenly realized he could use this ability to customize outfits for each girl, perfectly restoring them to the style he envisioned. This was really a convenient ability. It sounded amazing, but actually wasn't a big deal. The Star Seed was probably left behind by some ancient extraterrestrial civilization. When a civilization develops to a certain level, making clothes is also this simple. The crew on the starship that housed the Star Seed could probably design combat suits with just a thought. When civilization reaches an even higher level, thoughts can indeed become reality. Yusin, it's your turn. Jiang Lushur rubbed his chin. Suddenly, a barely noticeable smile flashed in his eyes. But Li Yusin had shared a bed with Jiang Lushur many times, and knew him very well. That unintentional smile was enough for her to sense a bad premonition. Brother Jiang, you're not having any bad thoughts, are you? Just as she finished speaking, a white light enveloped Li Yusin. The light quickly turned into a white tight skirt, perfectly outlining Li Yusin's perky round butt. Her legs were in pure white long stockings, and the top was a slightly pinkish-collared white blouse. The taut fabric stretched high and even had a red cross drawn on it. Of course, there was also a pretty little white hat. A nurse uniform. Brother Jiang, this is too much. Li Yusin blushed furiously. This wasn't a proper nurse outfit at all, it was entirely Jiang Lushur's twisted fantasy. Ahem. Jiang Lushur coughed. Yusin, you're a medical worker, isn't this quite fitting? Hand on your heart, have you ever seen a nurse dressed like this in a hospital? Ah? Jiang Lushur awkwardly scratched his nose. If nurses in hospitals really looked this pretty and dressed this sexy, wouldn't all the patients have brain hemorrhages? I really can't remember what a proper nurse outfit looks like. This is just what comes to mind when I think of one. Jiang Lushur blushed. This was the result of being poisoned by certain adult films. But speaking of which, most men, unless they frequently visit hospitals, probably wouldn't remember what a proper nurse outfit looks like right away either. Brother Jiang. Li Yusin was speechless. What was this nonsense? Sister Yusin, you look really pretty, Jiang Zhuiying said with a mischievous grin. Yeah, it's really nice, Ran Shiyu also nodded. Shiyu, even you're not on my side anymore? Li Yusin angrily pinched the soft flesh at Ran Shiyu's waist. Although wearing it felt really embarrassing, it was handmade by Jiang Lushur. Plus, all the other girls were teasing with mischievous smiles. Li Yusin knew she couldn't avoid it. Fine, she would wear it. There weren't any outsiders here anyway. Brother Jiang, how about making a flight attendant outfit for me? Xiang Shuahai asked with a giggle. She didn't mind at all. Sure. With a request like that, how could Jiang Lushi refuse? A deep blue sexy flight attendant uniform appeared on Xiang Shuihai's body. Originally, the outfit wasn't too revealing, but even just a shirt looked tight and alluring on Xiang Shuihai's figure. Now for Ling. Jiang Lushi lightly pointed his finger. A faint black light enveloped Ling, and soon turned into a black Lolita-style long dress with some white trim, full of Gothic style. Ling already had a lowly face. The black Lolita dress, along with her neat, comb-straight black hair, made her look like a dark loli straight out of a magical world. If her face had a few blood-colored marks added, it would be even more fitting. As for this oddly styled outfit, Ling still wore a calm expression. To her, as long as she had clothes, she didn't care about the style. Her indifferent look made the outfit even more fitting. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but feel this was truly a perfect creation. If Ling wore this to a cosplay convention, the other cosplayers wouldn't even need to pose. Ling would be the absolute center of attention. Last was Ying, black leather skirt, white short top, and a dagger strapped to her leg. She looked just like Tifa from Final Fantasy. Mission accomplished. Jiang Lushi was very satisfied with his creations. At this moment, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly felt something wasn't right. Was there really such an ability in the apocalypse? Brother, be honest. Didn't you already have these thoughts in mind? Otherwise, how could you immediately carry them out once you got this ability, without even thinking? And, why would you awaken such a niche ability? Could it be that you wanted it so badly, it came true? Ahem, what are you saying? I've always been thinking about making clothes for you guys. Stop walking around like that, it's distracting. That's why I developed this ability, okay? Jiang Lushi was actually telling the truth. If they had to keep wearing those old clothes, even he couldn't stand it. Alright then. Jiang Zhuiying shrugged. By the way, brother, is there a way out? At a time like this, the only one they could rely on was Jiang Lushi. There is, but it'll take time, at least another year or so. For now, let's not think about anything else and focus on cultivating. The energy in this space is very pure. It's several grades higher than the energy you normally use with your abilities. If you take advantage of this, your strength will improve greatly. Okay. All the girls nodded firmly. They deeply desired strength, especially after the bitter fight with the chairman. The feeling of being unable to protect their companions and being at the mercy of others was too painful. If not for Jiang Lushi, if even one of them had died, they couldn't imagine how heartbreaking it would be. Let's begin. We'll stay around this blue light. Jiang Lushi pointed to the star seed. The deep blue star seed flickered with mysterious, boundless light like a star of eternal night in the void. Jiang Lushi didn't know how far the star seed could go after its long slumber, but he looked forward to it, and would witness it. Time passed like a fleeting moment. Once, this phrase was loved by many literary young girls. They liked to write this line on fragrant paper to express the passing of time. However, after the apocalypse, these boys and girls could no longer feel that way. People finally discovered that phrases like, time passes swiftly, like a white horse crossing a gap, years flick by in a flash, were only written during days of comfort and happiness. When life was like hell, struggling painfully every day for food and survival, enduring extreme hunger, and sleeping with difficulty in cold conditions. Those days felt like years in a day, and, time passing swiftly, became a joke. The apocalypse had lasted 3 years. In 3 years, the world had changed tremendously. Countless people had died. Governments and armies had completely fallen. No organization had the power to set rules anymore. Until a mysterious organization, Chuang, appeared. Chuang had powerful strength. Any member taken at random could not be defeated. And it was said that the chairman of Chuang possessed power equal to a god, or perhaps he was a god. In front of Chuang, no one dared to imagine resistance. Many strong people chose to join Chuang, becoming part of it. Over the 2-year period, Chuang had almost ruled the world. Or rather, the whole world no longer had any force that could resist Chuang. Even in remote regions beyond Chuang's reach, they posed no threat and were considered under Chuang's territory. Thus, in human history, the first era of complete unified rule had been achieved. But this unity did not mean no killing or war. Hunger continued, zombies still ran wild, mutated beasts were not eradicated. Under survival threats, human ugliness did not stop. Robbery, rape, bullying the weak continued everywhere. For most people, the world had not changed much. Strength still decided everything. The strong lived comfortably as long as they did not resist Chuang. The weak remained sorrowful, barely surviving. These problems, even unbeatable, Chuang could not solve. Or rather, they did not intend to solve them. But Chuang did one thing. They built 4 giant safety zones in the world, one in the United States, one in Europe, one in Africa, and one in China. These safety zones were called base cities. They were essentially self-sufficient super cities with industry, agriculture, and technology systems. The China Bay City included the original Jiangbei and Shanghai regions. Outside the safety zone, Chuang conscripted laborers and earth element ability users to build walls thousands of kilometers long. Inside the base cities, there were no zombies, no mutated beasts, and life safety could be somewhat guaranteed. Besides that, Chuang opened farmland inside the zones and built hydroelectric stations, factories, and pharmaceutical production bases. They even built a local network in small areas so that some powerful people could enjoy internet access, almost legendary. Building these things was a massive project. Every civilian entering the safety zone had to perform heavy labor to earn meager rations. Even so, just because there were no mutated beasts or zombies in the safety zones, a large number of starving people continuously joined them, simply because here they could still cling to life. Refugees lacking nutrition and in poor physical condition could easily die under high labor loads. In ancient China, building the Great Wall buried countless bones at its base. Now conditions were even worse than the Qin dynasty. Undoubtedly, Chuang would bury many bones building these large projects. However, the unexpected result was that the death rate of the starving people was not high. Chuang developed a gene evolution serum. Starving people who volunteered for city building labor could receive one free injection of the lower-grade gene evolution serum. This small bottle alone reduced the death rate to less than 3%. Soon, this gene evolution serum became extremely popular. Many people learned that Chuang had mastered extraordinary biological modification technology, able to produce gene evolution drugs for strengthening the body without relying on mutated crystal cores. After this, Chuang established a huge point system, registering all ability users in the world and calculating points. Anyone who made contributions to Chuang could exchange points, and these points could be used to buy gene evolution serum. The gene evolution serum had different grades. The lowest grade only worked for ordinary people, was cheap, and could strengthen the body and treat various diseases. A dying old person could become much more spirited after injection. The higher grade gene evolution serum could even give ability users a chance to evolve. News of first-level ability users evolving into second-level ability users because of high-grade gene evolution serum had become not new. For a time, gene evolution serum grew hotter and hotter. Many ability user squads racked their brains to complete Chuang's tasks just to get a bottle of serum. Of course, more ability users held a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they didn't trust Chuang. They were not like starving people whose lives were cheap. They cherished their lives. If an unknown gene evolution serum was injected into their bodies, even if nothing happened now, who could predict future consequences? At this moment, in a remote mountainous area of Jiangbei, there was a hidden cave. The cave entrance was covered with vines, looking like nothing special from afar. In the clearing in front of the cave, a mutated wild boar lay on the ground. Boar blood dripped down. A large man was holding a sharp bone removal knife, slowly and steadily peeling the thick boar hide. He worked very forcefully. Tough hide was like paper in his hands. Brother Hai, the gene evolution serum bottles have finally been brought back, some low-grade and some high-grade. We can experiment and see what these things really are. I always feel those sons of turtles in Chuang do not have good intentions. A man wearing animal skin and carrying an AK-47 stormed into the cave. Behind him were 7 or 8 people, each an ability user with steady breath and agile movements. The man cleaning the boar looked up and saw the gene evolution serum bottles glowing faint blue in the sunlight. He sighed, shook his head, and said, "Kuan, the 5 big burly men here can kill pigs and roast meat, but analyzing this stuff? We're clueless. There's no doctor or scientist in the team. Those guys, if you add up all the books they ever read, wouldn't make 2 pounds of waste paper. How are we supposed to analyze this? Sigh, if only Sister Yusin were here to analyze it, it would be easy." The man cleaning the boar was Zhang Hai. The one called Kuan was naturally Sun Kuan. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had stayed in the Shanghai Development Safety Zone when Jiang Lushir went to the island nation because the Type 99 tank couldn't cross the sea, and they could not help over there. They wanted to build a rear base for Jiang Lushir. However, once Jiang Lushir went to the island nation, he never came back. Years passed with no news. Meanwhile, Chuang, their former opponent, had grown bigger and nearly unified the world. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan worried about Jiang Lushir. Over the years, they searched everywhere but got no information. Chuang also did not put out a wanted notice for Jiang Lushir. All signs showed Jiang Lushir might have died. But Zhang Hai didn't believe it. In his heart, Jiang Lushir was almost omnipotent. He and Sun Kuan had followed Jiang Lushir early on. They had faced life-and-death dangers and powerful enemies together. Jiang Lushur always turned the tide. His growth in strength was astonishing. When killing God Hai in Jiangbei, Jiang Lushur already had lawmaker-level strength. The lawmakers of Chuang had at least trained 10 years, while Jiang Lushur had only trained 1. Unlike others, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, having experienced the war at Shanghai, clearly understood what Chuang was. Facing Chuang's world rule, knowing they could not fight head-on, they chose to leave the city. Now they organized guerrilla fighters in the mountains, recruiting ability user squads and remnants of armies dissatisfied with or opposed to Chuang, forming guerrilla units to fight Chuang. As for what effect the guerrillas could have, Zhang Hai knew. They were probably like lice on an elephant. But a person living must have dignity. Fighting was sometimes not only to win wealth and honor but for the dignity of the fighters. Joining Chuang to work for points and receive Chuang's gene evolution serum, he felt that was no better than dying. How was that different from building the Great Wall for Chuang? The captain doesn't know where he went. It's been 2 years now. Zhang Hai threw down the bone knife, speaking with low spirit. Their guerrilla war was hard. The higher-ups of Chuang didn't even regard them. They probably hadn't heard of their existence. There were many uprisings against Chuang around the world. Someone always wasn't willing to be ruled. So many teams mixed together. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were not strong enough. Who would care about them? But those ability users who joined Chuang were different. Like scent-sensitive hunting dogs, they hunted down these guerrillas everywhere, bringing back their corpses or heads for rewards, points to exchange for gene evolution serum. Years of exploration and accumulation of relics allowed Chuang to master a vast amount of technology. In addition to gene evolution serum, Chuang also introduced some new types of weapons, for example, specially made alloy swords that could easily slice through the tough hide of mutant beasts, firearms powered by mutated crystal cores, and even mini-radars capable of detecting zombies and mutant beasts within 30 meters. Especially the last one, the radar, was extremely important to many teams without mental-type ability users. After all, mental-type users were too few. With this radar, though weaker in function, it was like giving these teams eyes, so they wouldn't be ambushed while out hunting. Thus, for these reasons, Chuang's contribution points became a hard currency even more popular than mutant beast meat. With the help of the gene evolution serum, along with 3 years' worth of evolution crystal accumulation, a small number of Tier 3 ability users had already started to appear in the world. Back then, Tier 2 ability users were already regional overlords. They could form teams, establish territories, and act like local tyrants. As for Tier 3 ability users, they were legendary existences. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, who had followed Jiang Lushur and seen much of the world, had hardly ever seen anyone above Tier 3, except the lawmakers of Chuang. The leap from Tier 2 to Tier 3 was a qualitative transformation. Anyone who reached Tier 3 in this world became a figure to be feared and respected. If willing to join Chuang, they would immediately become high-level members and enjoy Chuang's resources. When it became known that gene evolution serum could help peak Tier 2 users break through their bottleneck, even those who had doubts about the serum couldn't resist the temptation of power and chose to earn points to exchange for it. And hunting guerrilla squads became one of the fastest ways to earn points. With Chuang combat members leading the teams, other ability users could join, and points would be distributed based on contributions. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan's guerrilla team was now facing such a hunt. In fact, they had already been hunted for over a year. And in the past month, Chuang had begun a sweeping purge of guerrilla forces. Many anti-Chuang guerrilla squads had been wiped out. Zhang Hai's team had also been surrounded in the deep mountains. Facing an enemy force 10 times their size, they had to move extremely cautiously these past months, afraid of being discovered by the hunt teams. This situation left both Zhang Hai and Sun Quan with a sense of defeat. Their so-called resistance was too insignificant to matter. To Chuang, their organization's leadership didn't even bother to pay attention. Just sending subordinates was enough to threaten their lives. And these Chuang subordinates were not ordinary. In the East Asia region alone, 4 major forces had joined Chuang. The leaders of these forces were all Tier 3 ability users. The Tier 3 user in charge of the Shanghai region was named Black Spider. It was rumored that his body had undergone a special mutation and possessed an assimilation ability. He could directly absorb mutant beasts as part of his own body. This type of ability had never been heard of at the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhang Hai couldn't even imagine confronting Black Spider. Their group was simply not in the same league. At this moment, in the vast Pacific Ocean, The Pacific Ocean near the equator, due to intense sunlight and water evaporation, had always been the birthplace of the world's most terrifying storms. When a typhoon came, even large warships had to avoid it. After all, ocean storms were far more powerful than typhoons on land. Wind forces in the eye of a storm reaching level 15 or even 17 were not uncommon. Right now, massive waves were rising in the center of the Pacific. Towering waves roared like small mountains, as if trying to pierce the sky. And in the midst of these monstrous waves, a small vessel darted lightly between wave peaks. These waves, which could capsize 10,000-ton ships, seemed to not exist for this small boat. This inconspicuous small boat was the warship Jiang Lushur was on. The star seed had taken a full 2 years to completely absorb the metal essence. The source metal in the black cube had also become part of the star seed's collection. However, although the metal was fully absorbed, the starship had not yet been reconstructed. The starship was too complex. Rebuilding it would take a long time. Currently, the star seed had only completed the heart of the starship, the power system. The power system used black hole energy as its core. It could devour matter from surrounding space and convert it into propulsion energy. This was a level higher than nuclear fusion energy. With it, the starship was essentially a perpetual motion machine, with endless energy. At first, the engine on Jiang Lushur's base vehicle had low efficiency in utilizing black hole energy due to its materials and structure. But now, that was no longer a problem. The current core engine was entirely composed of source metal essence, and the energy conversion rate of black hole energy exceeded 90%. But just having a power system wasn't enough. The starship still needed to convert power into combat capability. Before the starship was fully formed, Jiang Lushur needed a transitional form, and the easiest way to get it was still scanning. Compared to the long construction time of a starship, scanning and building only took a few hours. Brother Jiang, we're approaching the island nation. 800 nautical miles left. Ran Shiyu spoke. Jiang Lushur nodded. After 2 years of cultivation, Ran Shiyu was like a humanoid long-range radar. Her perception range covered hundreds of kilometers, and if focused into a straight line, it could reach an astonishing 2,000 kilometers. With such powerful ability, not only could she detect zombies, but she could even navigate the high seas. That's why on this Pacific crossing, they barely used the geomagnetic positioning system. We're about to cross the storm. Ahead is the island nation's territorial waters. We'll land at the U.S. military base. Very good. Jiang Lushur nodded. He had chosen this landing point intentionally. Brother Jiang, the U.S. base has changed. The original base seems to have been destroyed. It's been turned into a new safety zone. Ran Shiyu had already sensed this from hundreds of kilometers away. Destroyed? Jiang Lushur was shocked. Although the U.S. base in Japan had only a few thousand people, they had the most advanced weapons. Whoever could destroy it, there seemed to be only one possibility: Chuang. Did Chuang make a move on the U.S. base? Half an hour later, Jiang Lushur no longer needed Ran Shiyu's navigation. He already saw the massive metallic beast anchored on the shore, a carrier. Beep beep beep. In just 10 seconds, the star seed gave a prompt. Battleship scan complete. Please select replication type, original replication, time required, 5 seconds. Enhanced replication, time required, 20 minutes. Perfect modified replication, time required, 10 hours. Jiang Lushur, connected to the star seed with his mind, instantly understood the differences between the replication types. Original replication, without a doubt, meant taking the Ford-class aircraft carrier exactly as it was. This only took a few seconds, but for Jiang Lushur, that was not enough. Enhanced replication would simply modify a few core systems of the aircraft carrier, such as the engine, radar, self-defense weapons, etc. The last option, perfect modified replication, meant fully enhancing the entire ship inside and out based on the existing aircraft carrier. Core systems, the outer shell, and the frame would all be infused with source metal. In other words, using star seed technology, the carrier would be completely rebuilt. At the same time, the reconstruction of the interstellar battleship would also continue. Compared to the endless timeline of that project, spending just 10 hours to convert the aircraft carrier into Jiang Lushur's personal warship was a very cost-effective decision. Choosing the third option was undoubtedly the best. Select perfect modification. Begin transformation. The star seed's light completely enveloped the Ford-class aircraft carrier. Source metal liquefied like flowing silver blood, streaming continuously from the black cube into the interior of the aircraft carrier. The interstellar battleship was being rebuilt inside the black cube's internal space, which didn't conflict with the modification of the aircraft carrier. The latter was only a temporary vessel. Jiang Lushi even suspected the black cube was originally meant to be the container of the interstellar battleship. Once fully constructed, the ship could be stored in the alternate dimension of the cube and carried with him. Brother Jiang, someone is coming. Just as the star seed began absorbing the aircraft carrier, Ran Xiyu suddenly spoke. Her mental power covered the entire sky in a 720-degree radius. Nothing, not even underground enemies, could escape her detection. Oh? Jiang Lushi showed a playful expression. He calmly waited. After a while, a few small black dots appeared in the sky. It was 5 armed helicopters. Anyone still flying armed helicopters in the apocalypse had to be from a major force. At that moment, one of the helicopter doors opened. A beam of light shot out, and then something unexpected happened. A man wearing a black cloak stepped down slowly from the helicopter, walking on the beam of light as if it were a tangible golden path. This kind of ability, Jiang Lushi was surprised. This was new to him, walking through the sky on a beam of light. And Jiang Lushi could sense that the man was very powerful. Compared to all the ability users he had met 2 years ago, aside from Chuang's lawmakers, none of them could compare to this man in the black cloak. Jiang Lushi noticed the group came in various skin tones, seemingly from all over the world. They all had a symbol on the right chest of their clothes, a perfect black sphere, wrapped with purple lightning. That sphere instantly reminded Jiang Lushi of weapons. When a weapon appeared, it was in the form of a black light sphere. When it turned into a battle suit and covered the body, the sphere remained on the chest, also wrapped in purple lightning. Chuang. There was no doubt. This group was from Chuang. Most likely, the US military base had been contributed to Chuang. That made sense. American soldiers, armed with advanced weapons, holding large reserves of food and vegetables, and even possessing a mobile aircraft carrier nuclear power plant, it was a big piece of meat. How could Chuang let it go? Huh? So it's you people. A voice in Japanese suddenly came from the crowd. Jiang Lushi raised his eyebrows. Looking over, he saw a man stepping off the helicopter, also walking midair on a light screen. Jiang Lushi thought for a moment and remembered the man. He was the Japanese swordsman who once performed swordsmanship at the US base and had been embarrassed by Jiang Zhuing throwing a durian at his face. You know them? The man in the black cloak asked in English. Yes, 2 years ago, these people came here, robbed us of our mutated crystal cores, set me up with tricks, and even defeated Jonathan. The Japanese swordsman spoke coldly. Jiang Zhuing laughed. Yo! I'd forgotten you if you hadn't mentioned it. Aren't you the fruit ninja performer? TSK, the trick you mentioned was me slapping your face with a durian. The swordsman's face darkened. Jiang Zhuing had hit a sore spot. You will pay for that. Jonathan is no longer the master here. You'll die miserably. You probably don't realize who's standing before you. You'll soon understand what a true powerhouse is. Hee, so what you're saying is, you betrayed Jonathan and joined a new master? You! The swordsman's anger peaked. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Jiang Zhuing, who had humiliated him from beginning to end. That durian from 2 years ago remained a painful memory. You really don't know how to die, the Japanese swordsman said viciously. You seem unaware of your situation. You're surrounded. You're facing Chuang, rulers of the world. Before us, you're just ants, easy to crush. As he spoke, more people exited the helicopters. Each one was strong and held advanced weapons, new models made with Chuang's high technology. There were over 30 people in total. A squad like this could have crushed all resistance 2 years ago. That man named Jiang is powerful. I leave him to you. As for the woman, I want to kill her myself. All right. Is nodded. You? What a joke, Jiang Zhuing scoffed at the swordsman. Woman, you have no idea how much I've changed in 2 years. I'll make you experience a woman's greatest humiliation. As he spoke, the swordsman drew his katana, a completely black blade that seemed to swallow the surrounding light. Huh? Jiang Lushi was taken aback. Ever since the star seed absorbed the source metal, he had become very sensitive to metal materials. He could tell this wasn't an ordinary alloy blade. The black metal was not only tough, it contained a faint trace of energy. See it? Ha ha ha. That's right, I spent a fortune in points to get this weapon from the organization. It's called blacklight. Even without using powers, it can slice iron like mud. The swordsman admired his katana. His ability was swordsmanship, even normal blades in his hands could cut steel. Now with this weapon, plus 2 injections of high-level gene evolution serum, his strength had increased tenfold. He had doubts about fighting Jiang Lushi, but against Jiang Zhuing, he felt no fear. Back then, he didn't think she was anything special. Let's go. The swordsman stepped onto golden light and charged. At the same time, Is moved both hands, shooting countless golden arrows of light toward Jiang Lushi. He followed the swordsman's plan, hold off Jiang Lushi while they eliminated Jiang Zhuiying. He believed targeting the girls would distract Jiang Lushi, creating a chance to kill him. But he didn't expect, despite all his golden light, Jiang Lushi didn't even move. Suddenly, a blazing purple light erupted from Jiang Zhuiying like a rising violet sun. Jiang Zhuiying's long hair flew wildly in the electricity. A cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. Crack crack. All of his golden light collided with the electricity, dissolving like snow on hot iron. What? Is was shocked. He had great confidence in his power, his light could attack, defend, and create paths. He was nearly unbeatable. But now, in front of Jiang Zhuiying, he felt completely overwhelmed. Her strength was so terrifying that he had no chance to respond. Bzzz bzzz. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a thigh, like a giant purple python. Even before the golden light was shattered, the electric field made his hair stand on end. Terrified, he tried to retreat, but how could his body outrun lightning? Whoosh! A massive purple snake broke through the defenses and blasted toward his chest. Absolute defense. Is roared, nearly shattering his teeth. He poured all his energy into forming a golden light shield on his body. But it shattered instantly upon forming. The lightning struck him directly. He screamed and was flung backward. Boom! He crashed into the tail of a helicopter. The impact shattered the tail rotor. Without a tail rotor to balance rotation, the entire aircraft spun wildly in reverse and crashed toward the ground, trailing smoke. Boom boom boom. The helicopter hit the ocean and exploded, splashing water dozens of meters high. One strike took down the man in the cloak. Jiang Zhuiying casually moved her wrist and looked at the Japanese swordsman. He was completely stunned. Though he knew Jiang Liushi's team was strong, he never expected that someone he thought unbeatable could be defeated in one move, and Jiang Liushi hadn't even acted. Just one girl had instantly killed the cloaked man? You said earlier you'd show me the true meaning of strength? Jiang Zhuiying mocked. The swordsman's face turned pale, he had no will to fight. Then let me show you. Jiang Zhuiying flashed like lightning and appeared in front of the swordsman. A single hand chop released purple electricity that lit up half the sky. Zzzt. The atmosphere ionized instantly. A powerful electromagnetic storm spread in all directions. 3 helicopters' electronics short-circuited, control panels sparking wildly. The pilots, unable to stop the crash, were forced to eject. Boom! Boom! 3 helicopters fell into the sea and exploded again. As for the other ability users, once the golden light path vanished, they all fell into the ocean due to lack of flight support. Only the Japanese swordsman remained, his body was charred black and barely alive. Directly invading someone's mind to read their memories is a dreamlike ability for most mental-type ability users. But Ran Shiyu could easily do this, as long as the target had lost the ability to resist and their mental power was weaker than hers. If this ability were known by enemies, it would make them feel deeply uneasy. No one wants their memories to be browsed at will. That would mean having no secrets at all. The Japanese swordsman struggled violently, but Ran Shiyu's mental power pierced into his soul like a sharp cone. His pitiful mental defenses popped like soap bubbles. In an instant, the information about various world changes over the past 2 years surged into Ran Shiyu's mind. Slowly, Ran Shiyu furrowed her brow. This man had committed countless evil deeds and fully deserved death. So she didn't restrain her mental strength and quickly destroyed the Japanese swordsman's brain completely. He foamed at the mouth and died. No valuable information, but I've basically figured out what happened in the world these past years. Chuang began expanding aggressively 2 years ago, launching attacks worldwide, taking control of the Americas, Europe, and finally Asia. Back then, Chuang brought some extraterrestrial technology from the ruins. These technologies mostly related to the energy of mutated crystal cores. They were useless before the apocalypse but became extraordinary afterward. Gene evolution serum, crystal core weapons, biological radar, psychic shock amplifiers, and so on. Chuang developed many things that either strongly attracted or intimidated ability users. Now, Chuang's rule over the world is steadily being consolidated. They've even rebuilt part of the internet and basic technology systems. Many guerrilla groups resisting Chuang are being wiped out one by one. Psychic shock amplifier? What's that? Jiang Lushi asked, surprised. It's a device that amplifies the brainwaves of mental-type ability users. Chuang sells a few weakened versions to meritorious ability users. For mental users, these devices can greatly boost their powers, some can even expand their mental perception radius by more than 5 times. High-level ones might increase it by 10 or even dozens of times. Oh? That powerful? Jiang Lushi was moved. Ran Shiyu's current mental field already spanned hundreds of kilometers. If she had a tenfold psychic shock amplifier, it could cover nearly half of China. If focused into a straight line, it'd be even more astonishing. This psychic shock amplifier is quite interesting. Any other intel? Not much more. Just that there are a few forces aligned with Chuang, Ran Shiyu said. After all, the world was too vast. Though Chuang was invincible in power, it was impossible to extend their forces into every corner of the world and manage global rule alone. They needed subordinates. According to Ran Shiyu's description, Chuang had 4 major subordinate forces. The Asia-Pacific Alliance in East Asia, the Nordic Goddess in Europe, VK in the Americas, and Lionheart in Central Asia and North Africa. Each of these 4 forces governed one of the 4 major base cities. The base cities were growing and developing. Most ordinary people who joined the base cities worked as laborers. Brother Jiang, something seems off about this person's blood. At that moment, Li Yusin suddenly spoke. After 2 years of being nourished by starseed energy, her abilities had greatly improved. Although her combat power was still weak, her understanding of human physiology had become strong enough to analyze individual cells. She sensed that the blood from the Japanese swordsman was abnormal. What is it? Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. There are strange active factors in the blood. These things don't exist in normal human blood. Li Yusin took a sample of the Japanese swordsman's blood and examined it carefully under sunlight. I'm not sure if this is a mutation caused by his ability, but it doesn't feel like it. As Li Yusin spoke, Xiang Shuihai's figure flashed and disappeared. With her wind powers greatly enhanced, she moved like smoke, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Moments later, Xiang Shuihai returned. Behind her, 2 men were bound by wind chains. They were pilots from Chuang who had flown in on the armed helicopters earlier. Their aircraft crashed before they could even fire a shot. Some pilots had barely survived by parachuting out. Originally hoping to swim and escape, they never expected that just a moment ago, these people were still tiny black dots in the sky, and in the next moment, a girl suddenly appeared before them and effortlessly captured them. This ghostly movement, combined with overwhelming power, left them with no will to resist. It was terrifying. Spare us. This has nothing to do with us, we were only following orders to fly the helicopters. Draw blood, Li Yusin said coldly. Ling casually made a cut, and the 2 felt a chill on their wrists as fresh blood flowed out. The dark red blood floated into the air, seeming to surge with a strange, indescribable energy. Li Yusin confirmed, every one of them had strange active factors in their blood, and neither of the 2 pilots were ability users, so it clearly had nothing to do with powers. Their genes have been artificially encoded with information. Compared to normal people, they have many extra gene fragments. I just can't tell what proteins these fragments are supposed to produce. Hearing this, Jiang Lushi frowned. All of these people were from Chuang. Clearly, Chuang had done something to them. Could it be the so-called gene evolution serum? According to what Li Yusin said, the serum was developed by Chuang to enhance ability users' bodies. During base city construction, Chuang injected the serum into laborers to ensure they wouldn't die easily from heavy labor in food and medicine-scarce conditions. This drug sounded too miraculous. And Jiang Lushi remembered, back in Jiangbei, the first time he encountered a Chuang lawmaker, Shanhai, was because of a plague outbreak in northern Jiangsu. When Jiang Lushi fought Shanhai, he discovered that those infected by the plague were all under Shanhai's control. This gene evolution serum might not be anything good. Brother Jiang, I need a sample of this serum to confirm it myself, Li Yusin said. Okay. Jiang Lushi nodded. That wouldn't be a problem, it was easy to get a sample. Rest for now. Once the aircraft carrier's modification is complete, we'll set off. Our first target, the China base city. After Chuang unified the world, the original Common Era calendar was changed to a new chronological era, called the Genesis calendar. The day the apocalypse began was set as the first year of Genesis. Before the apocalypse, people used to celebrate the arrival of a new year every year. But in the current Genesis calendar, the year's end is the day the apocalypse began. Celebrating the year's end now means remembering that year's death and destruction. On that day alone, 70% to 90% of the world's population died. Even though Chuang kept telling people that the day of destruction was actually the day of humanity's rebirth, that after that day, the weak were eliminated, the strong were born, and this was human evolution. Those who survived and made it through this destruction would usher in a new era. The human body would evolve into a perfect life form, free of disease, strong like Superman, with lifespans 3 to 5 times longer. And when evolution reached its peak, living 800 or 900 years would not be impossible. With Chuang's repeated propaganda, some people began to accept this idea. For them, the day of destruction was not a disaster, but a day worth celebrating. And these people were almost all ability users. To them, the apocalypse made them rise above others. Before the apocalypse, they might have been at the bottom of society. But now, they were all glamorous, wealthy, had many women, and were respected and feared by others. Of course, these people more easily accepted Chuang's ideology. They became stronger in the apocalypse, making them the perfect life forms. They were the winners. The so-called social elites from before the apocalypse were, in fact, inferior humans destined to be eliminated. So, many people still celebrated the new year under the Genesis calendar. And each time, large-scale events were held. After all, those celebrating the new year were the current ruling class. They had money and power. The third year of Genesis was near its end. In Huaxia City, red lanterns were hung on the streets, and even the city walls were deliberately decorated, giving the whole place a festive look. Many rich and powerful families had prepared large amounts of food for this year-end, planning to host grand banquets to entertain guests from all directions. In the Huaxia Bay City, the large shopping malls in the central business district had booming business in recent days. All kinds of New Year goods were selling out fast. Of course, only ability users could afford to shop here. This business district used to be a large mall before the apocalypse. Now it had been cleaned up and redecorated, it looked bright and modern. Walking here, seeing the well-dressed ability users and beautiful women, you might think the apocalypse was all just a dream. Only the cold weapons carried by the ability users would break this illusion. Brother, it's really lively here. Jiang Zhuiying looked around. Everything was for sale: food, clothes, accessories, weapons, even mobile phones and laptops. Because there were power plants now, electricity, once a luxury, was available to the rich. Though the internet wasn't fully restored, playing offline games wasn't a problem. It is lively. After 3 years of apocalypse, things have really changed. But the ordinary people are still miserable. As Jiang Lusher walked along, he passed through the slums. In the Huaxia Bay City, slums took up 30% of the area but held nearly 95% of the population. In the slums, rows of broken shacks looked like they'd collapse in a heavy rain. The narrow, muddy paths were littered with garbage, but because of extreme poverty, even flies couldn't survive there. These poor people were the builders of the Huaxia Bay City. They were the foundation on which the city's glamorous center was built. Whatever you like, you can buy some, Jiang Lusher said. After the apocalypse, the girls following him had always lived decently in the base vehicle. But their journey had been filled with blood and killing, and lacked many joys. No thanks. These malls are probably secretly owned by Chuang. I'm not giving them a penny, Jiang Zhuiying pouted. Huh? What's that place? I sense a strong energy fluctuation. She looked at a huge round building on the edge of the busy area. Many people were coming and going, but all of them were warriors, fully armed, clearly not there to shop. It's like an ability user guild. You can trade gene evolution serum there. Ran Shiyu scanned with her sense and figured it out instantly. Gene evolution serum? Jiang Lusher raised his eyebrows. Let's go take a look. Jiang Lusher and his group walked toward the ability user guild. A 10-meter-tall metal gate stood before them. Above it was carved Chuang's emblem, a black energy orb with purple lightning. Inside was a grand hall. In the center stood a digital screen displaying a list of missions. Each mission had a corresponding point reward. Ability user teams who completed missions could go to the counters behind the screen to exchange points for rewards, including gene evolution serum. Let's get some points and trade them for a few bottles of serum for use to study. As Jiang Lusher spoke, he casually glanced up at the big screen. At first, it was just a random look, but after seeing one mission, his expression changed slightly. A rank mission: eliminate the Shuriying bandit group. Full elimination reward, 10,000 points. Or kill their leaders. Bounty for leader Hailong, 1,000 points. Bounty for leader Kuan, 800 points. When he saw Shuriying bandit group, Jiang Lusher already had a guess. And when he saw the names Hailong and Kuan, he was almost certain this so-called Shuriying bandit group was actually a guerrilla force resisting Chuang. Hailong was Zhang Hai. Kuan was Sun Kuan. They had used the name of their old Shuriying squad to form the Shuriying guerrilla force, secretly fighting against Chuang. Thinking of this, Jiang Lusher felt a warmth in his heart. Back when he went to the island nation, he left Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai behind to build a rear base. But after Chuang unified the world, that plan clearly failed. Still, they didn't give up. Even with a huge power gap, they kept fighting. It's Big Brother Zhang and the others? They're being hunted? That bounty is pretty high. Ran Shiyu understood well. A bottle of high-grade gene evolution serum only cost 200 points. The serum from wiping out Shuriing could enhance 50 people. If the bounty is still up, they must still be alive. Let's take this mission and plan carefully. I came back this time to settle the score with Chuang. As Jiang Lushur spoke, a cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. At the front desk of the Ability Users Guild, all the service staff were beautiful women. They wore a uniform that gave off a uniform temptation feeling. It must be understood that working at the Ability Users Guild was a dream job for many girls. They did not have to do heavy labor, and they had a relatively decent job and stable income, which in the apocalypse was already a happy thing. There were also some girls who, with impure intentions, wanted to use the convenience of working here to hook up with some powerful ability users. At this moment, the beautiful woman serving Jiang Lushur seemed to have that thought. Although she was wearing the uniform, because her chest was so grand, the shirt was stretched tight, clearly showing an enticing cleavage. Her smile was very sweet, giving a very charming impression. This beautiful receptionist, completely ignoring Li Yusin's expression beside her, flirtatiously batted her eyes at Jiang Lushur. After 2 years of life transformation by the star seed, Jiang Lushur's appearance had become increasingly perfect, and his aura was outstanding. To women, he was already very attractive. In addition, when Jiang Lushur filled out the form and reported his ability level, he wrote down Tier 2, Grade A. And just now in the ability user qualification test, Jiang Lushur passed easily. A Tier 2, Grade A ability user was one step away from a Tier 3 ability user. In this ability users guild, that absolutely counted as top tier. Because now the Tier 3 ability users in the world had mostly reached that level through gene evolution serum and had basically entered the upper levels of Chuang. With such strength and appearance, in the apocalypse he was simply the most desirable boyfriend aside from upper-level members of Chuang. So even though she knew that Jiang Lushur was already surrounded by beautiful women, the beautiful receptionist still boldly approached him. In her mind, Mr. Jiang, with your strength you can already take on any mission. This is the mission you want to accept. The beautiful receptionist spoke with gentle breath. Jiang Zhu, this was the name Jiang Lushur casually gave himself. He used a homonym of his own surname and a character from Jiang Zhuing's name. After all, the name Jiang Lushur was still known by many people. He did not want to confront Chuang head-on right now. Jiang Lushur looked at the information about the Shuriing guerrilla groups wanted notice. There were photos of Hailong and Kuan. Although blurry due to distance, Jiang Lushur already confirmed they were Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai. Most importantly, Jiang Lushur now knew Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai's activity range, Lanjing Mountain. Once they got to Lanjing Mountain, relying on Ranxiu, they could easily find their base. Mr. Jiang, this is your first time in Huaxia City, right? I get off work in half an hour. If there are places in Huaxia City you don't understand, you can ask me. I will answer everything, as long as you treat me to a meal. The beautiful receptionist smiled charmingly. As she spoke to Jiang Lushur, she intentionally and unintentionally lowered her collar very low. No need, thank you. Jiang Lushur smiled and declined. In his eyes, although the girl in front of him was pretty, her life magnetic field was very weak, completely incomparable to the full life magnetic fields of Li Yusin and the others. Brother Jiang, someone is watching us secretly. At that moment, Ran Shiyu's telepathic voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Liushur's ear. Oh? Jiang Liushur's heart tightened. Could someone have recognized them? This time they had come to Huaxia City with simple disguises. Most of Jiang Zhuing and the others wore masks and sunglasses. Jiang Lushur himself had not applied makeup, but had made slight adjustments to his face with star seed energy. With the life transformations over the past 2 years, it was very difficult for anyone to recognize him at a glance. Moreover, in Chuang's eyes, he was already dead. Counter B1, the girl there is secretly watching us. Jiang Lushur pretended to look casually. At the B1 counter stood a petite girl, looking about 18 or 19, with a bit of innocence. When Jiang Lushur looked over, she was exchanging points for an ability user team, and seemed to be observing Jiang Lushur out of the corner of her eye. If it weren't for Ran Shiyu's sharp perception, he would have been hard to notice. Mark her. Okay. With a thought, Ran Shiyu placed a mental mark on the girl. No one could detect it. From what the beautiful receptionist earlier said, they would be off duty in half an hour. So Jiang Lushur wandered around near the Ability Users Guild. Using a mutated crystal core, he exchanged with an ability user for a sample of low-grade gene evolution serum. After giving it to Li Yusin for analysis, she had already confirmed that this gene evolution serum was very problematic. Brother Jiang, shift change. Jiang Lushur nodded. The Ability Users Guild was open 24 hours, with 3 shifts. Jiang Lushur saw new uniformed girls arriving one after another to take over the posts. The earlier beautiful receptionist, when she left, still said goodbye reluctantly to Jiang Lushur. But Jiang Lushur only smiled, completely unmoved. His attention was entirely focused on that petite girl of 18 or 19. Let's go. Follow her. After the girl disappeared from the entrance for about 10 minutes, Jiang Lushur's group set out at a slow pace. With Ran Shiyu's mental mark, tracking was very easy. Even several kilometers apart, they couldn't be detected. She changed clothes in the bathroom, entered a hidden alley, and got into a Jinbei van in a corner. Jiang Lushur nodded. According to the income of these receptionist girls, they absolutely could not afford to take a vehicle to and from work. Vans were everywhere, but gasoline was too expensive. To take a van would require having an ability user's backing, and this girl obviously was not in that situation. We'll follow her. No rush. 20 minutes later, the Jinbei van wandered through many turns and finally stopped in front of an abandoned factory. Huaxia City itself was a gigantic safety zone, covering a vast area. Within the urban area, there were many desolate places like this. Some abandoned factories had people living in them. This was not surprising. It was just far from the busy district, and without a car, movement was very inconvenient. Only some ability user teams liked such stations. The girl was already wearing sunglasses. After entering the factory, she walked to an inconspicuous corner and opened a rusted iron door. Behind it was a basement. At this moment, more than 10 people were already gathered inside. Leading them was a woman in blue clothes, looking about 25 or 26, with a special aura. "Yuer is here." No one followed, the woman in blue asked. "No, I was very careful." The girl called Yuer was the receptionist from the Ability Users Guild. "I have one bad piece of news and an even worse piece of news to tell everyone." Yuer's face was not good. She did not want to bring this news, but she had no choice. Sure enough, when everyone in the basement heard, their expressions all turned very ugly. Another bad piece of news. These days, they had hardly heard any good news. Either allied guerrilla squads were wiped out, or Chuang had developed some new weapon. "Speak, we're ready," said the woman in blue with a sigh. "Tell us the not-too-bad news first." While I was working at the Ability Users Guild just now, I saw that another person accepted the mission to hunt Big Brother Zhang Hai. And he is a Tier 2, Grade A ability user, Yuer said. The woman in blue nodded gravely and said, "The situation is getting worse. Originally, our allies had more than 20 squads. Over the years, they've been hunted down until only 3 to 5 remain. And they are disconnected, only able to contact each other in the city center. I fear that if this continues, these scattered resistance forces will be gone soon, and Chuang will truly have unified the world." A country and a nation being conquered and ruled was not the scary part. The scary part was people gradually becoming accustomed to such rule. Then it would truly be hard to reverse. No other guerrilla squad to help us attract fire. We are getting more and more dangerous. Now Longjing Mountain has already massed troops and is conducting a carpet-style search. If another Tier 2, Grade A ability user joins, Big Brother Zhang Hai and the others are in dire straits. And you say this isn't the worst news, that means there's worse? A flat-headed man in his 20s said angrily. Yuer very reluctantly nodded, yes. The worst news is that this morning, someone targeted our Kill God squad and bought a B-class psychic shock amplifier from the Ability Users Guild at a high price. When Yuer said this, everyone present changed expression. The woman in blue immediately stood up from her seat. What? A B-class psychic shock amplifier? They actually paid such a price. One B-class psychic shock amplifier required 15,000 points. This price was higher than the total bounty on the Shuriing guerrilla group. But the crucial thing was that to operate a B-class psychic shock amplifier, you needed an ability user of at least Tier 2, Grade B. Such ability users were even rarer than Tier 2, Grade A ability users. Many squads, even if willing to pay any price, couldn't use this thing. So that means the Kill God squad has recruited a Tier 2, Grade B mental type ability user? Yes. It should be beyond doubt. When the Kill God squad came to the Ability Users Guild, I think I saw him. He looked very thin, with deep eye sockets. But just looking at him once made my soul feel like it was scattering. I was so scared that I immediately looked away. He's most likely that Tier 2, Grade B mental ability user. Yuer added. If what you say is true, then it's beyond doubt. A mental type ability user of that level can already extend his mental field so that ordinary people could never observe them secretly. Now it's bad. With a Tier 2, Grade B mental user cooperating with a B-class psychic shock amplifier, the Kill God squad could search all over Longjing Mountain within 10 days. Big Brother Zhang Hai and the others would be sitting ducks on Lanjing Mountain. Then should we notify them and tell them to retreat from Lanjing Mountain? The flat-headed man suggested. For a moment, the entire basement was covered by a dark cloud. Even those who didn't want to speak ill realized that the Shuriying squad's days were probably numbered. Faced with such a large-scale encirclement and suppression, how could they survive? There's no other way. We have only one plan: destroy the B-class psychic shock amplifier before it is put into use. The woman in blue gritted her teeth and made an extremely difficult decision. The Kill God squad has a fixed villa area in Huaxia City. Their leader, Scythe, is a person who likes to show off. Now that the year-end is near, the Kill God squad will certainly hold a big feast to celebrate the new year, and also to celebrate that the mental-type ability user joined their Kill God squad. Ability users were human too. Most ability users fought outside for money and women, to enjoy life. The year's end was a day for enjoyment. Even if the Kill God squad intended to move, they wouldn't be in a hurry these 1 or 2 days. And that 1 or 2 days gave them a very slim opportunity. You mean use the banquet as an opportunity to destroy that B-class psychic shock amplifier? Hearing the woman in blue's words, Yuera opened her mouth. This mission was too difficult. Among them, the strongest was the woman in blue, Tier 2, Grade C, far from a match for the Kill God squad. And they had no idea where the B-class psychic shock amplifier was placed. What if it was buried deep underground in concrete? This is one way. If we can't do that, then we try to assassinate that mental ability user. The woman in blue's eyes gleamed coldly. When the others heard this, they inhaled sharply. That was a Tier 2, Grade B mental ability user. Although mental ability users were weak in combat, their perception was extremely powerful. It was too difficult to ambush them. Even approaching might get detected. The chance of a successful assassination was very small. And even if the assassination succeeded, the people who went to carry it out would not return alive. The Huaxia City law enforcement would wipe them out. This was almost a death mission. We disguise ourselves as a defeated ability user squad and willingly ask the Kill God squad to recruit us. I think they won't refuse. While they are lax during their feast, we ambush them and try to kill that mental ability user in one strike. The woman in blue proposed the plan. The chance of survival for this mission is less than 1%. At this point, if anyone doesn't want to continue, you can drop out. What Chuang is as an organization, I think Brother Zhang already made it very clear. The plague that swept through Jiangbei back then was their experiment. That gene evolution serum is probably something similar to a plague. Living in this hopeless apocalypse, I don't care anymore. My relatives are already gone. Life is just one breath. I will personally lead this operation. If you want to join, follow me. The woman in blue said calmly. The others looked at each other. The flat-headed man was the first to nod. I'll join. I'll bring a rocket launcher and blow up the Kill God bastard's villa. Me too, a slightly chubby girl said. Count me in. The Kill God squad killed my brother, another young man said. He had originally come from an allied squad of the Shuriying guerrilla, but that squad had been wiped out, leaving only him. I'll go too. 2 years ago I almost starved to death in the slums. It was Sister Feifei who picked me up and gave me this life. Yuera also said, clenching her small fist. You're just tagging along. You don't even have an ability, the woman in blue snapped at Yuera. Just then, another voice sounded. Then count me in too. The voice sounded normal, but when the woman in blue heard it, her expression changed dramatically. Who? This voice was not spoken by anyone in the room, but from outside. Such a heavy iron door could not block this person's voice at all, it sounded as if it were right next to their ears. The woman in blue immediately looked at the slightly chubby girl beside her. This girl was the mental ability user in their squad, usually responsible for guard duty. Although her strength was limited, it still shouldn't have attracted anyone's attention. She had not noticed anything at all. I can't sense anything, the chubby girl didn't know what to say. Clatter. Everyone in the room immediately picked up their weapons and aimed at the iron door. Yuera's face turned pale. She instantly realized that they had probably been followed. I think it's because of me. Yuera was filled with guilt. Her voice trembled. If being tracked led to their base being found, their end would only be complete annihilation. It was she who caused this. It's not your fault. If we didn't detect them at the door, the strength difference is just too big, someone said. At that moment, sounds came from the iron door as it was opened. Although it had been locked, the door was opened easily, as if the other side used some unknown method to unlock it. Click. A light sound. Everyone's heart beat faster. Many had sweat on their foreheads, their triggers nearly squeezed. Don't be impulsive. Don't fire yet. The woman in blue spoke. For some reason, when she heard that voice earlier, she had felt a strange heart palpitational fear. Who was the person opening the door? Creak. The iron door opened. All guns were pointed at this unexpected, uninvited guest. The woman in blue, seeing the man who suddenly appeared, stepped back several paces. Her face showed disbelief. This man looked extremely similar to someone, although his aura was slightly different, but she had an instinct deep in her heart. They were very likely the same person. You are. The woman in blue's voice trembled. Miss Wei Feifei, after 2 years apart, I didn't expect you to be in Huaxia City too. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Lushur smiled and said. The woman in blue was Wei Feifei. When Jiang Lushur was on his way to Jiangning to collect materials, he accidentally saved Wei Feifei while chasing a Tier 2 zombie. He had asked Wei Feifei to take him to Hejiang town to buy rare metals. Then came the battle with the black hole. Later, Jiang Lushur took Wei Feifei to Qionghai City. He planned to deal with the Luo family wind in Qionghai City. After removing the Luo family's power, Jiang Lushur left Wei Feifei in Qionghai City. With her were her companions Tao Dao and Xie Xia. Because of Jiang Lushur, Wei Feifei and the others were treated well in Qionghai City. Their safety did not need to be worried about. They could even develop power and establish a base. Now it seemed that Wei Feifei truly did this. Although her developed squad looked weak, to reach this point in Chuang's territory was not easy at all. It seemed that the reason many anti-Chuang guerrilla squads outside the city survived until now was largely due to Wei Feifei's squad. They infiltrated the Ability Users Guild and collected intelligence. This was extremely important to the guerrilla squads outside the city. Without intelligence, they were blind. Tao Dao, you're here too. Jiang Lushur looked at the slightly chubby mental ability user. After many years apart, meeting an old friend, even though Jiang Lushur and the two girls hadn't been very close back then, now the reunion brought strong emotions. Captain Jiang, it really is you. Am I not dreaming? Wei Feifei's voice trembled. When they parted in Qionghai City long ago, she had always cared about Jiang Lushur. But she knew her own strength was limited and did not have the courage to cling to his vehicle and not leave. She could only stay behind to build a base. Later, there were rumors that the Shuriying squad had been destroyed by Chuang. Although she did not believe Jiang Lushur was dead, in these 2 years there had been no news of him. The hope in her heart was gradually extinguished. She never expected that today, here, Jiang Lushur would suddenly appear. Brother Jiang, you're all safe. This really is great. Zhang Hai and the others will be overjoyed to see you. Seeing that Jiang Zhuiying and the others were also safe, tears welled up in Wei Feifei's eyes. In Huaxia City for more than a year, she had been exhausted. Doing intelligence work was extremely dangerous. She was constantly on edge, waking up from nightmares. Now that Jiang Lushur suddenly appeared, she felt her whole body soften. Back then she personally witnessed Jiang Lushur, alone with his vehicle, wiping out the black hole that nearly destroyed all of Jiangling. She was deeply shocked by this man. With Jiang Lushur there, she felt fearless even though she knew in her heart that even Jiang Lushur was too weak against present-day Chuang. Brother Jiang, now that you're back, our Shuriying guerrilla squad has a backbone again. You don't know, Brother Zhang and the others are already in dire straits. They are surrounded at Lanjing Mountain, and the Kill God squad brought a psychic shock amplifier. Tao Dao quickly said. She believed Jiang Lushur had a way to save the Shuriying guerrilla squad. In a desperate situation, seeing hope was the greatest thing. No rush. None of that matters. Xie Xia? Why didn't I see her here? Jiang Lushur was worried because Xie Xia was not found in the basement. But when Jiang Lushur said this, Wei Feifei and Tao Dao were okay with it, but the others listened in disbelief. What did this man just say, that none of what they faced actually mattered? The Kill God squad, a Tier 2, Grade B mental ability user, the army surrounding Lanjing Mountain, and a B-class psychic shock amplifier, these had driven them to a dead end, forcing them to consider a desperate plan. Yet this man casually said it was nothing? She's at Lanjing Mountain, doing logistics work like cooking and such, Tao Dao said. Oh, that's good, Jiang Lushur breathed a relaxed sigh. If someone he knew suffered misfortune, he always felt uneasy. At that moment, he accidentally caught sight of Yuer. The Yuer who had already met Jiang Lushur at the Ability Users Guild was now completely stunned. So you are the Tier 2, Grade A ability user who accepted the mission. When everyone heard what Yuer said, they finally remembered that Yuer had just mentioned 2 pieces of bad news. But compared to the second bad news about the psychic shock amplifier, the first one seemed insignificant and was almost ignored. It turned out that Jiang Lushur was the Tier 2, Grade A ability user who took on the bounty mission to eliminate the Shuriying guerrilla squad. Yes. Jiang Lushur gave a slight smile. He could tell that Yuer was just an ordinary person. An ordinary young girl having the courage to secretly observe them by acting as an informant in the Ability Users Guild made Jiang Lushi feel some admiration for her. At that time, when you were secretly watching us, we noticed it. That's why we came here following you. Now that I think about it, finding you was thanks to you leading the way. Otherwise, I might have had to go to Lanjing Mountain to find Zhang Hai. That would have taken a lot of effort. When Jiang Lushi said this, Yuera's face turned red. Although she played a positive role, as an intelligence agent this was not something glorious. Fortunately, Jiang Lushi tracked her. If it had been a bad person, she would have endangered everyone. Captain Jiang is a Tier 2, Grade A ability user. That's great. With Captain Jiang joining us, our strength can increase many times. The flat-headed young man spoke excitedly. He could tell that the girls behind Jiang Lushi were also probably not weak in strength. If they had a few Tier 2, Grade B ability users, then it would be extraordinary. The strongest among them was only Wei Feifei at Tier 2, Grade C. What Tier 2, Grade A? Brother Zhang's strength is very strong. You can't imagine it, Wei Feifei said with a kind of mysterious confidence in Jiang Lushi. Stronger than Tier 2, Grade A? Could it be? The flat-headed young man was stunned for a long time. Could it be Tier 3? Tier 3 strength, there were very few in the world. Anyone with it was a dominant force in a region. And judging by the current situation, without gene evolution serum, almost no one could break through to Tier 3. And as a member of the resistance against Chuang, the first suspicion about the gene evolution serum was that it had problems. How could someone inject it themselves? When they heard Wei Feifei's words, everyone looked at Jiang Lushi with disbelief. Their gazes carried doubt, along with a bit of excitement and thrill. If Jiang Lushi really was Tier 3, that would be remarkable. To put it bluntly, he could even, to some extent, change the current situation of the guerrilla squad's battles. Sister Feifei, is this really true? Someone asked in an unbelieving tone. Being questioned by so many, Wei Feifei also had no clear answer. She truly did not know what Jiang Liushi's strength limit was. Chuang's power had reached its current point relying on unknown black technology. Jiang Lushi cultivated on his own, and he had been missing for 2 years. What had he done during those 2 years? If he had only been hunting mutant beasts, his strength growth would likely have been limited. Captain Jiang is very strong, Wei Feifei said firmly. Her confidence in Jiang Lushi was extremely strong. Jiang Lushi gave a slight smile and said, I don't actually know my own strength level. I haven't measured it. But just solving the current crisis shouldn't be difficult. When Jiang Lushi said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, as members of the Shurian guerrilla squad, they had often heard Zhang Hai and Sun Quan talk about Jiang Lushi. If the captain were here, would these even be problems? This was something Zhang Hai often said when the guerrilla was formed. But later, as the pressure on the guerrilla grew greater and greater, Zhang Hai knew he had to shoulder the burden of the squad. He was responsible for the lives of hundreds of brothers and could no longer say, if this or if that. He had to face reality alone. Captain Jiang, I have a question I want to ask you. I only glanced once, but how did you discover me? Yuera asked cautiously. This point bothered her very much. She was an intelligence agent. Being discovered so easily was terrible. It must be understood that Jiang Lushi and his group were already eye-catching, after all, a handsome man accompanied by so many beautiful women. Many people in the hall were watching Jiang Liushi's group. Yuera's watching time had been very short. How was she seen through? Ran Shiyu guessed Yuera's thoughts and said, although many people were watching us, when you looked at us, your mental fluctuation was different. I could feel that you were very nervous inside at that time. When Ran Shiyu said this, Tao Tao couldn't help but cover her mouth. As a mental ability user, although her strength was weaker, she knew very well how hard it was to do what Ran Shiyu described. It was extremely difficult. Sister Shiyu, at the same time you observed everyone in the hall? And could detect the mental fluctuations of each person? That is really, the mental ability user from the Kill God squad is definitely much worse than you. After hearing Tao Tao's words, Ran Shiyu smiled slightly. If it's only comparing mental power fields, you don't need to worry. I shouldn't lose. That's right. With Sister Shiyu here, our confidence is greater. Chuang is really shameless. Brother Jiang, do you know? Chuang wrote the history of the apocalypse era. The black hole you destroyed was erased from the records. They only mentioned the army's battle and didn't mention you at all. With no internet in the apocalypse, the official propaganda is whatever it says. Now the legends about you back then have become very vague. Many people don't even know your name. Wei Feifei said angrily. During the black hole destruction, she had followed Jiang Lushi the entire way. She was furious that Chuang erased Jiang Liushi's contributions. Jiang Lushi just smiled. In an era without internet and without unofficial historians, erasing a person's existence was not difficult. But he saw it clearly. He said, "The victor writes history." That's not strange. At least in the battle 2 years ago, the chairman was the victor. Of course, now that he had returned, he would retrieve everything. "Brother Jiang, no matter what, you're back. We all follow your orders." "This operation is fully commanded by Brother Jiang," Wei Feifei said, spreading out a map. "Brother Jiang, look. Here is the map of the Kill God Squad's residential area. This villa area gathers many ability user squads. Beyond that, 10 kilometers away, is Chuang's security zone. That's the trickiest part. The strength of the security zone is far greater than the Kill God squads. Now we have Miss Ran Shiyu and Brother Jiang. A successful ambush should not be impossible. The problem is how to retreat." As Wei Feifei spoke, she looked at Jiang Lushi with some difficulty. The security zone was hard to deal with. Because of the security zone's existence, even if they succeeded in an ambush, survival was almost impossible. Now with Jiang Lushi here, they didn't know what Jiang Lushi would do. If they really clashed with the security zone, it could quickly escalate and draw the attention of Chuang's upper levels. Jiang Lushi looked at the map and then casually rolled it up. He smiled and said, "No need for an ambush. We just kill our way through." When Jiang Lushi said this, everyone present was stunned. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Jiang Lushi, their mouths unconsciously opening. "Kill our way through directly? Brother Jiang, you say we should just go kill them, but the Killing God Squad's villa is deep inside Huaxia City. It's the end of the year, and security is especially tight. Chuang is afraid someone will cause trouble and oppose the Genesis calendar New Year. Right now, Huaxia City is basically a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. If we go in openly and fight them, the station troops in Huaxia City will arrive quickly. Even with you here, Brother Jiang, defeating the Killing God Squad isn't a problem, but it will take time. And we're in Huaxia City, Chuang's army is endless." Wei Feifei said worriedly. A buzz-cut young man next to her nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Captain Jiang, if we go head-to-head, we might as well go to Lanjing Mountain. With your strength, maybe you could coordinate with Brother Zhang Hai and the others from inside and outside, and break through the layers of encirclement at Lanjing Mountain." Fighting the heavily armed forces at Lanjing Mountain seemed simpler than a frontal clash with Huaxia City's military. Hearing what everyone said, Jiang Lushi just smiled and said, "It's fine. Just follow me." As he spoke, he was already ready to set off. Behind him, Ran Shiyu and the others naturally followed him out. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Not even a combat plan? Who's in charge of covering? Who handles the rear? Who stops the reinforcements from Chuang? No need to plan that? "Brother Jiang, we still have some non-combat personnel here. Like Yuer, she's very weak," Wei Feifei said urgently. With everyone combined, there were dozens of them. If they really fought against Chuang's troops, bullets flying everywhere, people like Yuer wouldn't be safe at all. "It's fine, just come along. If you stay at this base, it'll actually be more dangerous." Hearing Jiang Liushi's words, Wei Feifei was stunned for a long time. Only because it was Jiang Lushi. She trusted him very much. If it were anyone else, she would have exploded by now. "Brother Jiang, even if you want all of us to follow you, at least give us some tasks. What are we supposed to do?" Even girls like Yuer who weren't fighters weren't afraid of dying, but they didn't want to die in vain. Their strength may be limited, but at least they were familiar with the layout of the Killing God Squad and Chuang's guards. They could be useful. "Your task, you guys guide the way," Jiang Lushi said as he walked out. Not just Wei Feifei, everyone in the room was speechless. So many people, and their only job was to guide the way? This mission to infiltrate the Killing God Squad deep in enemy territory was starting to feel like a trip to smack around some level 1 zombies. "Feifei Jia, can this really work? Feels like we're going to die," a short young man said nervously. He was just a level C ability user, and his power, hardened skin, was practically useless. A handgun bullet would still hurt like hell. Facing an encirclement by Chuang? No chance. Seeing Wei Feifei glare at him, the short young man panicked. "Feifei Jia, don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid to die. I just, who said we're going to die? Everyone, follow me. Listen to Brother Jiang, he's never wrong," Wei Feifei declared firmly. Truthfully, even she, who trusted Jiang Lushi deeply, was starting to waver, but she couldn't show it. After all, Wei Feifei was the founder of this intel team and held high authority. Once she said that, the others could only follow. The sun gradually tilted west, and the last rays of sunlight were hidden behind the clouds, forming a beautiful fiery cloudscape. After the apocalypse, due to electricity shortages, people began going to bed earlier. Even celebratory events were usually held in the afternoon, including New Year, which was now celebrated in the afternoon. At night, rare colored lights would be lit, big banquets held, and everyone would celebrate together. For ability user squads, it held even more special meaning. They lived life on the edge, so if they had a chance to let loose, they'd go all out. Post-apocalypse, with no laws, these parties by powerful clans became unrestrained. For example, the Killing God Squad's banquet had invited a large number of beauties to drink with them, and also the famous 12 Golden Flowers from Huaxia City to dance provocatively. Their great figures and sexy moves stirred desire in many ability users, who began groping the girls. Money, alcohol, women, these were the favorites of ability user squads. They risked their lives and honed their powers for exactly these pleasures. Ha ha ha, brothers, the Killing God Squad is what it is today thanks to everyone's efforts. Today, we have a new powerful member joining us, Mr. Huiyin. His joining fills the long-standing gap in our team. We've lacked a strong psychic-type ability user. From today on, I announce that Mr. Huiyin is now our second-in-command. Come, let's drink to Mr. Huiyin joining us. The Killing God Squad's captain, Scythe, was a man in his 30s, about 1.85 meters tall. He looked a bit thin, but not weak, more like a sharp, slender razor, extremely dangerous. As for Huiyin, it was hard to tell his age. His eye sockets were sunken, skin gray, and he looked sickly. He spoke, no need for flattery. You give me what I want, I'll solve your problem. As for the title of second-in-command, I don't need it. I don't care for it. His voice was cold. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere froze. Huiyin was extremely arrogant, even disrespecting Scythe publicly. There weren't just Killing God Squad members here, but also friends Scythe had invited and partners working with the squad. This kind of awkward silence was like a slap in the face. Normally, if someone embarrassed Scythe like that, he'd shoot them on the spot. But to everyone's surprise, Scythe burst out laughing. Mr. Huiyin speaks directly, good. I like working with straightforward people like him. Come, let's drink. Huiyin didn't drink at all. Scythe didn't mind and led his men to drink the awkward toast anyway. Everyone was stunned. Wow. Normally, no one dared cross Scythe. But in front of Huiyin, he was practically giving him a step stool to save face. This showed just how powerful Huiyin must be. The Killing God Squad was clearly the one seeking him out. At that moment, Huiyin closed his eyes again, showing no interest in the party. But suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up sharply. At the same time, 100 meters away, Jiang Lushur looked toward the Killing God Squad's villa through several layers of barriers. He had walked in boldly. The guards at the gate didn't even resist. Ran Shiyu had subdued them with a single thought. Bang! The fence was knocked over by a vehicle. 2 vans rushed in. Screech! The screech of brakes echoed as the van stopped 20 meters from the villa. The Killing God Squad members at the door immediately raised their guns. Clatter! Over a dozen guns aimed at the vans. Who dares cause trouble on our turf? Scythe, who had been drinking, crushed his glass in one hand. He strode out, followed by all the members of the Killing God Squad, weapons in hand, stepping on broken plates and cups. These ability user squads never separated from their weapons, even when partying. Bang! Scythe kicked open the door and saw Jiang Lushur in the distance, along with the 2 vans behind him. They were second-hand Jinbei vans. The crash had crumpled the front, and the windshields were shattered. These kinds of cars? Scythe was stunned. Ability user squads usually used custom-modified vehicles, high-powered engines, steel-reinforced fronts. At the very least, military SUVs. But these guys came in Jinbei vans that got totaled by hitting a fence. First time he'd seen something like this. What shocked Scythe more was that behind those 2 vans, several taxis pulled up. The drivers seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly restarted their engines to flee in panic. 7 or 8 taxis. A group of girls got out, and a few guys. All looked weak. The Killing God Squad was dumbfounded. What the hell? These troublemakers took taxis here? Dozens of people came in just 2 Jinbei vans. Obviously, that wasn't enough. So many members of the Stone Shadow Guerrilla Squad had to take cabs. This didn't even look like a proper raid. Screech, screech. At that moment, more tires screeched. Killing God Squad's vehicles arrived, all modified SUVs with mounted machine guns on the roof. They were the outer patrols of the squad, rushing in from all directions upon sensing trouble. In an instant, Jiang Lushur's group was surrounded. Just 2 beat-up Jinbei vans. And mostly women in the group. Ha 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 ha. Scythe suddenly burst into laughter. What day is it today? Are you here to stir up trouble or deliver women to me? This is ing hilarious. In Huaxia Bay City, power struggles between ability user squads were common. But almost no one dared pick a fight with a squad as strong as the Killing God squad, not to their face. But now it happened. And instead of anger, Scythe found it amusing. He was born to fight, with a cruel personality. To him, this was like receiving new toys, especially the beauties among them. How could he not seize them and ravage them thoroughly? Since you were the ones who smashed our door sign first, then according to Huaxia City's rules, killing you is reasonable. Give your names, and don't die unjustly. Scythe said this. But when he saw Jiang Lushur only smiling silently, Scythe frowned. The anger that had been aroused by Huiyin and not vented yet now met someone else who ignored him. How could he not be angry? Good, you smile very freely. Lao 6, smash his knees. Don't kill him, leave him alive, then cut off his arms, nose, and ears, put them in a jar as human sticks. I want to see if you can still smile after that. As Scythe spoke, a short man next to him had already acted. He flipped his hand, and 2 sharp steel rings appeared in his palm. These steel rings were only palm-sized, with 6 jagged spikes around them. Buzz! The 2 steel rings, as if alive, began to spin in the air in his palm, making a shrill scream. Psychic force made them spin, that was Lao 6's ability. At such high speed, the steel rings could spin tens of thousands of times per minute. Once they hit a human body, one could imagine the tragedy that would follow. Hee, don't dodge. If you hit the beauties beside you, that would be bad. I still want to enjoy those beauties you brought. Lao 6 spoken through the rings. But at that moment, a strange thing happened. For some reason, Lao 6's hand didn't throw the steel rings out. Instead, he pulled them back toward himself, and the high-speed spinning rings hit his own head. Boom! There was an explosion sound. Blood sprayed. Lao 6's skull burst open on top, with blood and brain matter splashing out. His whole body shook. His remaining pair of blood-covered eyes seemed to try to look up, but his eyeballs couldn't move. His face showed disbelief, and his body just went limp and fell. Ah! A summoned beauty who had been called to drink screamed. They had already crawled under the table, trembling. The banquet, which had been full of wine and lust, instantly became a feast of slaughter. Lao 6. Scythe, who stood beside Lao 6 and was splattered with blood, saw Lao 6 fall. His heart instantly turned cold. What was going on? No one touched him. Why did he just die? How did this happen? He suddenly looked at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur still had a smile on his face, but now this smile looked like a demon's smile in Scythe's eyes. He. Just then, a creepy laugh sounded. Huiyin slowly walked out. So he's a psychic-type ability user, and a rare controller, able to control the opponent's actions. Mr. Huiyin. Seeing Huiyin come out, Scythe breathed a little easier. He was very glad that earlier, when Huiyin opposed him and he held back. If he hadn't held back today, the Killing God squad would have suffered heavy losses. He didn't expect the opponent to have such a powerful ability user. It's you. Huiyin looked at Ranqiu, lips curling. A pretty female psychic ability user. Rare indeed. Your soul must be very delicious. As Huiyin spoke, not far behind him, 2 of the summoned female drinkers suddenly trembled all over, their faces pale. They struggled painfully on the ground, convulsing as if suffering from epilepsy. Meanwhile, Huiyin showed a look of enjoyment on his face, as if he were enjoying himself. His appearance was like a drug addict who had taken poison. Swallow spiritual energy? Ranqiu was stunned. She saw that the 2 summoned girls had all of their psychic energy instantly stripped away by Huiyin, and then he swallowed it. You call psychic energy fine, but I prefer to call it the soul. Eating souls increases my psychic power. This is one of my abilities. Although male and female souls are the same to me, I still prefer the souls of beauties. I like to use psychic force in bed to excite them to the heights of pleasure, then instantly pull out their souls. That feeling is truly wonderful. But I think, even for a pretty girl, the taste of her soul is not 1/10,000th as good as yours. Huiyin grinned evilly. At that moment, somewhere in the villa, a strong energy wave suddenly burst out. Boom! The villa door was directly broken open. A black metal cube flew out. The black metal cube, as if having spirit, flew in front of Huiyin and hovered in the air. It did not look like human technology. What is this? Ranqiu raised her eyebrow. She could feel that the energy fluctuations of Huiyin's spirit and the black metal cube had connected and formed resonance, and after resonance, Huiyin's psychic wave became stronger and was boosted many times. This is the B-level mind shock device. Yuer exclaimed. As a member of the Ability User Guild, Yuer recognized the B-level mind shock device. Heh! A psychic ability user yourself, and you don't know the mind shock device? This is the blessing of us psychic ability users. Because of the mind shock device, the status of psychic ability users has greatly risen. You didn't care about it at all, and didn't even know what it looks like. Are you all from the anti-Chuang group? You don't accept Chuang's technology? Hui Yin admired the mind shock device in his hand, his eyes showing expression like a pervert appreciating a beauty. This mind shock device was one of the most important conditions for Hui Yin to join the Killing God squad. They signed a contract in the Ability User Guild. After 2 years of Hui Yin joining the squad, this B-level mind shock device would belong to Hui Yin. One could say every psychic ability user dreams of getting a mind shock device that matches their strength, but advanced ones are too expensive. Buzz buzz buzz. The mind shock device emitted intense psychic fluctuation tremors. At the same time, a ball of black energy had gathered in Hui Yin's palm. The mist seemed filled with countless suffering souls. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped to freezing. Many people saw the black energy mass and felt as if their soul was being sucked in. From heel to head, their bodies turned ice cold, like lifeless corpses. Many people immediately didn't dare to look directly at the black energy mass. Even Scythe stepped back slightly to avoid being affected. Although strong, his psychic power was far weaker than a psychic ability user's, and he could be influenced. Terrifying. This is the strength of a B-grade level, 2 psychic ability user with a B-level mind shock device? Even without taking an attack, it's this terrifying. If we faced Hui Yin head-on. So jealous. Chuang's new technology is too beneficial for psychic ability users. It feels like the era of psychic ability users is coming. Members of the Killing God squad all felt this. Because of the mind shock device, the status of psychic ability users had soared, and it became a resource that major ability user squads competed for. With the mind shock device, one's psychic power generally increased more than 5 times. I see. This really is an interesting thing. Jiang Lushur looked at the black cube and smiled. He could feel that within the black cube, there was a trace of energy fluctuation from the origin metal, although very weak. Probably when Chuang made the mind shock device, they added a tiny amount of origin metal. This meant Chuang had mastered origin metal usage technology, and somehow obtained some origin metal. Putting origin metal into the mind shock device and releasing it. I wonder what Chuang is planning. Jiang Lushur frowned. This meant the chairman must have an even stronger mind shock device or other weapons entirely made of origin metal. Over these 2 years, the chairman's strength also grew. Ha 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 ha. Finished. If you also had a mind shock device, I might fear you somewhat. But now, you in front of me are just lambs without strength. Let me show you the soul furnace I built. As Hui Yin spoke, black light surged all over him. The black energy ball in his hand was forcefully pushed out. After this black light ball was launched, it became the only thing in the world. From far away, people only heard wailing like ghosts and wolves, as if they were all transported to a blood pool hell. Watch out! Wei Feifei cried out, but the strong soul pressure made her almost collapse to the ground. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and she could not move at all. The target of the black energy ball was clearly Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushur. Hui Yin saw that Jiang Lushur was the leader of this team, and Ran Shiyu was the only one who could threaten him. Your move really is flashy. As the gray light ball approached, Ran Shiyu said calmly. Right after she spoke, dazzling divine light burst from between her eyebrows, like a rising sun. Her flowing long hair flew, and 10,000 beams of white light burst out like swords of gods breaking through the darkness. At that moment, seeing Ran Shiyu's figure wrapped in light was like a goddess descending. It made people almost want to worship. Whoosh! The light swords gathered together, and the gray light ball was cut apart by a single sword. The light sword did not stop, slashing toward Hui Yin's head. What? In an instant, Hui Yin felt as if the world locked onto him. His body could not move. He could only watch the divine light sword come. Although it was only a fraction of a blink, in the mental world Hui Yin felt it as a long half-century. His soul nearly collapsed under the heavy pressure. Waves of terrible soul-twisting pain hit him again and again until he nearly broke. Slash. From the top of his head down to his brow, nose bridge, throat, and navel, Hui Yin was cut in half by the light sword from top to bottom. His physical body had no wounds, but his soul had been split in 2. His eyes instantly lost their spirit. He looked at Ran Shiyu with difficulty as everything became blurry. How was this possible? In his last moment, this thought filled his mind. Was this woman still human? She was simply like a god? Thud. Hui Yin fell heavily to the ground. His body, which had swallowed who knows how many souls, became completely silent. His soul truly dissipated. What? Beside Hui Yin, Scythe's heart shook violently, his face ashen. The nearly demigod-level Hui Yin who had just absorbed the B-level mind shock device had been killed in one move? He was truly scared out of his mind, Just a white light that pierced everything? The whole place was silent, a pin could be heard dropping. All members of the Killing God squad were stunned, and even the members of Wei Feifei's intelligence team stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Originally Wei Feifei had described how powerful Jiang Lushur was, but even she never expected they could be this powerful. And the key was, Jiang Lushur hadn't even fought yet. Throughout everything, he had stood with his hands behind his back. The only one who struck was Ran Shiyu. If Jiang Lushur's strength was considered, it likely exceeded Ran Shiyu's. And the other girls Jiang Lushur brought, even if their strength was not as good as Ran Shiyu's, they wouldn't be far behind either. So their combined strength? Unbelievable! At that moment, Ran Shiyu suddenly waved her hand. Whoosh! With a light sound, the B-level mind shock device was already in her hand. It seemed to have spirit and struggled. Psychic imprint? Ran Shiyu immediately understood. The B-level mind shock device seemed to remember the soul wave of its owner. If one was not its owner, one could not use it. Ran Shiyu casually reached out and wiped. Snap! Like something breaking, the psychic imprint on the B-level mind shock device was wiped away by her. At that moment, Scythe screamed, blood flowing from his nose, his body almost falling over. Huiyin indeed was the main owner of the mind shock device, but he was also one of its masters. He left a trace of psychic energy in the device, which Ran Shiyu just eliminated. Naturally he suffered a backlash, his head splitting with pain. Fire. Use all abilities together, shoot through them. Psychic ability users can't block bullets. Scythe shouted loudly. Everyone began shooting. Even a psychic ability user cannot control so many people at once. Controlling one person's actions is extremely difficult, one would need a soul strength difference of more than 1,000 times. But at that moment, beside Jiang Lushur, Ying and Zero, one left, one right, suddenly disappeared. The cold glint of daggers pierced the air. Ying and Zero moved with death's dance steps, their speed beyond human sight. When their blades cut through, the wind alone could slice a throat. This was Blade Chi, a blade that didn't need blood to cut. Slash slash slash. In just half a second, Ying and Zero were already back behind Jiang Lushur, as if they hadn't moved at all. Only then did blood spray. Every member of the Killing God squad had been cut by the sharp blades, throats, chests, spines. Even alloy steel guns were cut in two, the cuts perfectly neat. Bang bang bang. One by one people fell to the ground, their movements all neat and uniform. The visual impact of this scene was too strong. Even Captain Scythe, who had experienced countless life and death moments, and, used to the bloody sight of zombie hordes eating living humans, felt like he was going to collapse. He only felt that this group of people in front of him were not humans, but soul-taking demons. Even the high levels of Chuang wouldn't be this strong, right? Any last words? Jiang Lushur shrugged. Scythe smiled miserably. From beginning to end, the leading man hadn't moved even once. What exactly are you people? Scythe forced himself to ask. Stone Shadow Squad? Captain Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur said calmly. Upon hearing the name Stone Shadow Squad, Scythe was completely stunned. Stone Shadow Squad? Could it be that grasshoppers surrounded in Longjing Mountain after autumn? How is that possible? How is that possible? Scythe was going crazy. If the Stone Shadow Squad had such a captain, how could they have been forced into such a dead end? You are destined to perish. No matter how strong you are, you cannot fight Chuang. You will die 10,000 times more tragic than me. Scythe shouted hysterically. That was your last words? Really no creativity. Jiang Lushur said calmly. At the same time, a flash of blade light passed, Scythe's throat was directly cut by the blade light, and his head rolled down. He widened his eyes watching his body get farther and farther away. The terrible pain from his throat being cut swallowed him like a tide. After a person's head is cut off, consciousness will still remain for about 10 seconds. This kind of beheading pain is hard to describe. These 10 seconds are simply the most terrible torture. All done. Ying sheathed his dagger. The cold dagger, after killing so many people, didn't even need wiping, it was extremely bright. But we probably alerted the guard division. Just now, the fight between Shiyu and Huiyin had very strong spiritual waves. The guard division must have psychic ability users. During New Year, psychic ability users should open their force fields and be careful on guard. They cannot not sense this. Reinforcements or not, Jiang Lushur didn't care at all. Jiang? Brother Jiang? Wei Feifei's voice had a slight tremor. She originally wondered why Jiang Lushur didn't arrange tasks for them. Now she knew, they were like newbies brought by a king. They didn't need to do anything. Just stand there and shout 666 at the spring water. No wonder Jiang Lushur brought all the non-combat personnel. Following Jiang Lushur to kill people wasn't dangerous at all. Captain Jiang, you are just too fierce. The buzzcut youth swallowed. This strength had already exceeded what he could imagine. What level ability users were these? Jiang Lushur smiled. This world is very big, and there are many powerful things. It's not that we are so strong, it's just that the Killing God squad was too weak. The existence of the chairman still didn't let Jiang Lushur relax. He didn't know how much the chairman, who unified the world and controlled all resources, had progressed. Jiang Gu, shouldn't we retreat? What are we waiting for? Wei Feifei reminded. Jiang Lushur said, retreating is useless. The guard squad has already been sent out. With so many of us retreating, we won't get a car before they arrive. Since that's the case, we might as well wait here. Ugh? Wei Feifei was speechless. No cars to get. Is there really such a reason not to retreat? Of course this was the result of Jiang Lushur having no preparation at all and setting off directly. And to avoid attracting attention, there were only 2 half-broken Jinbei vans parked in the abandoned factory yard. In the rush to set off, they could only come by taxi. Although Jiang Lushur was extremely strong, how could they fight the guard squad while carrying so many burdens? One must know that the guard squad represented Chuang. If the Killing God squad was wiped out, then fine, but if the guard squad encountered resistance, support would quickly be called. They would almost be enemies of the entire Huaxia city. Thinking of this, Wei Feifei breathed in deeply. She believed Jiang Lushur must realize this too. What exactly did he plan to do? Was he going to lead them, so many people with no combat ability, to take down the whole Huaxia city? Wei Feifei's thoughts were shared by the other intelligence team members. Just then, they heard harsh siren sounds. Not far away, armed helicopters were taking off, flying this way. Armed helicopters? So exaggerated? Even if it was for maintaining order, they wouldn't use armed helicopters, right? Jianggu, just now a psychic ability user's presence swept through here. The guard squad should already know something big happened. They will probably send out all forces. Ran Shiyu did not use a psychic force field to conceal this place. Since a big battle was going to happen anyway, there was no need to hide. Seems things aren't that simple. Jiang Lushur narrowed his eyes. He noticed that armed helicopters in the sky had increased, not just 1, but 3, 5, and over a dozen, and the number was still growing. Many helicopters had taken off from other guard zones, dozens of kilometers away. Logically, even if a security case with dozens of casualties occurred, nearby guard zones would not all send out forces. Also, military SUVs originally moving out from guard zones had stopped halfway, as if awaiting orders. Then something even more exaggerated happened. The original siren sound faded, replaced by a harsh air raid alarm. The originally decorated Huaxia city was suddenly pierced by the screaming air raid alarm sound, which felt completely out of place. What's going on? It's not directed at us, right? The buzzcut youth said foolishly. Logically, air raid alarms are only sounded when a large-scale beast tide attacks the city. Just because the Killing God squad was wiped out, an air raid alarm is sounded? How is that possible? Maybe something big happened. Chuang people might have encountered trouble. That would be great. At a time like this, they definitely wouldn't care about us. We could run away in the chaos. The buzzcut youth said excitedly. However, soon he couldn't laugh anymore. He found that those armed helicopters were not flying out of the city, but all heading here. Not only helicopters, but ability users also flew up into the sky. The buzzcut youth clearly saw several ability users wearing black battle robes. They stood on strange metal discs, and held all kinds of weapons in their hands. Seeing this group, the buzzcut youth was completely stunned. That kind of outfit, could they be the divine generals stationed in Huaxia City? In Huaxia City, reaching beyond level 3 ability user allows one to choose to be promoted to a divine general. In reality, the divine generals of Huaxia City were rumored to have been level 3 ability users even before the city was established. It's hard to imagine what level their strength has reached. Seeing the sky full of helicopters, along with the divine generals of Huaxia City, it could be said that a massive army had fully mobilized. Wei Feifei was dumbfounded. Brother Jiang, they're all divine generals stationed in Huaxia City. They must have obtained Chuang's new technology, and their strength has evolved much faster than that of normal ability users. They're not something regular squads can compare to. We can only hope they're dealing with something else, not targeting us. Hearing her words, Jiang Lushur smiled and shook his head. They've already surrounded us. At this point, why are you still hoping for luck? They're definitely here for us. No way, that's impossible. We only attacked one squad, how could it alarm the divine generals of Huaxia City? This has to be a joke. The buzzcut young man was on the verge of breaking down. Even when suppressing anti-Chuang guerrillas outside the city, these divine generals almost never took action. It was only rumored that in the US and Europe, Chuang met fierce resistance from the mafia, so they sent many divine generals to wipe them out. But in Huaxia, the resistance wasn't that intense, so the divine generals stationed in Huaxia City were too lazy to make a move. There's nothing strange about it. Looks like someone in Huaxia City recognized me. Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuing's group were already very eye-catching. They were only wearing simple masks and sunglasses. If there was a psychic ability user, recognizing them wasn't strange at all. They recognized Brother Jiang? Wei Feifei was stunned for a moment. Jiang Liushi's words carried a lot of implied meaning. She didn't have time to fully process it. Just then, several armed helicopters hovered in the sky 1 kilometer away from Jiang Lushi. Flames lit up in front of the aircraft. Whoosh! 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 With dazzling tail flames slicing through the sky, slender silver-white missile heads roared through the air. From a distance, they looked like scattered matchsticks, barely noticeable. But seeing this scene, Wei Feifei turned pale with fright. Missiles! This was a city, and they actually fired missiles inside the city. These air-to-air missiles, just one of them would blow their entire group into nothing but ashes. As the 3 missiles shot in from 3 angles, Jiang Lushi still didn't move. Beside him, Xiang Shuahai made a move. With a casual wave, a wind blade directly sliced open the roof of the Killing God Squad's villa. Then, a howling gale swept upward, sending the several-ton-heavy rooftop flying into the sky. Woo! The massive roof looked like it was thrown out by a giant's divine power, flying straight toward the missiles at nearly the same speed. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the sky. The 3 Tianyan missiles smashed directly into the rooftop, no tricks, blasting it to pieces. This. Wei Feifei looked at Xiang Shuahai in shock. This curvy beauty looked like a sexy model, but once she made a move, she displayed terrifying power. 3 air-to-air missiles were effortlessly neutralized. The girls around Jiang Lushi, each one was more powerful than the next. And Jiang Lushi himself still hadn't made a move. Could it be that from the beginning, he had already expected to become enemies with the entire Huaxia city? And even so, without any battle preparation, he brought a bunch of weaklings and went straight to attack the Killing God Squad. What kind of confidence was that? That kid really is the one the chairman ordered us to find 2 years ago. He's not dead. Killing him would be a great accomplishment. But we must not underestimate him. 2 years ago, several council members, even Tsukuyami, died at his hands. 6 divine generals, 4 Huaxia nationals, 1 from Japan, and 1 white man, stood on metal discs, floating 2 kilometers away. They didn't dare to rush into battle with Jiang Lushi directly. Right now, they plan to use long-range firepower to wear him down. He's strong, but he brought a bunch of useless teammates. That's a stupid mistake. If we go full firepower, and he tries to protect his teammates, he may expose a weakness, or be forced to watch them die in the chaos. One of the divine generals waved his hand. 24 armed helicopters spread out in all directions, forming a circle and trapping Jiang Liushi's group in the center. Machine guns firing dozens of rounds per second, combined with air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles, if all opened fire at once, the center would instantly become scorched earth. Even Xiang Shuahai couldn't block that many attacks at once. There's a road to heaven you wouldn't take, but you barge into hell. Jiang Lushi naturally saw through their intentions. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fire! At the divine general's order, 24 armed helicopters opened fire. Brother Jiang, don't worry about us. Seeing the incoming storm of bullets and missiles, Wei Feifei had already accepted death. But just then, boom! It was like heaven and earth split apart. 1,000 meters above Jiang Liushi's head, the blue sky was torn open by a terrifying force. A massive spatial black hole suddenly appeared, with black lightning flashing, like a portal from another dimension opening right there. Inside the spatial passage, the bow of a silver-gray warship appeared. Buzz buzz buzz. Rings of light shot out from the tip of the warship, like warm sunlight, enveloping Jiang Lushi and his group in a translucent light shield. This is... Wei Feifei and the others were utterly shocked. At the moment they thought they were going to die, they were suddenly protected by this light shield. Right after, all the firepower rained down. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions echoed outside the light shield. Bullets shattered, flames roared, but that thin light shield stood firm, like the legendary, indestructible wall of size that separated heaven from hell. At this moment, the silver-gray warship slowly sailed out from the spatial portal. The massive body, hundreds of meters long, floated in the air, hundreds of times larger than any flying craft humanity had ever built. My God! What is that thing? All 6 divine generals were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. A warship this huge, at least 100,000 tons, was floating in the sky. An aircraft carrier? That looks like an aircraft carrier. This is impossible. As the warship fully emerged from the spatial portal and people saw its entire body, a single term inevitably appeared in their minds: aerospace carrier. A legendary fortress that could operate both in space and within the atmosphere. This kind of thing was only one step away from the starships of science fiction movies. Seeing that huge aircraft carrier completely flying out of the spatial channel, it hovered in the sky, blocking the sunlight and leaving a huge shadow. It looks like a Ford-class carrier, but even bigger than a Ford-class. How could something this big fly? A divine general with a military background said in shock. He knew that the largest flying object in human history was the Soviet/Russian super transport plane used to carry space shuttles, with only a few hundred tons of takeoff weight. 100,000-ton flying object was impossible with current technology, even unimaginable. The anti-gravity systems in science fiction completely violated modern scientific theory. As for traditional engines, no one knew how much airflow or particles would have to be ejected just to keep this giant carrier in the air. And the fuel for such engines, even the lowest requirement of a nuclear fusion engine, even the most optimistic scientists estimate that controlled fusion has no hope for at least the next 100 or 200 years. To build a 100,000-ton aerospace carrier, even less is known when that could happen. What do we do now? One divine general asked. Seeing this massive thing, his heart went cold. What else? Everyone retreat, report all situations to the supreme leader. The appearance of the aerospace carrier instantly destroyed his will to continue fighting. He looked deeply at Jiang Liushi. Could this aerospace carrier have been summoned by that man? Rumor had it that Jiang Liushi's ability was mechanical modification, but to say he could modify something into this space fortress was unimaginable. Retreat. The divine general gave the retreat order. All the helicopters began to spread out and withdraw. Seeing this, a cold laugh appeared at the corner of Jiang Liushi's mouth. You come when you want, and leave when you want? If they hadn't attacked the people beside him, okay. But that intense firepower net just now clearly wanted to wipe them out completely. How could he tolerate that? With a thought, Jiang Liushi sent wave after wave of black warplanes flying out from the aerospace carrier. These black warplanes were modified from the most advanced fifth-generation fighters in the US. When the Ford-class carrier was modified by the Star Seed, these carrier aircraft were modified together. Their performance was no longer comparable to fifth-generation fighters. When flying, they were like dancing black Grim Reapers. Originally, a fifth-generation fighter against a fourth-generation fighter was already a one-sided slaughter. Now, these Star Seed warplanes, far surpassing fifth-generation fighters, faced armed helicopters like eagles versus chicks. Armed helicopters had no power to resist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lasers tore across the sky. The Black Grim Reapers didn't immediately destroy the armed helicopters, but used lasers to precisely cut the helicopter rotors. With their rotors severed, the armed helicopters lost balance and fell like birds with broken wings. But at that moment, the giant aerospace carrier in the sky produced a terrifying suction force, swallowing the falling helicopters. My God, what are we fighting? Devils? A white divine general was about to collapse. He had lost all will to fight. The strength gap was too large, they were not on the same level. In just a few seconds, all the armed helicopters they sent out were annihilated and captured. Run, scatter and run. Staying here now was just waiting to die. Who knew what level of strength the person who could summon an aerospace carrier had? However, just as one divine general had barely fled, heavy dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Crack! Blinding lightning struck down. The thick lightning column was like a divine sword splitting the sky, illuminating half of Huaxia City. Ah! One divine general screamed as the falling lightning struck him directly. Jiang Zhuiying stood on thunder and flames, flying into the sky like a female war god. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Zhuiying extended her arms, her long hair wildly floating in the endless lightning. The energy she was releasing at this moment was like a rising sun. This is... The divine general from the island nation could not believe his eyes when looking at Jiang Zhuiying. Such terrifying energy was much stronger than theirs. Not to mention Jiang Liushi, even the girls beside him all had such terrifying power. How could they fight? It was simply a joke. Zzzzzzz. At this moment, terrifying electric currents converged from all directions, forming a net of lightning in the sky. The thick lightning bolts were like the backbone of the net, and the thin ones like hair blocked every gap in the lightning net. A lightning net covered half the sky. The 5 divine generals, including the one who had just been heavily injured, were completely enveloped. Even across hundreds of meters, they could feel the powerful electric field spreading from the lightning net. The huge potential difference made their hair stand on end. This power, what level ability user are you? One divine general asked with trembling voice. Divine generals stationed all over were at most level 3B class, most were only level 3C class. But the strength Jiang Zhuing showed was at least level 3A class, and maybe even close to level 4. As for level 4, inside Chuang it had another name, God class. Seeing Jiang Zhuing almost single-handedly stop 6 divine generals, everyone present was too shocked to speak. Ran Shiyu and Xiang Shuahai had already shown amazing strength, but Jiang Zhuing was even stronger. She looked like a lively girl who might be a student, yet how could she unleash such terrifying energy? At this moment, Jiang Lushur was standing beside Jiang Zhuing. Seeing her growth, he felt very gratified. Originally, Jiang Zhuing's actual combat ability was already near the top among the girls, and in these 2 years, perhaps because she shared the same bloodline as him, she absorbed star seed energy the fastest and grew the most. Just Jiang Zhuing alone could already handle things on her own. I give you 10 seconds to give up resisting, or you will be killed without mercy. Jiang Liushur's voice echoed across the entire Huaxia city. The 6 divine generals in the sky looked at each other. They never dreamed that Jiang Lushur not only hadn't died, but returned with his squad and, with just one person's strength, crushed the entire Huaxia city. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Jiang Lushur counted down, the electric net in the sky began to tighten. The 6 divine generals had no choice. Although if they fought with their lives they might break through the electric net, they knew that if Jiang Lushur made a move, in just a few seconds he could kill them all. They could only choose to land. Shiyu. Jiang Lushur glanced at Ran Shiyu. Okay, brother Jiang. Ran Shiyu stepped forward. Her psychic force continually gathered in her hand, forming one psychic mark after another. If you want to live, let me imprint a psychic brand into your brain area. From now on, you will follow brother Jiang's orders. Rebels will be killed without mercy. Ran Shiyu's cold voice clearly entered the ears of the 6 divine generals. They looked at each other. If they were branded with a psychic imprint, then they would be completely under Jiang Liushur's control. That was something they couldn't accept. Suddenly, the divine general from the island nation shot straight toward the ground, smashing a deep hole, and began running underground at high speed. He unleashed his full speed, though he had to constantly break through the earth, he quickly got far away. In his mind, the other 5 were still here. As long as he ran fast enough, Jiang Liushur's side wouldn't give up the others just to chase him. That terrifying man wouldn't expect someone to tunnel underground, so there was no need to fear that terrifying lightning girl anymore. But at that moment, a figure silently rushed out, nimble and light like a cat. Zero sprinted across the ground, then leapt up. At some point, a long blade had appeared in her hand. Slash. The blade pierced through the ground instantly. The sharp blade energy cut 10 zhang deep. Zero landed lightly next to the blade. Moments later, as Zero slowly pulled the blade from the ground, there was no blood on it. But one of the divine generals, who was a psychic ability user, clearly knew, the island divine general was already dead deep underground. He tried to escape through the earth but was killed by that petite girl, who sliced through the thick soil with a single blade strike. That small-sized girl stood there like the most terrifying predator, a goddess of slaughter silently standing in the shadows. I'll say it again. Let me plant the psychic imprint. Otherwise, that will be your fate, Ran Shiyu said coldly. The white divine general hesitated and asked, if we receive the psychic imprint, won't we lose ourselves? I can surrender, swear loyalty to you. Enough nonsense. Your oath means nothing to me. I suppose you made a similar oath when you joined Chuang, didn't you? Jiang Lushur said lightly. The white divine general froze. He opened his mouth but had nothing to say. You don't have time to think. Decide now, said Jiang Lushur. With a clear example right in front of them, although the 5 remaining divine generals felt bitter, they had no choice but to follow Ran Shiyu's instructions and stopped resisting with their willpower. In an instant, they felt a psychic force charge into their minds, forcibly engraving an imprint into their brain regions. At that moment, they saw Ran Shiyu's gray eyes suddenly turn into a brilliant starry sky, with countless dazzling images flashing inside. When they came back to their senses, they found that in front of Ran Shiyu, Jiang Lushur, and Jiang Zhuing, they now felt completely unable to resist. As soon as a rebellious thought arose, Ran Shiyu would sense it immediately and detonate the imprint, causing severe damage to their brain. Injury to the brain could be even more terrifying than to the body. Insanity, becoming a fool, or even a vegetative state, were all possible. Brother Jiang. Boss Jiang. The 5 divine generals all stepped forward and respectfully saluted Jiang Lushur. Very good. Starting today, the rules of Huaxia City will also change, said Jiang Lushur. The 5 divine generals had become his captives, meaning Huaxia City, which they ruled, now also belonged to Jiang Lushi. Wei Feifei, Jiang Lushi called her over. Wei Feifei walked over with Yuer, Taozi, and the buzzcut young man. None of them could hide the look of disbelief on their faces. Jiang Liushi's casual destruction of the Killing God squad was already unbelievable. But now, even the divine generals and army of Huaxia City had been handled, and a massive aerospace carrier had appeared. Of the high and mighty divine generals, 1 was dead and 5 had surrendered. To the buzzcut youth and the others, this was like a myth, a miracle. Normally, they were cautious and terrified inside Huaxia City. They had never imagined that one day they'd feel so proud and thrilled. Brother Jiang, you guys, Wei Feifei didn't even know what to say. Although she trusted Jiang Liushi's strength, she never expected he'd be this strong. What had happened during the time they had disappeared? Wei Feifei, during this time, you built and maintained an underground intelligence network, and you did very well. That proves you have good management ability. For now, stay in Huaxia City and handle the related matters. From now on, you'll help manage this city for me, Jiang Lushi said. Wei Feifei was stunned. Such a huge city, Jiang Lushi was handing it over to her? Although she had founded an intel group, that was nothing compared to managing such a vast city. You 3, assist Miss Wei Feifei, Jiang Lushi said to 3 of the divine generals. Yes, the 3 replied. They didn't dare have any objections. Besides, staying in Huaxia City instead of beside Jiang Lushi made them feel a little relieved. Still, they knew they had to do their job seriously. Brother Jiang, I can't take on such a big responsibility, Wei Feifei said in surprise. There were many people stronger and more respected than her. Why had Jiang Lushi chosen her? And he even assigned 3 divine generals to assist her, something she wouldn't have dreamed of in the past. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. I believe in you. Wei Feifei froze. After a moment of thought, she lifted her head and smiled. If that's the case, then I'll do my best. Don't worry, Brother Jiang, I'll handle it with everything I have. She had already made up her mind. She had once felt ashamed of her weakness and left the base vehicle because of it. Now Jiang Lushi had given her a chance to prove herself. How could she not treasure it? Everyone, from today on, Huaxia City is a city of equality, no longer under Chuang's oppression and rule, but a city built and developed by everyone together. All of this was brought by Brother Jiang. Wei Feifei walked up beside Jiang Lushi, looked at everyone, and shouted loudly with all her strength. Yuer and the others, hearing her words, couldn't help but tear up. Equality, what a luxury that word was for ordinary people and the weak in these times. They had resisted, but never seen even a sliver of hope. Now Jiang Lushi had come, bringing them true light. Even the soldiers couldn't help but feel moved. Though they weren't oppressed like ordinary people, in front of the real elite, they didn't count for much either. And compared to fighting for the powerful, they preferred to fight like real soldiers, for their homes and people. Next, we go to Lanjing Mountain. It's time to bring back Shanghai and Sun Quan, said Jiang Lushi. Hearing that, Yuer and the others showed excited expressions. The biggest threat had already been cleared by Jiang Lushi, Shanghai and the others were saved. Lanjing Mountain. Brother Hai, something happened. At the hidden base of the Stone Shadow Guerrilla Squad, a lean man burst out of the woods quickly. His figure almost blended with the surrounding forest. When he reached Shanghai and Sun Quan, his green skin gradually returned to normal color, revealing his real face. His eyes were somewhat red, his face full of anger. Shanghai immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "What happened?" "A squad sent out to scout went out just the day before yesterday. Today I found their bodies in a valley. They were nailed to trees, their limbs cut off, and all their blood drained." The lean man gritted his teeth, speaking word by word. None survived. Bang! Shanghai clenched his fist tightly and struck the stone wall of the cave heavily. A deep fist mark was left on the stone wall, and his fist was covered in fresh blood. It was Black Spider. That way of killing is exactly his style. It means provocation and warning. He wants to tell us that he has found us, and soon he will wipe us out. Sun Quan's eyes were blood red as he said through clenched teeth. "Brother Hai, Brother Quan, what do we do now?" the lean man asked. Shanghai lowered his head and was silent for a long time before asking, "Any news from Huaxia City?" "Not yet. Miss Feifei and the others haven't sent anyone to meet with our people. I'm worried." The lean man showed worry in his eyes. Now they were in danger everywhere, but Wei Feifei and the others were also walking on thin ice and could get into trouble at any time. Shanghai was silent again. If Wei Feifei and the others didn't come to meet at the scheduled time, it might really mean something happened. "Should we retreat?" the lean man asked, clenching his fists hard. With their current strength, fighting Black Spider was suicide. Zhang Hai suddenly raised his head, his face full of resolute killing intent. No retreat. Even if we die, I will drag Black Spider down with me. Kill one and it's worth it, kill two and we earn one. Let's all fight that son of a bitch together. Well said. Sun Quan stood up at once and swung his fist fiercely. I've had enough of those bastards. They chase us hiding in these mountains, and now they kill our brothers and want to kill all of us. If we still endure, then how can we call ourselves Brother Zhang's brothers? How can we call ourselves the Stone Shadow Guerrilla Squad? The lean man was excited, straightening his body and shouting, Brother Hai, Brother Quan, this is exactly what we've all been waiting for. Now they were trapped with no way out. Every day they were on edge. Rather than waiting miserably to die, it was better to go all out and fight. The voices inside the cave reached outside, and soon more guerrilla members walked in. They didn't speak, but their determined expression said everything. Zhang Hai's gaze swept across each of their faces. He nodded and was about to say something when suddenly a few screams came from outside. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan's faces changed immediately. A young man turned and went to the cave entrance to check, but he stood there motionless for a long time. Another member called him twice, but he didn't respond. Sensing something was wrong, that member reached out and tapped the young man's shoulder. Thud. The young man immediately fell to the ground. The member flipped his body over and saw a look of terror still on his face. But his face was shriveled, as if all moisture had been sucked out, a horrifying death. Zhang Hai's face darkened. Black Spider is here. No more sound came from outside the cave, but everyone knew Black Spider had already arrived, and they were trapped in the cave. Just moments ago they were all ready to go all out, hearts burning with blood, but in the blink of an eye they had become surrounded prey, lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Black Spider killed those brothers just to confuse us. In fact, they have already come here. It's my work that was too poor. I didn't realize. The lean man punched his chest hard, speaking with great guilt. Maybe it was when he was checking the bodies that Black Spider had followed him to find the Stone Shadow Guerrilla Squad's base. Every step he took he checked repeatedly and wiped away all traces of his movements. His ability was mainly stealth, he could even fool mutated beasts, but he didn't expect Black Spider's means to be so powerful that even his trail could be tracked. Zhang Hai shook his head. We all know how you work. There would be no problem. It's just that Black Spider is too cunning, and he has too many ability users under him. If someone can counter your ability, it's not surprising. At this moment, a voice finally came from outside, a cold voice tinged with mockery. Using those worthless lives as bait, you finally exposed your rat hole. You cooperate a bit and you commit suicide yourselves, so you can die more easily. Anyway, the bounty order doesn't care whether you live or die. If you don't cooperate, when I blast you out of this rat hole, your deaths will be ugly. You've seen your brother's miserable state, right? They're your lesson. Sigh, I actually gave them a choice, but they still wouldn't tell me where this rat hole was. Even when I removed their limbs one by one and gouged out their eyes, they still wouldn't speak. You Stone Shadow people are weak in strength, but you sure have backbone. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan clenched their fists so tightly their teeth rattled. The others were also full of grief and anger. Their brothers had suffered inhuman abuse and humiliation at Black Spider's hands. Now Black Spider even, mercifully, offered them a chance to commit suicide, as if he didn't care at all. Black Spider! Zhang Hai shouted and rushed out of the cave. At the moment he rushed out, a thread shot toward Zhang Hai silently. Zhang Hai thrust both hands out swiftly. His 10 fingers became like steel claws and cut the thread into many pieces. In front of Zhang Hai, Black Spider's team was surrounding outside the cave, at least 100 people. Along with Black Spider's group, there was also a squad of fully armed soldiers. The Huaxia City Guard Squad. Zhang Hai's pupils shrank, his heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. Black Spider always sought utmost caution. When he discovered the Stone Shadow Guerrilla Squad's base, he notified the guard squad responsible for suppressing various resistance forces in these mountains. This batch of guard squad had over 1,000 people, carrying various fine weapons. Even just one Black Spider team was already extremely difficult to deal with, but even then there was still a chance of survival. However, the appearance of this guard squad completely cut off their chance of survival. Today, they would be completely wiped out. Seeing the expression on Zhang Hai's face, Black Spider showed a bit of a satisfied smile. So you are Hailong, huh? That name really doesn't match you. You'd fit the name, Burrowing Rat, better. Compared to fighting, you're better at hiding. I put so much effort into this, and I finally dragged you out of your earth hole. Black Spider teased. He knew Zhang Hai and Sun Quan had some strength, but with his Black Spider army and over 1,000 guard squad members working together, even if Zhang Hai was strong, it was impossible for him to escape. In front of Zhang Hai, Black Spider slowly took out a walkie-talkie and said lazily, "Captain Dongfang, I've prepared all the ingredients for you. Aren't you going to start cooking?" The Captain Dongfang Black Spider spoke of was the guard squad's battalion captain of Huaxia City and also the chief instructor. His surname was Dongfang. Because the name was special, hearing Captain Dongfang meant it was him. "Dongfang fan, he's here too?" Zhang Hai's heart tightened. Captain Dongfang leading the team himself, just Dongfang fan alone was stronger than him, let alone someone so cautious. He always liked to hide behind and rely on long-range weapons to ambush. He had wind-type abilities that he could attach to bullets, shots that always hit without a chance to dodge. This time Black Spider's vanguard was followed by Dongfang fan leading the guard squad. They had probably already prepared a large number of long-range heavy weapons. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai's gaze became serious. He suspected the enemy already aimed rocket launchers and sniper rifles at the Stone Shadow guerrilla squad's base. With one round of fire suppression, they would suffer heavy casualties. "Everyone, take cover!" Zhang Hai yelled. At the Stone Shadow guerrilla squad's base there were also protective works similar to air raid shelters. Though built very simply, they could still reduce casualties. As the Stone Shadow squad members all hid, the guard squad still made no move. Seeing this situation, Black Spider was puzzled. Originally, he said that once he met Zhang Hai, Dongfang fan would start the heavy fire ambush, first bomb the Stone Shadow guerrilla squad's base. But Dongfang fan had still not acted. He had to remind him, but now there was no reaction from the guard squad at all. Black Spider turned his head and saw something that completely stunned him. Not far away, the guard squad army of over 1,000 people was actually beginning to retreat. "What's going on?" Black Spider was shocked. His teammates also watched, not understanding. "Captain Dongfang? Captain Dongfang?" Black Spider shouted into the walkie-talkie. Without the guard squad, even though they were strong fighters, compared to the Stone Shadow squad they didn't have an overwhelming advantage. If it came to a life-and-death fight, the Stone Shadow squad would fight to the last, but Black Spider's people worked for money and pleasures like picking up girls. Their fighting spirit was very different, and the outcome of a real fight was uncertain. Even if they could destroy the Stone Shadow squad, Black Spider's group would suffer heavy losses, maybe not worth it. "It is Captain Dongfang. He's flying up." One of Black Spider's subordinates suddenly said this. Only then did Black Spider see Dongfang fan using his wind abilities to fly into the sky. In the sky, there were two more figures, they stood on metal discs, high above. In front of these two, Dongfang fan, the guard squad's chief instructor, became exceedingly polite. He performed a big salute in the air with a flattering smile. Seeing these two people standing on metal discs, Black Spider was completely dumbfounded. The only people who could have such floating metal discs were the divine generals of the 6 major safety zones. These two people were divine generals of Huaxia City. The divine generals of Huaxia City, lofty figures who controlled the lives and deaths of tens of millions in Huaxia. Why were they here? Could it be that all the Huaxia divine generals personally came to suppress bandits? Black Spider's mind couldn't turn it around. Just two small fry like Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, how could they warrant the intervention of divine generals? Black Spider looked at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai's face was serious, palms sweating. He also recognized the Huaxia City divine generals. He didn't think the divine generals were targeting him personally, but whether they were or not didn't matter. In this situation, they were surely doomed. As soon as those two divine generals made a move, they could wipe out the Stone Shadow squad. Escaping was impossible. At that moment, Zhang Hai felt the other side looking at him. Their gaze had locked onto him. Whoosh! The two divine generals both flew toward Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Zhang Hai sneered grimly at Sun Kuan, "What a payoff. After all my struggling these 2 years, I never thought I'd end up drawing the attention of two divine generals." The two divine generals landed one after the other, right in front of Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. At this time, Black Spider hurried forward and gave a polite grand salute. Although he didn't know what was happening, he was extremely excited. These were Huaxia City divine generals. He never had the chance to meet them before. Now this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His action of suppressing rebels happened to intersect with the divine generals. This might give him a chance to gain their favor. If he played his cards right and joined the ship of either divine general, he could rise up swiftly and achieve great success. "Divine General sir, I am the captain of the Black Spider squad. We responded to Chuang's call to suppress rebels. Now my Black Spider squad has surrounded and captured the rebels. Since the divine generals have personally come to oversee the situation, then we await your orders and will go through fire and water, no matter what," Black Spider said excitedly. The few under him were also pumped up. If their boss could get a piece of the action, they could get some benefits too. The two divine generals squinted and looked at Black Spider. They already clearly understood Zhang Hai and the others' background. They were once subordinates of that one. You say you'll go through fire and water? Yes. As long as it's the divine general's order, we are ready to die. One divine general nodded. You don't have to be ready to die. One death is enough. Take him out and execute him. The divine general waved his hand calmly. Everyone was dumbfounded. They almost thought they heard wrong. What? Take him out, execute him? Black Spider was petrified. He stood there dumbly, eyes wide, staring at the two divine generals, as if his brain had been hit by a giant hammer. Total shock. Divine general, sir, what did you say? Black Spider still hoped the two divine generals were joking. After all, he hadn't committed any major crimes. Although he had done things like rape and wanton killing, so many people did that in the post-apocalypse. What kind of crime was that? I told you to execute him, didn't you hear? What? Want me to do it myself? The divine general frowned and looked at Dongfang Fan. He had just arrived here and encountered Black Spider's suppression of the Stone Shadow Squad. If he had not volunteered to fly ahead on the metal disc before the armed helicopters got here, there might have been a fight. If the Stone Shadow Squad had suffered heavy casualties, it would surely enrage that person, and he might be implicated. Thinking this, he didn't want Black Spider to live, especially since Black Spider was the main culprit. Someone had to be killed to give explanation for this matter. Yes, sir. Hearing this order, even Dongfang Fan was stunned for a moment. As for Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, they had been dumbfounded long ago. What in the world was going on? Wait. Divine General, sir, why do you want to execute me? What crime did I commit? You have to explain it clearly to me. Seeing that the Divine General was serious, Black Spider panicked. In this post-apocalyptic world, a Divine General of Huaxia City with absolute power had much greater authority than a national leader in peaceful times. Deciding life or death was just a single sentence. Offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Someone wants you dead, no reason needed. The two divine generals looked at Black Spider coldly. I don't accept this. Black Spider roared, but at the same time. Zzzzz. A blue streak flashed and struck Black Spider. This was the light of the mind shock device. Even a low-level mind shock device, controlled by a psychic ability user, could instantly make a level 2 A-class ability user lose consciousness. For Dongfang Fan, this was already enough. Dongfang Fan directly acted, punching Black Spider's back shoulder with both fists. Bang! Black Spider was slammed to the ground. Dongfang Fan's action was clean and decisive. He dislocated both of Black Spider's shoulder joints. The excruciating pain made Black Spider scream miserably. Dongfang Fan coldly drew his gun. To handle Black Spider cleanly and decisively was partly because of the psychic ability ambush, but also because Dongfang Fan knew Black Spider's weakness well. Black Spider's ability was to release threads from both hands to absorb other people's flesh and blood. Once his arms were disabled, he was like a dog with its teeth knocked out, no threat at all. At this time, Black Spider's subordinates all stood there like fools. As for rescuing Black Spider, that was a joke. They had originally banded together for profit. Now, facing two divine generals plus over 1,000 guard squad members, rescuing Black Spider would be suicide. Now every member of Black Spider's squad feared for their own lives. They wished to distance themselves from Black Spider, afraid of being implicated. In this post-apocalypse, collective punishment was not unusual. Often when one person was eliminated, a large purge followed. Better to kill one mistakenly than let it go. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan didn't know what to say. They originally thought this was a massacre targeting them. But from the beginning they were left on the side. Such a powerful group of enemies hadn't made a single move against them. They now understood that these two divine generals were not after them, they were after Black Spider. Earlier it was said that Black Spider offended someone he shouldn't have. Just who had such power that made two divine generals travel so far just to act? At that moment, buzz buzz buzz. More than a dozen armed helicopters flew in, descending into this mountainous area. These armed helicopters were standard helicopters of the Huaxia City Army. Normally, soldiers rode in them. But now, surprisingly, the two divine generals, leaders of Huaxia City, respectfully stood to the side as the helicopters landed, as if greeting the arrival. To see divine generals so respectful made everyone wonder, who was riding in these helicopters? Could it be the world leader of Chuang? Everyone suppressed their questions, held their breath, and waited to see. At that moment, the helicopter cabin doors opened. A fair-skinned young man stepped out, followed by several young women. No one dared to breathe. Was he the leader of Chuang? Not only the members of the Killing God squad were stunned, even Dongfang Fan didn't know what Chuang's global leader looked like. Seeing this man, everyone was shocked. Was the leader really this young? Not only was he young, but his looks and body proportions were almost perfect. He had an indescribable temperament. Thinking about how he had already mastered the whole world, possessed the strongest power, a long life, all the world's wealth and land, and whatever he wanted. As for women, under the attraction of such temperament and status, they would line up and scramble to be favored. Even the most beautiful girls would be infatuated. He could summon as he wished and dismiss as he wished, it was enviable to death. People comparing themselves with others could drive one crazy. Many people had such thoughts. At this moment, when Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan saw this young man, they were completely frozen. Was this a dream? This man looked very much like the Stone Shadow Squad captain Jiang Lushur who disappeared 2 years ago, only his skin was more delicate, and his features more handsome. If this could still be coincidence, but beside him, Jiang Zhuiying, Zero, Xiang Shuahai, familiar faces, each more beautiful than 2 years ago. Seeing this group together, it definitely wasn't a mistake. Moreover, Zhang Hai also saw a comrade, Wei Feifei. Wei Feifei, who was deep in enemy territory carrying out the most dangerous intelligence work, had also arrived here by armed helicopter. Brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Hai was safe, Wei Feifei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zhang. Brother Sun. What are you still standing there for? It's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is back. Hearing Wei Feifei's words, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan finally woke from their trance. Jiang Lushur had returned. Brother Jiang. Captain. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, bearing the lives of hundreds of brothers and fighting in the jungle for 2 years, now saw Jiang Lushur return and saw their carefully built Stone Shadow squad finally welcome back its original leader. These two big tough men had tears in their eyes. Brother Jiang, you really are okay. I knew you wouldn't die like that. Zhang Hai cried with joy. But Brother Jiang, why are you with Chuang people? And it looks like you've become high-ranking in Chuang? Zhang Hai said in confusion. Someone whose authority was above the divine generals, casually giving orders, this was unimaginable to Zhang Hai. 2 years ago Jiang Lushur was fighting Chuang. How could it be like this now? Jiang Lushur smiled slightly but hadn't spoken yet when Wei Feifei already explained, Brother Jiang could never join Chuang. Brother Jiang alone occupied Huaxia Base City. Now the entire Huaxia Base City belongs to Brother Jiang. Originally the high-ranking Chuang members were also brought over by Brother Jiang. Now they are all Brother Jiang's subordinates. Wei Feifei's words shocked not only Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai, but also Dongfang Fan, Black Spider's squad and the Guard squad members, and even Black Spider who was still groaning on the ground. What did that woman just say? Huaxia Base City was occupied by Jiang Lushur? And, alone? How could that be possible? They clearly knew that just yesterday, when they set out, Huaxia City was still organizing the Genesis calendar New Year, everything routine. In everyone's impression, Chuang's rule over the world was like an iron bucket, a regime built on absolute strength that could not be overthrown. But now, out of the 6 major base cities in the world, Jiang Lushur had actually already single-handedly occupied one? Even though the news came directly from Wei Feifei, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan still found it hard to believe. They looked at Jiang Lushur as if they were looking at a god. Brother Jiang, is what Fei said true? Did you really take control of Huaxia City? Jiang Lushur nodded. Temporarily took control. I heard you were under siege, so I came to check. This, Zhang Hai's eyes widened, and his mouth stayed open in shock for a long time. How did this happen? Even though Zhang Hai always thought Jiang Lushur was capable of anything and had unimaginable strength, it still shouldn't be possible to take over Huaxia City all by himself in such a short time. Moreover, those powerful generals had all submitted to Jiang Lushur. Just how powerful must he be to make these warlords, each able to dominate a region, show such respect? But Brother Jiang? You've taken over Huaxia City, then what about Chuang's top brass? They'll come, Jiang Lushur said calmly. He took a deep breath and looked to the east. His gaze seemed to pass over the distant Pacific Ocean, toward North America on the other side. The chairman of Chuang was now in the U.S. This was a battle left unfinished 2 years ago. It was also Jiang Liushur's revenge. Jiang Lushur was waiting, ready for this destined battle. Let's go, back to Huaxia City. As for these people, Jiang Lushur looked at the still-prone Black Spider and his team, you handle this. Have all of them judged by psychic-type ability users. If anyone is guilty of arson, murder, robbery, or rape, execute them without mercy. When Jiang Lushur said this, the members of the Black Spider team felt a chill in their hearts. It was over for them. The Black Spider team was founded on burning, killing, and looting. And raping women. None of them were innocent. Jiang Liusher's order was basically a death sentence for all of them. At once, the members of Black Spider were like mourning their parents, scrambling to kneel on the ground, crying and begging Jiang Liusher. Their lives were on the line. Who still cared about dignity? But in Jiang Liusher's eyes, they were nothing but scum. He led Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan toward the helicopter. Everyone made way for them. As for the Black Spider team, psychic-type users and armed soldiers were already approaching them. Brother Jiang. A familiar figure rushed out from the crowd, throwing herself into Jiang Liusher's arms. Seeing this figure, Jiang Liusher didn't dodge. Instead, he smiled slightly and let her fall into his arms. That's great, Brother Jiang. I knew you'd be okay. Xie Shasha lifted her head from Jiang Liusher's chest. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Then she noticed Ran Shiyu and others standing beside Jiang Liusher and let go of him a bit embarrassed. Jiang Liusher glanced at Xie Shasha. After not seeing her for so long, she had changed quite a bit. She now had a gun and a knife at her waist, stood tall, and had a kind of wild beauty. You're doing well too. Seems like you've gotten much stronger, Jiang Liusher praised. Xie Shasha blushed slightly and shook her head. Still far behind everyone else. All right, let's get on the helicopter and head back to Huaxia City, said Jiang Liusher. All the familiar faces who had been separated now reunited. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan brought the Shurian guerrilla team back into the fold. Jiang Liusher felt very pleased. The news of Huaxia City's change of power soon spread across the whole city. All the ability user teams and powerful elites were curious, who was this new city lord? But they believed the new lord would soon contact them. After all, such a big city still needed their help to maintain order. But instead of a banquet or any meetings, what came was a female deputy city lord, who issued a series of orders. These orders were printed into bulletins and posted everywhere. Whether at the ability user guilds or on the streets, everyone could see them clearly. What? So many rules were abolished? Even the ability user guild has to undergo a major overhaul? These ability user teams and elites were stunned as they read the notices. They could understand a few small reforms from a newly appointed official. But this? This wasn't a reform, it was a complete overturning of all the rules in Huaxia City, starting from scratch. It was a full reshuffle. Normally, such drastic reforms required gradual steps. But this new deputy city lord just went ahead and made sweeping changes all at once. And this wasn't even the worst part. What truly shocked them was one order, the halt of gene evolution fluid sales. Many ability user teams kept taking missions, like eliminating the Shurian guerrilla team, just to earn points and exchange them for gene evolution fluid. Many people had become powerful using the fluid. And after getting stronger, they gained more privileges and lived a more carefree life. That feeling of power made them addicted, and now they couldn't live without gene fluid. But this new deputy city lord just said they'd stop selling it. How could they accept that? After returning to Huaxia City, Jiang Liusher and his group moved into a large estate, said to have been the palace used by Chuang's high-ranking officials during inspections. It had now become Jiang Liusher's city lord residence. Living in this palace, Jiang Liusher couldn't help but sigh at Chuang's extravagance. Even in the apocalypse, they built such a luxurious palace. Every item in it was lavish. In the grand hall of the palace, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan set up a grill, roasting half a mutated beast. The golden meat sizzled over the fire, dripping oil onto the elegant floor. The smell of roast meat filled the hall. Beside the grill, on a costly carpet, Jiang Liusher and the others sat on the floor. Beer was by their hands, roast meat in their hands, eating and drinking heartily. So good. Haven't had days like this in forever. I just wanted to grill for everyone, Zhang Hai said excitedly while roasting. Brother Jiang, try our cooking. Has it gotten worse? Sun Kuan handed over a big chunk of roast meat with a smile. Jiang Liusher took it, bit into it, and the rich flavor burst in his mouth. He nodded and said, not bad. Your cooking hasn't gone to waste, it's improved. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen were also eating bit by bit, unknowingly having eaten a lot. They smiled faintly, watching Jiang Zhuiying yelling and challenging Xiang Shuahai and Zero to drink. The atmosphere at that moment was relaxed and warm. Everyone felt like they had returned to the past, all together again. Though danger could strike at any time, as long as they were together for one more day, there would be meat to eat and wine to drink. At that moment, Taozi walked in from outside. What's wrong, Taozi? Craving some meat? Zhang Hai asked loudly. Jiang Liusher noticed that Taozi seemed a bit aggrieved. He put down the roasted meat in his hand and asked, did something happen? Brother Jiang, Taozi had been hesitating about whether to speak, but as soon as Jiang Liusher asked, her sense of grievance intensified, and she immediately spoke. A lot of people have come to the city hall to protest, expressing their dissatisfaction with the new policies issued by Sister Feifei. Taozi had been assisting Wei Feifei with work. After Huaxia City was taken over by Jiang Lushi, they no longer had to live in constant fear and could finally help Jiang Lushi within their abilities. The two girls were quite happy. But just as work had barely begun, they encountered such strong resistance. This left Taozi confused and frustrated. They were clearly doing this for the good of the majority, but the people didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, they took to the streets in groups, blocking the entrance and shouting slogans in protest. Right now, Wei Feifei was managing the situation at City Hall, while Taozi, both angry and aggrieved, came looking for Jiang Lushi. Protesting? There's even something like that. Well, we've just about finished eating, let's go take a look, Jiang Lushi said. Soon, Jiang Lushi and his group drove to City Hall. From afar, the car had to stop, because the main road ahead was packed with people, making it impossible to drive any further. These people were either holding up signs or chanting slogans over and over. Most of them were ordinary people, with only a few ability user teams present. These ability user teams didn't directly participate in the protest, they just stood on the sidelines watching. With Jiang Liushi's eyesight, even though they were still quite far from City Hall, he could already clearly see Wei Feifei and her group standing at the entrance. One of the divine generals he had assigned to her, a white man, was standing beside her. Because of this divine general's presence, although the crowd kept shouting, they didn't make any extreme moves. Even so, Wei Feifei's face was full of exhaustion. She had already explained each policy to the people, but their response was either silent resistance or continued chanting of slogans. At that moment, Wei Feifei suddenly felt something, a familiar gaze, she thought. She immediately looked in that direction. Behind the dense crowd, she saw a few cars. Though she couldn't see who was inside, she immediately thought of him, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Stephen, Mr. Jiang is here. Wei Feifei quickly regained her calm expression and said to the white divine general beside her. The white divine general instantly straightened up and walked quickly toward the crowd. The crowd didn't know what was happening. This divine general, who had been standing there idly all along, suddenly started moving, and was walking toward them in a hurry. This made many people extremely nervous. This was a divine general, the very symbol of supreme power in Huaxia City. And divine generals were extremely powerful. They could probably kill them with a single slap. Normally, divine generals didn't even interact with civilians. Even catching a glimpse of one was difficult. Now, one was walking directly toward them. But when Stephen reached the front of the crowd, he frowned. "Make way for Mr. Jiang," Stephen said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone around heard him clearly. "Mr. Jiang? Who?" They didn't have time to think. No one dared disobey a divine general's order, and they quickly moved to the sides of the road. Those in the back were still unaware, but when they saw the people up front making way and Stephen standing in the middle, they didn't dare delay either. Soon, a path opened up in the crowded street. At this moment, several cars drove into the path created by the human wall. At first, many people were stunned. These cars looked extremely ordinary, not like the luxury SUVs or armored vehicles usually used by Huaxia City's high-ranking officials. They didn't even bear any city insignias. Stephen stood silently, watching as the cars approached. When the lead car stopped and a young man stepped out along with a few beautiful girls, Stephen immediately stepped forward, straightened his body with a snap, and saluted the young man. "Mr. Jiang," Stephen said. People stared in shock at the young man. Who exactly was he? But some people who were sharp and well-informed already knew that Huaxia City had changed hands, and it was all caused by a young man leading a small team. And now, there was no need for further guessing, the Mr. Jiang whom Stephen greeted so respectfully was that young man. Even those who didn't quite understand what had happened in Huaxia City knew that this Mr. Jiang was now the most honored and respected figure in the city. A person like this must be unimaginably powerful. "Brother Jiang, you're here," Wei Feifei walked over and said apologetically. "I didn't handle what you entrusted to me very well. I've troubled you to come in person, I really." Jiang Lushi stopped her from continuing and smiled. "It's not your fault. Some things are bound to happen." Then, Jiang Lushi turned to Stephen and the protesting crowd. He still wore a faint smile. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. "What are you trying to oppose?" Jiang Lushi asked. The crowd looked at each other, falling into an eerie silence. Jiang Lushi looked like a young man in his early 20s, but his tall, perfect figure and deep eyes gave off a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Whether they knew Jiang Lushi had overturned Huaxia City or not, everyone felt something terrifying from him. In front of Jiang Lushi, those who had been chanting slogans just moments ago didn't dare make a sound. You, what are you opposing? Jiang Lushur suddenly looked at a middle-aged man not far away and asked. The man was wearing a suit and leather shoes, looking like an office worker. He also wore black-rimmed glasses. Earlier, when Jiang Lushur scanned the crowd, he noticed that this man had been leading large groups of people in chanting slogans. Suddenly being singled out, the man's eyes behind the glasses flashed with panic. He stammered, well, the new deputy city lord just took office, and she's already overturning all the old rules. Many of the new policies aren't really suitable for Huaxia City's current situation. For example, canceling the sale of gene evolution fluid, that's something people just can't accept. Oh? So it's about the gene evolution fluid? Jiang Lushur's lips curved into a smile. He understood that Chuang's domination of the world relied not only on their powerful strength but also on the gene evolution fluid. All over the world, ability users, whether they pursued wealth, beauty, or power, had a thirst for strength. And Chuang happened to possess the gene evolution fluid that could enhance an ability user's power. Through the reward system built around the gene evolution fluid, Chuang grabbed hold of the G-spot of all ability users worldwide. With both force and enticement, using a mix of grace and power, Chuang's rule became unshakable. But Jiang Lushur had only used force to unify Huaxia City, lacking a softer approach, so naturally, there was resistance. A string of reforms touched on the interests of many people. Once this discontent built up and was stirred by others, the protest exploded. In such protests, people could easily be incited and lose their reason. That's right, City Lord Jiang, you suddenly cancelled the gene evolution fluid, why? I've got tens of thousands of points in my account that I haven't redeemed yet. What's going to happen to those points? A big bearded ability user shouted in a muffled voice. His words immediately resonated with many others. Yeah. City Lord Jiang, what you did was really unpopular. Our team scrimped and saved, accumulated 8,000 points, all to exchange for the gene evolution fluid and improve our strength. But now with just one order, all our wealth has turned to nothing. Beside the bearded man was a skinny youth, looking like a stick. He had a sharp voice and echoed the sentiment. A significant number of ability users at the protest had come for their own wallets. In Chuang's time, points were an even harder currency than mutant crystal nuclei. Now Jiang Lushur made them worthless with a single statement. How could they tolerate that? Seeing the crowd boiling with anger, and the atmosphere being further agitated, the middle-aged man in a suit, leather shoes, and black-rimmed glasses also gained confidence. He was one of the underground organizers of this protest. At first, he had indeed feared Jiang Lushur, but seeing everyone so united now, he wasn't scared anymore. So what if Jiang Lushur was strong? Would he dare shoot civilians? Even if he'd occupied Huaxia City, he still had to establish rule. Wanton slaughter of civilians would only bring a bad reputation. Water can carry a boat, but also overturn it. City Lord Jiang, you surely understand this better than I do. Right now we are petitioning you, please restore the exchange of 61 items, including gene evolution fluid and psychic shock devices. This request is not excessive, is it? As he spoke, the bespectacled man produced a list. Wei Feifei's face flushed red with anger beside him. These people had pressured her like this before, and now even with Jiang Lushur here, they were doing the same. Jiang Lushur smiled, glancing at Wei Feifei. She bit her lip tightly. She felt useless. Jiang Lushur had conquered this territory and left her to govern. He had already solved the hardest problems, but she couldn't even handle minor affairs. And now this happened just after taking office. Brother Jiang, I had already issued a document before. Although we cancelled the gene evolution fluid exchange, I still allowed these teams to use their remaining points to redeem food, mutant beast meat, medicine, weapons, ammunition, and such. But they're still not satisfied. As soon as Wei Feifei said this, the crowd erupted again. City Lord Jiang, look at what Deputy City Lord Wei has written, exchange food and mutant beast meat? Do we lack food? And 1 point only gets 2 kilos of grain or half a kilo of mutant beast meat. That's not even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. That's more than 10 times worse than the previous rate. Exactly, City Lord Jiang, this has really angered the public. Do you know how many people's 2 years of hard work have turned into bubbles? The bespectacled man chimed in again. His words resonated with many people. Even several middle-aged women, probably relatives of some ability users, suddenly burst into howling cries and even threw themselves to the ground. I don't want to live anymore. I can't go on. The little savings I worked so hard for have been swallowed by this heartless government. Even the old society wasn't this cruel. Just let me die. You'll all be struck by lightning. You all deserve divine punishment. With these women stirring the scene, the atmosphere turned into complete chaos. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. At that moment, the bespectacled middle-aged man revealed a barely noticeable sinister smile. Through his tinted glasses, he looked at Jiang Lushur. He wanted to see how Jiang Lushur would handle this. If he dared point his blade at the people, his rule would be over. History had shown countless times that any regime that used tyranny to suppress the people would not last long. Jiang Lushur still wore a faint smile. He glanced at Ran Shiyu. Shiyu? Yes, brother Jiang. Ran Shiyu nodded. Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and a dazzling purple light flashed in her pupils. She suddenly stared at the bespectacled middle-aged man. Buzz! The middle-aged man felt a shock in his head, like being struck by a 10,000-gene hammer. His eyes turned blank. I? His whole body went stiff, drool running from the corners of his mouth. He felt as if his brain had been violently kicked and beaten by countless people. The pain was splitting. Speak. What's going on? Jiang Lushur said calmly. But to the man, it sounded like a judgment from hell. He had no strength to resist. Without even thinking, he spilled everything. My name is Lu Shanyang. I'm a black market merchant in Huaxia City. I used to be a level 1A rank ability user. I used my power to get close to a woman and gradually took over her assets. At first, I only did small trades, buying low and selling high. Later, with gene evolution fluid, I became a level 2B rank ability user and began building an underground force, controlling the black market through trickery, coercion, and even murder and arson. I bribed people in the ability user guild to get cheap gene evolution fluid and sold it at high prices. I have 200,000 points in my account, 10 villas in Huaxia City, 16 mistresses, and more women without status. The new government's cancellation of gene evolution fluid cuts off my lifeline. Of course I couldn't agree. I incited the public to protest, hired over a dozen middle-aged women, 1 kilogram of grain per day of crying. I also prepared a radio station to act as an informant for Chuang. I've already contacted Chuang. When they return, I'll stir up chaos in the city with more protests. That will earn me merit. Anyway, this government won't last against Chuang. At most, they'll last a few more days. When the time comes, I'll be a hero, and I'll watch you all die. The bespectacled man poured out his entire history and the full story behind the protest like beans spilling from a bag. The dozen or so middle-aged women who were crying loudly next to the bespectacled man suddenly fell silent, like hens with their necks grabbed, the moment they heard him say they were hired with several kilograms of grain. They stared at the bespectacled man in shock, then at Jiang Lushur, not understanding what strange method he had used to make the man spill all his secrets. For a while, the entire scene was dead silent. Jiang Lushur clapped his hands with a smile, truly marvelous. No wonder they say life is a grand play. A scumbag who started off by clinging to a woman, then murdered her, burning and looting, raping and pillaging. Someone like you, even execution would be letting you off easy. You want to be a lackey for Chuang, selling out Huaxia City for credit so you can go back to ruling the black market? Such long-term vision, impressive. Jiang Lushur's words struck like thunder. The bespectacled man trembled and suddenly snapped back to reality. He shivered, his face pale as paper. Just now, what did he say? He only remembered a moment of dizziness in his mind, and then it was as if his brain and mouth no longer belonged to him. He had completely lost control and exposed everything. City Lord Jiang, I? What? Didn't you want to guide the way for Chuang? Fine, I'll fulfill that wish. Back then, Wu Zixu, when killed by Fu Chai, wanted his head hung on the city wall to watch the fall of Wu. You're so loyal, I'll let you be a hero too. You can hang there and wait for Chuang to come back, how's that? As Jiang Lushur spoke, he looked at Stephen. Stephen, cut off this scum's hands and feet, stop the bleeding, and hang him on the city wall. Let him wait and watch Chuang return. Yes. Stephen accepted the order. He was originally a divine general of Huaxia City, and a ruthless one. Orders like this didn't make him bat an eye. In a flash, he was behind the bespectacled man like a swift panther. Wait. The bespectacled man had just shouted when a heart-piercing scream followed. Stephen grabbed one of his arms, twisted the wrist off, and ripped the hand cleanly from the body, exposing the white bone. Eh! The bespectacled man screamed like glass shards were stuck in his throat. But Stephen remained unmoved. His hands were quick and brutal, snapping the man's limbs one by one. In no time, the man was left with no hands or feet, rolling on the ground in agony. He wished to faint from the pain, but Stephen seemed to know how to prevent that. With some targeted slaps, he kept the man awake despite the unbearable pain. Stop the bleeding. Stephen tossed the man like a dead dog to his subordinates and then returned to Jiang Lushur's side like a ghost, standing silently. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Too terrifying. Publicly chopping off limbs with such cruel methods, in this apocalyptic world, such punishment was even worse than death. Without hands and feet, how could he survive? Plus, given that this man had ruled the black market for years, who knew how many enemies he had? His end would be far worse than death. Hang him up in a bit, Jiang Lushur said coldly. He had no pity for such scum. No one knew how many lives stained the man's hands, those tortured to death, the young girls he violated. Their blood made his execution a bargain. Stephen gave the order, and soldiers immediately rushed in to take the man away. The scene remained deathly silent. As for you all, Jiang Lushur turned to the dozen middle-aged women. Their legs had already gone weak. They had only thought to take advantage of a little benefit, not realizing Jiang Lushur was such a killer star. I hate street-shrieking shrews the most. Each of you, 1,000 slaps. Jiang Lushur said coldly. Soldiers immediately ran to them and began slapping them. Pa! 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 Crisp and loud slaps echoed as the women's faces turned bruised and swollen, then shredded and bloody. The onlookers all gulped in fear. And you heard it too. That bespectacled man was going to guide Chuang back. He caused chaos in the city to prepare for Chuang's counterattack. So should I believe you are his accomplices? As Jiang Lushur said the word accomplice, everyone shook their heads like rattles. City Lord, please see clearly. We have nothing to do with Chuang. I was only here for my own points. I have no connection to Chuang at all. Everyone hurried to draw a line. Jiang Lushur sneered, no relation to Chuang? Then tell me, how did you get your points? If you didn't work for Chuang, would you have gotten points as rewards? You want to use points you earned for serving Chuang to come demand things from me? What a scheme. Deputy City Lord Wei's earlier decree even allowed you to exchange your points for food. I think she was too kind. I now declare, all points issued by Chuang are nullified. I will establish a new point system. If you want points, earn them again. Jiang Lushur's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing down. Even though everyone was terrified by Jiang Lushur's iron-handed methods, they still couldn't take such a decree. City Lord Jiang, you'll lose the people's support this way, the stick-thin youth dared to speak. Oh? Jiang Lushur narrowed his eyes at him. The youth's legs turned to jelly, and he didn't dare meet Jiang Lushur's gaze. Did you bring the data I asked for? Jiang Lushur extended his hand, and a young girl with a doll-like face immediately handed over the documents. Yuer had originally worked at the Ability User Guild and was familiar with all its records. A thick stack of documents was handed to Jiang Lushur, who gave them directly to Ran Shiyu to scan with her psychic power. These records are part of the Ability User Guild's point exchange files from the past 2 years. Among them are teams who received large rewards for eliminating so-called rebels. Jiang Lushur's words made many Ability User teams tense up. Eliminating rebels was one of the most highly rewarded missions in Chuang's point system. Many had taken part. I'd already planned to clean this mess up. Thanks for reminding me. The blood of our brothers in the anti-Chuang forces cannot be shed in vain. As Jiang Lushur spoke, Ran Shiyu whispered something in his ear. Jiang Lushur raised his eyebrows and looked straight at the stick-thin youth. What a coincidence. Leader of the Trident Squad, right? Your photo is in these files. On the 1st of June, year 1 of Chuang's calendar, your Trident Squad wiped out the Qinghu guerrilla team and received 10,000 points. Even if you spend it already, that old debt is still recorded. I like digging up old debts. Under Jiang Lushur's gaze, the youth broke out in cold sweat. But I didn't attack the Shuriying squad. Bastard. So it was your squad that destroyed Qinghu and left us exposed on both sides, forcing a risky breakout. We lost over 20 brothers. Hearing Jiang Lushur's words, Zhang Hai exploded. Brother Jiang, Zhang Hai's eyes were red. Jiang Lushur said calmly, take him. Do as you wish. Fine. Bastard, no one is getting out of their debts. We'll settle every one of them. Zhang Hai had long held back a stomach full of rage. He was no saint, repay evil with good was nonsense to him. Stephen, call the helicopters. Surround this place. Anyone involved in the protest, round them all up. No one leaves. Interrogate them one by one. As soon as Jiang Lushur gave the order, the crowd erupted in panic. They had counted on their numbers and the fact that they were civilians to pressure Jiang Lushur. They didn't expect him to be this tough. Some wanted to resist, but facing Jiang Lushur, they lacked the courage. The bespectacled man and the stick youth were perfect warnings. Crackle. Electric currents flashed as Jiang Zhuiying raised her hand. A huge electric net shot out and covered the entire protest crowd. No one dared escape. City Lord Jiang, is this how you treat your citizens? An ability user dared to shout. He hadn't participated in suppressing rebels and felt safe. So what? And let me remind you, you are not the people. The real civilians are those living in the slums, the workers. They have no points, and they don't protest. The ones protesting are ability users and people stirred up by greed. Today I suppress you, so what? In my eyes, your so-called battles are just for money and women. Huaxia City needs workers at the bottom, not you. And your combat strength? It means nothing to me. You're worthless. One final warning, don't try to threaten me. I hate threats the most. If you provoke me, I might just kill you all. That last sentence from Jiang Lushi was icy cold. Everyone present froze and didn't dare say another word. This Jiang Lushi was a real ruthless man. It's over. Our good days are gone. One ability user said gloomily. Others were worse off, they'd participated in suppressing the rebels and were now on Jiang Liushi's blacklist. What awaited them was military trial. Chuang, we can only hope for, Chuang now. Once Chuang returns, Jiang Lushi won't last. Chuang will definitely destroy this arrogant brat. The protest that broke out during the new year of the Genesis calendar quickly spread throughout Huaxia City. Jiang Liushi's iron-blooded response to the protest shocked everyone. This young new city lord was extremely ruthless, people's demonstrations and petitions had no effect at all, and many were even arrested. This caused those who had originally planned to stir things up from the sidelines to back off in fear. Some ability user teams had their leaders arrested, and some were almost entirely wiped out. For a time, all ability users in Huaxia City were living in fear. They feared Jiang Liushi's hardline tactics but at the same time hoped that Chuang would return soon and wipe him out. Just wait and see. That Jiang guy won't last much longer. In the internment camp, the stick-thin youth was chained from head to toe, unable to lie down or sit comfortably, completely miserable. His Trident squad had lost 39 out of 40 members after suppressing the anti-Chuang guerrillas, nearly wiped out. The boss is right. That Jiang Lushi is just an autumn grasshopper, he won't jump for long. When Chuang comes, we'll coordinate inside and out, grind that brat into dust. He's no match for Chuang. The stick youth tried to stretch his neck, sore from the shackles, and said through gritted teeth, he's offended all of us ability users. Who does he think he is? Once Chuang returns, the ability users in the city will rise at a single call. He doesn't even know he's already isolated and targeted by everyone. The youth sneered viciously, his thoughts were shared by many other ability users. In their view, Jiang Lushi was foolish. Before securing his position, he had made enemies everywhere. When he faces Chuang head-on, his rear will be in flames, and there'll be uprisings. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia City Central Government Building. As a symbol of Huaxia City, the government building had been repurposed from a pre-apocalypse landmark and renovated after the end times. Now, its interior was full of luxury. The top office floor had an indoor pool, a mini-cinema, a 150-square-meter bedroom, and a panoramic curved floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked all of Huaxia City. When Jiang Lushi walked in, he saw many swimsuits hanging by the pool, many of them bikinis. It was clear there had been plenty of swimsuit parties here. Jiang Lushi gave Steven a meaningful look. These guys certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Steven gave an awkward smile. If the city lord desires, I can have them come over. No need. Jiang Lushi shook his head and looked into the distance through the window. If I'm not mistaken, my old friend is about to arrive. You mean? The speaker. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. In the battle 2 years ago, he had been completely defeated by the speaker. Now that he had returned, this battle would leave no room for retreat. This was his destined final battle, defeat meant death. At the mention of the speaker, even Steven, who had accepted Ran Shiyu's psychic mark and pledged loyalty to Jiang Lushi, felt fear in his heart. For Chuang's divine generals, the speaker's authority was overwhelming. Though they had the word divine in their title, they were still mortal. The speaker was different, he was like a true god, utterly unstoppable. And now Jiang Lushi was going to fight the speaker. Jiang Lushi naturally sensed Steven's fear, but said nothing. In his heart, he silently calculated the time. The speaker was far faster than any aircraft, even from the other side of the globe, he could arrive within hours. With such major events unfolding in Huaxia City, there was no way he hadn't received the news. He might already be here. To be safe, Jiang Lushi had already sent Ran Shiyu and others to the orbital mothership to ensure their safety. After all, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusen, and the rest had relatively weak combat strength. In front of the speaker, they would be like rabbits before a hungry wolf, completely defenseless. Jiang Lushi quietly poured himself a cup of tea. Standing at the window, he overlooked the city. He saw many ability users out on the streets. They didn't dare openly protest, but they still expressed their discontent in various ways. Many were gathered in the plaza in front of the government building, whispering among themselves and venting their frustrations. Jiang Lushur didn't need to guess, they were talking about what to do when Chuang's army arrived. Once the battle began, especially if his side started losing, these ability users would definitely switch sides. Even a child could figure that out. City Lord, if the speaker attacks, I'm afraid I won't be able to command the Huaxia military, Stephen said. Though he had the psychic mark, Ran Shiyu could only control a few people at most. It was impossible to mark every soldier in Huaxia's safe zone. Right now, people were obedient because Jiang Lushur was too powerful. But once Chuang arrived, that might change. Time passed. Stephen glanced at Jiang Lushur, who was still calmly drinking tea. This calmness didn't seem fake. Stephen sensed it wasn't that Jiang Lushur was confident of victory, but that his state of mind had been forged through countless life-or-death battles, extreme joys and sorrows. Even in a do-or-die situation, he could remain serene. The sun slowly set. Jiang Lushur had returned to his bedroom to rest. But downstairs, the ability users still refused to leave and remained in the square outside the government building. They stared into the distance, eyes nearly going blind from waiting. Why hadn't Chuang come yet? Some had waited all night, growing more anxious by the hour. At that moment, outside the gates of Huaxia City, the bespectacled middle-aged man who had organized the protest was still hanging on the wall. His face was deathly pale, body completely still, like a corpse. But if someone looked into his eyes, they'd feel a chill. His eyes were full of hatred, like a beast ready to tear flesh. His hatred for Jiang Lushur was now his only motivation to stay alive. He wanted to see Jiang Lushur die, crushed by Chuang, abandoned by everyone, and left without a grave. You little bastard, I'm going to rip Jiang Lushur's flesh apart piece by piece. The man bit his lip until it bled, his teeth dripping with blood. Just then, he vaguely saw a metallic streak flash across the sky in the distance. A series of blood mist-like objects were flying toward Huaxia City. That sight jolted him awake. Behind his cracked glasses, his eyes nearly burst from strain, desperately trying to see clearly. Chuang! Was it Chuang finally coming? The bespectacled middle-aged man's heart jumped to his throat. His only thought now was to see Jiang Lushur suffer a fate even more miserable than his own. He cared about nothing else. The blood mist grew thicker. Against the rising morning sun, the bespectacled man saw a scene he could hardly believe. It was a gigantic beast with wide wings, looking like a lizard. Its enormous body was like a moving mountain. Boom! Boom! With each step the beast took, the ground trembled. One step crushed a lake, another flattened a forest. It was covered in heavy scales, and its thick tail dragged a deep trench across the ground. My God, what kind of monster is this? The bespectacled man held his breath. In the 3 years since the apocalypse, people had seen countless mutant beasts, but the largest were only a few dozen meters long, like the giant octopus that once ravaged the Jinling safe zone. Even those who had seen mutant whales in the deep sea described them as barely over 100 meters, looking like small islands, already beyond imagination. But this beast in front of him, its terrifying length exceeded a full kilometer. Compared to it, any other giant beast was utterly overshadowed. Beside the giant beast were Apache attack helicopters. As the top-tier armed helicopters of the U.S. military, the Apache's overall performance far surpassed that of Huaxia City's WZ-10 helicopters. Yet now, dozens of Apaches flying beside this giant beast looked like tiny insects. The beast paid no attention to the helicopters, it was clearly their ally. It's Chuang. It must be Chuang. The bespectacled man trembled with excitement. Chuang had finally come. And they had even developed such an enormous divine beast. It was unbelievable. And it wasn't just the bespectacled man. The earthquake-like tremors woke people across Huaxia City early. Many went up to the city wall and saw the unforgettable scene in the distance. A massive, winged lizard-like beast, its body hidden partly in morning mist, exhaling red mist from its pores that dyed the surrounding air crimson, like it was immersed in blood clouds. My God, what is that thing? The scene was shockingly overwhelming. Even pre-apocalypse Hollywood blockbusters like Pacific Rim never had monsters this huge. Just a single tail swipe could topple a city wall. It's the Apache army. Chuang's troops. That lizard-like beast, is it a mutant? Did Chuang tame it too? Maybe Chuang created it. Their technology is far beyond our imagination. Since Chuang unified the world, people had repeatedly witnessed their advanced tech, gene evolution fluid, new high-tech weapons, special metals, divine general flying discs, psychic shock devices. Time and again, Chuang had reshaped people's understanding of science. There was no doubt Chuang had powerful genetic technology. Given that, even saying this beast was created by Chuang wouldn't be hard to believe. Could it be that Chuang had mastered the technology to control mutant beasts? At that thought, people gasped. The apocalypse had started because of zombies and mutant beasts. Whether Chuang had tamed this beast or created it from scratch, it meant Chuang had gained power capable of changing the world. In the apocalypse, people worshipped power. Chuang's ability to create such a giant beast was terrifying. At that moment, Jiang Lushur stood on the rooftop of the government building, gazing from afar at the towering beast rising into the clouds. As expected, in these 2 years, you didn't stay idle either. In 2 years, Jiang Lushur had undergone a complete transformation. The speaker, having ruled the world in this time, had gathered all global resources and high-tech relics. His strength must have also grown. But in this battle, Jiang Lushur had no retreat. He would fight with everything he had. Just then, Stephen burst into the room. City Lord. Chuang's army has arrived. But, our armed helicopters refuse to take off. Since Jiang Lushur took Huaxia City, they had long prepared for war. Troops had been on rotating 24-hour shifts. Though a bit tired, Chuang's forces had come a long way and should be even more fatigued. But after the appearance of that giant beast, mutiny broke out. Even Stephen's orders were ignored. If it were just a few people, Stephen would have executed them on the spot. But with all the troops refusing, he couldn't kill them all, and there would be no pilots left anyway. Those cowards. They must have planned this from the start. Stephen said angrily. Jiang Lushur remained calm. This result hadn't exceeded his expectations at all. Facing Chuang's army, the soldiers were already timid. Using WZ-10s against Apaches meant sure disaster. And now, with that giant lizard in the sky, just one sweep of its tail could knock out 7 or 8 helicopters. A fight like throwing eggs at rocks. That's how all the soldiers felt, and it was true. No matter. I never counted on them. This outcome was already expected. Jiang Lushur shook his head. He understood clearly, both the military and the ability users stood with Chuang. Whoa! Whoa! The Apaches had already flown over the city wall, while Huaxia City had no aircraft in the sky. Seeing this, the bespectacled man hanging from the wall let out maniacal laughter, like a seizure. Those who follow the way gain support. Those who lose it lose support. Lose enough, and even family turns against you. Gain enough, and the world follows. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Lushur. Do you see this? This is your end. Abandoned by all, and left with no grave. At that moment, the ability users also charged out, welcoming Chuang like they were seeing their savior. Brothers, let's get ready to fight. If someone wants to rule over us, let's show him we're not pushovers. Everyone knew how powerful Jiang Lushur was. But if they could strike while that beast crushed him and make a move, they might earn merit in Chuang's eyes, maybe even get lots of points. The lives of Jiang Lushur's squad were far more valuable than random guerrillas. And if they got lucky, maybe they could even capture one of those beautiful women around Jiang Lushur. What a dream that would be. Just thinking of tasting such women was thrilling. Attack. The lead Apache had already received attack orders. Target, the government building. From more than 1,000 meters away, dozens of Apache attack helicopters had already locked onto Jiang Lushur's position at the top floor of the building. At this moment, the government building was mostly abandoned by staff, and only Jiang Lushur and Stephen remained upstairs. Through the windproof glass, Jiang Lushur's location had been clearly detected by a psychic shock device. Fire. With an order, dozens of Apaches opened fire simultaneously. Machine guns and missiles unleashed a barrage of firepower, all aimed at Jiang Lushur. Facing the storm of bullets through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Lushur remained calm. He gently raised his hand, and a silver-gray light appeared between his brows. It was the glow of the star seed. At this point, Jiang Lushur had perfectly fused with the star seed. It had become part of his body. The energy of the star seed surged into Jiang Lushur's palm and erupted outward. Buzz! A powerful shockwave burst out in all directions, forming a semicircular light shield in the sky. All the firepower slammed into that shield. Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions echoed in the air. Shockwaves blasted everywhere. Hundreds of meters away, the glass of skyscrapers shattered simultaneously and scattered like petals in the wind, but the thin light shield in front of the government building remained unbreakable. Keep firing. Drain his energy. The commander of the Apache squad didn't expect this attack to kill Jiang Lushur. The goal was to wear him down. They had plenty of modern weapons. Chuang had inherited a massive arsenal of US military tech and could pour it out like it cost nothing. As long as Jiang Lushur kept maintaining that shield, his energy would eventually be exhausted. Second Squadron. With the commander's order, one heavy fighter jet after another tore through the sky trailing flames. The deafening roar of their supersonic flight echoed across Huaxia City. They were F-22 Raptor fighter jets. Some ability users with military knowledge immediately recognized that these were the most advanced F-22 Raptors in the world. Before the apocalypse, the F-22 was the only operational fifth-generation fighter jet in the world. Whether in supersonic cruise, stealth, onboard electronics, maneuverability, or weapon loadout, it surpassed other fighters by a huge margin. In air combat drills against F-15s, the F-22 once scored a kill ratio of over 100-0. It was the unrivaled king of the skies. But because of its high cost, even the wealthy US military had only limited quantities. On top of that, export was strictly forbidden, and it had no real opponents. In normal missions, F-22s weren't even needed, second-tier jets were enough. Yet now, Chuang had deployed 80 or 90 F-22 Raptors all at once. With such terrifying firepower, forget just targeting a building, they could level Huaxia City entirely. Drain his energy. The commander gave the order. But just then, rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder roared in the sky as dark clouds rolled in, covering everything. The rising morning sun was completely blocked, and the sky above Huaxia City turned pitch black. A black-haired girl hovered high in the sky within the clouds, like a goddess of thunder. It was Jiang Zhuiying. At this moment, a silver mark appeared between Jiang Zhuiying's brows, somewhat resembling the mark on Jiang Liusher's forehead, though much dimmer in light. It was the condensed energy of the star seed. After 2 years of cultivation inside the origin metal, Jiang Zhuiying had gained the most benefit. As long as Jiang Liusher allowed it, he could transfer a portion of the star seed energy to her. Now, empowered by that energy, Jiang Zhuiying was in her strongest battle state. Using her control over electricity, she hovered in midair, raised both hands, and slashed them down forcefully. Thunderstorm. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, hundreds of lightning bolts crashed from the sky. The pitch-black heavens were lit up by the strikes. It was a storm of thunderclouds. Everyone in Huaxia City saw the scene, a girl flying in the sky, her petite body unleashing such tremendous power. Was this still human strength? Since the apocalypse began, ability users had far exceeded ordinary people. But still, they felt like just stronger humans. Yet in this moment, the girl seemed like a true god. Crack, crack, crack. One jet after another was struck by rampaging lightning. For this battle, Chuang had mobilized nearly all of its F-22 fighter jets. Before the apocalypse, these were the pinnacle of human military technology, unrivaled in the sky. Because of their extreme cost, even the US military had only a bit over 100. Many were destroyed during the apocalypse. Now, Chuang had emptied its stock. This was undoubtedly the strongest air force in human history. But against this sweeping lightning storm, even the F-22s, with all their power, were helpless. Boom, boom, boom. Jet after jet exploded in midair. Whether Apache or F-22, they were like fragile insects in a storm, completely defenseless. Retreat. Fall back. Seeing that the shield over the government building was unbreakable and Jiang Zhuiying in the sky looked like a goddess of slaughter, the F-22s had lost their purpose. Staying in the thunderstorm now was just waiting to be slaughtered, it was meaningless. With that command, the F-22s and Apaches turned to retreat. But just then, Jiang Zhuiying pressed her hands together. Crackle. A terrifying electric net descended from the sky like the hand of death, sweeping toward the fleeing aircraft. Boom, 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 boom. More than 20 jets exploded instantly. Jiang Zhuiying, with ease, fought the entire fleet alone. Seeing the Apaches and F-22 squadrons fleeing in panic, everyone in Huaxia City was too stunned to speak. After the apocalypse, human technology had declined rapidly. People had been trapped in safe zones by zombies and mutant beasts, relying on ability users to go outside. Still, deep down, they believed that if the pinnacle of human science, talent, and military might were intact, zombies and beasts could be cleared. Ability users seemed strong only because human tech had fallen. But now, after witnessing Jiang Zhuiying's terrifying power, they finally understood how powerful an ability user could truly become. They had to know, this F-22 squadron, before the apocalypse, could crush the heart of a nation. They could easily cross a medium-sized country and strike its capital in a surgical decapitation attack. And now, such terrifying force had been stopped by one girl, Jiang Zhuiying. Watching the Apache squadron's aircraft being shot down one after another, everyone in Huaxia City who was observing this battle felt it was unbelievable. At this moment, the commander of the Apache squadron looked serious and forcefully waved his hand. VRR, VRR, VRR? A hard-to-describe sound suddenly came from a distance. At first, no one knew what was happening, but then they all involuntarily looked up at the sky. As that sound grew louder and closer, a dense line of black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. As these black dots rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, some people couldn't help but cry out. They were giant flying birds. There were hundreds, even thousands of them, filling the entire sky. Could these be pteranodons? Some people looked at these huge raptors and thought of a creature that existed in the late Cretaceous period. These giant flying birds were like the pteranodons of millions of years ago. Pteranodons were the largest flying creatures in Earth's life history. Their wingspan could reach more than 10 meters. These terrifying birds, once known only from museums, were now reappearing in the sky over Huaxia City. Whether they were true pteranodons or not, when these raptors covered the sky over Huaxia City, it was still shocking. Chuang had actually controlled so many giant flying birds, even forming them into an aerial army. Roar! 1,000 pteranodons suddenly let out sharp cries together, then charged toward Jiang Zhuiying in the air. Jiang Zhuiying hovered in the air, her black hair flying, her expression calm. The silver mark on her brow emitted a faint glow again, and she raised both hands high once more. Boom! 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 Dazzling streaks of lightning instantly lit up the sky. Those watching the sky felt as if they could not see anything clearly. This girl could release a thunderstorm again. Her body seemed to be filled with endless energy. The lightning struck the pteranodons in the air. Screams immediately rang out in the sky. One by one, the pteranodons were electrocuted, emitting black smoke and a charred smell as they fell from the sky. But there were too many pteranodons. Even though Jiang Zhuiying electrocuted dozens, it didn't affect the pteranodon army in the sky. A large group of pteranodons still screamed and rushed toward Jiang Zhuiying. At that moment, the roar of engines broke through the air, tearing open the clouds above. One silver fighter jet after another came screaming in. These fighter jets were the aircraft from Jiang Liusher's sky carrier. Shoot them down, Jiang Liusher ordered. The intelligence that Chuang headquarters received was vague. They only knew that Jiang Liusher had an aircraft carrier that could fly into the sky, but they didn't know how strong this carrier's combat power really was. So when these silver fighters appeared, the Apache squadron commander only gave the order to shoot down the enemy aircraft. However, when these silver jets charged toward the pteranodons, the outcome of the battle was shocking. The F-22 fighter jet was already the strongest aerial force humans had before the apocalypse, but when these silver fighters unleashed their power, people realized that Jiang Liusher's carrier jets had combat ability far beyond the F-22. Originally F-35 carrier fighters had been upgraded with star seed modification. Now they were fully intelligent, unmanned, and could still fight. The silver fighters darted through the air, and with each pass, dozens or even over 100 pteranodons spilled blood and fell with brutal screams. The bodies of these pteranodons fell heavily to the ground, and the splattered blood nearly dyed the land in front of Huaxia City red. This was outright slaughter. Jiang Liusher's side lost only a few jets. By any cost, kill that woman. The commander issued the final order for the pteranodon army. For the pteranodon army, there was no idea of retreat. Even if the entire pteranodon army was wiped out, they must kill Jiang Zhuiying. Following the order, the pteranodons rushed desperately toward Jiang Zhuiying. They were constantly being shot down by the silver fighters, but still more than 100 pteranodons charged into the area within 100 meters of Jiang Zhuiying. A distance of 100 meters, to the extremely fast pteranodons in flight, was the blink of an eye. At this distance, even if Jiang Zhuiying unleashed thunder again, she could not kill all the pteranodons. As long as even one pteranodon reached her, then Jiang Zhuiying would be finished. On the city wall, the bespectacled man's heart leapt to his throat. His eyes showed extreme excitement. Although Jiang Liusher's combat had amazed his eyes, if he could see Jiang Zhuiying torn to pieces by the pteranodons, then it would be worth it. However, at this moment, a terrifying gale of wind suddenly appeared. For pteranodons, wind could only help them, they could ride the wind and use the airflow. But in this gale, deadly danger suddenly hid within the wind. One by one, the pteranodons were caught in the airflow and silently cut into pieces. Blood poured down like rain. Amid this rain of blood, an elegant, beautiful figure appeared. She stood in the gale, but the wind merely supported her body gently. Her pristine white long dress contrasted sharply with the bloody scene of slaughter, yet it had a strange beauty. At this moment, Xiang Shuahai made her move. She lightly flew over and took Jiang Zhuiying's hand. The two girls simultaneously launched an attack in the air, lightning and the gale swept across the sky, while silver fighters roared through the air. Soon, when the last pteranodon in the sky fell to the ground, people still could not believe that the thousands of pteranodons had been completely killed. The entire sky had no Apache squadron left, and no pteranodon army either. At that moment, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the ground. Boom! Boom! Amid the roaring wind and flying stones, a huge figure slowly rose from the ground. It was that enormous lizard. On its back, its massive wings began to flap. Its heavy, terrifying body was lifted into the sky by those wings. Such a giant beast, as big as a small mountain, flew toward Huaxia City. The people on the city wall even held their breath. This giant lizard beast was shrouded in blood mist. When it rose into the sky and flapped its wings, the clouds above opened up. This was truly blocking the sun and covering the sky. Before, the dense pteranodons in the sky were shocking, but this giant lizard beast made people feel as if their very souls were frozen. Even the failure of the pteranodons now seemed unimportant. This giant lizard beast was Chuang's true terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Its cold gaze swept toward Huaxia City, and Jiang Lushi, standing on the central government building, suddenly locked eyes with the massive lizard beast. When facing off with the giant beast as huge as a mountain ridge, even Jiang Lushi felt a shock in his mind and spirit. Huh? What is this? Jiang Lushi felt that the pupils of this giant beast seemed to contain a fire of spirit, like the gathering of thousands of thoughts, extremely powerful, making it very hard to look directly at it. This giant beast was truly terrifying. Xiang, Zhuing, go back. Jiang Lushi communicated through Ran Shiyu's telepathic thought to Xiang Shuahai and Jiang Zhuing. The two women were stunned for a moment. Originally Jiang Zhuing was eager to try, but when she heard Jiang Liushi's words, she did not resist and directly flew back. Xiang Shuahai followed closely behind. Jiang Zhuing was as fast as thunder, and Xiang Shuahai was as fast as a gale. The two flew one in front and one behind toward the sky carrier. At this moment, the giant lizard beast opened its blood-red mouth wide. Its huge mouth could swallow a whole building. Its mouth was full of 2 layers of dense sharp teeth, each more than 10 meters long, shocking to see. Roar! The giant beast let out a world-shaking roar. The terrible sound waves spread out in all directions. Within 10 miles around Huaxia City, all the glass shattered at once. The over 80-story government building was hit first. Countless glass fragments fell from the top of the building like a crazy rain of diamonds. Ability users near the battlefield who were weaker were even shaken so hard that their ears bled and eardrums burst. Is this still the power of life? People were terrified. This beast was so huge that facing it, people didn't even count as ants. Woo, woo, woo. At this time, black streaks of light appeared in the giant beast's wide mouth. A terrifying suction force spread out in all directions, pulling in massive amounts of air into the beast's mouth, forming winds close to the speed of sound. The roaring wind howled, and a windstorm broke out. The glass that had fallen from the government building was even blown back by this force, all rushing toward the giant beast. A power of devouring. This was no longer ordinary suction, it was a force that devoured everything. The main target of this devouring force was Jiang Zhuing and Xiang Shuahai, who had already flown toward the sky carrier. Ah! Jiang Zhuing cried out in alarm. Her body was suddenly pulled by this force. Instead of moving forward, she was flung backward. Zhuing! Xiang Shuahai was startled in her heart. With quick eyes and hands, she grabbed Jiang Zhuing. After all, she had wind-type abilities and could use the wind's power to stabilize her body. Still, even so, her speed was slowed significantly. What slowed Xiang Shuahai was not the gale. The gale did not affect Xiang Shuahai, who understood wind-type abilities. Instead, it helped her. What slowed her was the huge devouring force. This power came directly from the giant beast. It was like the Earth's gravity, but much stronger than Earth's gravity by many times. Huff, huff, huff. The giant beast flapped its wings and flew toward Xiang Shuahai and Jiang Zhuing, clearly about to swallow them in one bite. At this moment, however, Xiang Shuahai and Jiang Zhuing were nearly held motionless in the air. Even Jiang Lushi was far from them. The situation was extremely dangerous. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, silver fighter jets came charging toward the giant beast from all directions. These unmanned fighter jets attacked from the sides, avoiding the beast's main devouring force. But even so, the silver jets were still greatly affected. However, that didn't matter. Some silver jets, in just a few seconds, poured all their firepower onto the giant beast, then immediately opened up full thrust and charged into the beast's body. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the giant beast was completely engulfed in explosive fire. The heavily modified jets, weighing tens of tons, reached twice the speed of sound at full power. This terrifying impact itself was more than 10 times the power of missiles. Even this mountain-like giant beast was forced to retreat again and again. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Zhuing and Xiang Shuahai broke free from the giant devouring force and flew back into the sky carrier. Roar! Amid the explosions, the giant beast let out another angry roar. It suddenly spread its huge wings wide, sweeping 7 or 8 fighter jets into pieces. Even in the midst of such explosions, the giant beast was not much injured. Its resilience was truly terrifying, otherwise, an attack of this magnitude would have crushed even a mountain ridge. At this time, after the continuous storm, there was not a single cloud left within 100 miles. Under the blue sky, Jiangliusher's giant sky carrier no longer had cloud cover. Its silvery gray hull reflected the golden rays of the rising sun. This sky carrier was extremely large. It blocked the sunlight and cast a shadow that covered many city blocks. But compared to the giant airborne beast opposite it, the sky carrier seemed small. The beast, with a body length exceeding 1 kilometer, was easily twice as long as the sky carrier, and its wingspan was nearly 2 kilometers. This difference was like a vulture facing a magpie. Chuang must win. Kill Jiang Lusher. Many people who saw this scene felt their blood boil. Such a huge giant beast, even in pre-apocalypse Hollywood movies it was rarely seen. It seemed truly invincible. Just killing Jiang Lusher would be too easy for him. I want him to be worse off than dead. I want to, in front of him, take his women one by one and use them until they die. On the city wall, the bespectacled middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said this. What sustained him now was his boundless hatred. However, just as the bespectacled man felt extremely excited in his heart, he suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up, and all his strength seemed to weaken greatly. What was going on? The bespectacled man took several deep breaths, trying to adjust, but the feeling of weakness only grew stronger. He vaguely felt that the power inside his body was being continuously drained. Although the bespectacled man's hands and feet had been rendered useless, his abilities still remained. But now he felt his abilities being constantly taken away. What is happening to me? At this moment, the bespectacled man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He opened his mouth and tried desperately to breathe, but he felt like he couldn't get enough air, as if he had returned to being a mortal after a serious illness, so weak he could barely hold himself up. My level of power is falling? The bespectacled man discovered this in horror. In fact, it was not only him. Many ability users in Huaxia City felt that their power was being drained away. Some weaker ones went limp and fell to the ground, breathing hard as if one less breath would suffocate them. Even those who were second-level ability users could barely hold on. They struggled to stand, and others simply leaned against walls and sat down. What on earth was going on? Everyone's hearts were filled with terror. As ability users, they could live above others in this apocalypse because of their powers. But now, their powers were rapidly decreasing, and their power levels were falling. If this accident was temporary, that might be okay. But if it was permanent, it was simply unbelievable. They were used to living as the strong. If they suddenly became weak again, they might as well be killed. I feel our power being pulled up into the sky. I saw many threads, a psychic ability user said between gasps. Everyone's hearts tightened. What did you say? Speak clearly. I saw innumerable threads connected to us, and that giant beast in the sky. As the psychic ability user spoke, sweat poured like rain. Others listened in a daze. They struggled to lift their heads and look toward the sky where the giant beast's huge shadow was cast. Their powers had formed thread-like lines linking them to this giant beast. Could it be their powers were being absorbed by this giant beast? Thinking this, many people turned pale. If such a huge beast was devouring their powers, wouldn't they rapidly be sucked dry? No, impossible. We are supporters of Chuang, yet Chuang would harm us. One person's voice trembled. Just 15 minutes ago, he had been joyfully welcoming Chuang's arrival like a savior. They had already planned to fight together with Chuang. But now, their powers were being devoured by the giant beast? Many weak ability users could no longer hold on. But at this moment, people saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy. He was only a Class C ability user, the weakest among ability users. Strangely, he was standing there unharmed. Why are you not affected? People, astonished, looked at this boy. Could it be that he was too weak, so the giant beast didn't bother with him? But that shouldn't be. This giant beast should devour everyone's powers indiscriminately. The weaker ones would be devoured faster, barely able to keep going. The boy looked bewildered. He had no idea what was happening. All he saw were the people around him falling one by one. He was also in an ability user squad, but just doing odd jobs in that squad. Usually, he would be bullied by others. But now, those who were normally strong were one by one as if their bones had been dissolved, weak and unable to function. I don't know anything. It's got nothing to do with me. The boy shook his head in panic. Just then, he felt a shadow appear behind him. He turned sharply and was startled. Standing behind him was a man in black clothes, emitting an indescribable aura of authority. Jiang Lushur. Everyone looked toward Jiang Lushur in fear. Jiang Lushur had only taken control of Huaxia City for a day or two, and his iron-blooded methods were terrifying. At this moment, their powers were being rapidly drawn away, and now Jiang Lushur appeared here. Everyone's minds trembled. These people had earlier declared they would storm the government building with Chuang and leave Jiang Lushur with no burial place. If Jiang Lushur pursued them, just a single thought could make them vanish into ashes. What are you doing? Seeing Jiang Lushur walk forward, a Class B ability user turned pale with fright. However, Jiang Lushur merely walked past him and went to an open space. In the center of this open space was a puddle of black-red viscous liquid that looked like mercury. What is that? Everyone was stunned. They had not noticed how this strange liquid had come to be. Jiang Lushur gently touched the liquid with his hand, frowning slightly. Then, he suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind struck. The Class B ability user who had just spoken flinched in surprise. He felt a pain in his cheek and a thin stream of blood spurted out. Mercy! City Lord Jiang, mercy! I never wanted to be a rebel. Originally the Class B ability user could barely stand. Now he was so scared that he collapsed to his knees. Although it was the apocalypse, not everyone was indifferent to life and death. Many who had lived comfortably greatly feared death. But Jiang Lushur didn't pay him any mind. With a gesture of his right hand, the blood that had spurted out gathered in Jiang Lushur's palm. With his other hand, Jiang Lushur touched the black-red liquid. So it's like this? Jiang Lushur's gaze hardened. The Class B ability user's blood was burned by energy and turned into flying ash, but a very small amount of black-red liquid remained, exactly the same as the larger puddle of black-red liquid. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur fully confirmed his guess. The large black-red liquid he found was the blood spilled by the giant beast in the sky after it was wounded. Even a giant like that, under the impact of star seed jets at 2 to 3 times the speed of sound, would take some damage. It just had very strong self-healing, so the wound would quickly recover. But this blood had spilled. Inside other ability users, Jiang Lushur had just found components similar to this giant beast's blood. Gene evolution fluid. This must be the true nature of gene evolution fluid. You dilute that giant beast's blood and inject it into other ability users' bodies. Am I right? Jiang Lushur suddenly turned his head. In the sky about 30 feet behind him, a tall man in a black cloak hovered. His brow was sharp like a sword, and he emanated a powerful energy field, like a god descended to the mortal world. He was the speaker. The number one person in control of Chuang, and also Jiang Lushur's fated enemy. Compared to 2 years ago, he not only had not aged, he seemed younger, looking not even 30. He wore a smile of admiration. What you said is not wrong. You actually discovered this from some subtle clues. Very sharp. The speaker's sudden appearance made the other ability users even more terrified. They didn't know the speaker personally, but they could imagine that this person was probably one of Chuang's highest figures. Jiang Lushur was facing off against the speaker. 2 peerless masters had met here, and they were the witnesses. At this moment, however, they did not want to witness this at all. They knew very well that either of these two could utterly annihilate them with a single thought. And also just now, wait. What did Jiang Lushur say? Gene evolution fluid. Its essence was that giant beast's blood? The gene evolution fluid they were injected with was this? Jiang Lushur rubbed his hands lightly, and starseed energy exploded outward. The massive energy burned the giant beast's blood into flying ash. He spoke calmly. It's not that I saw anything special, but my wife did a detailed analysis. Based on her analysis, I deduced this point. Jiang Lushur was naturally referring to Li Yusin, who possessed powerful medical ability. Li Yusin had once conducted the most comprehensive analysis of gene evolution fluid. There would be no second person on Earth who could do such detailed analysis. It's just that at that time I didn't know that gene evolution fluid was the blood of a giant beast. Now it seems that because these blood cells have such strong vitality, even when separated from the host body, this vitality doesn't disappear. After the blood enters the human body, it not only is not rejected by the immune system, it instead merges into the human body and becomes part of it. So in that sense, it isn't that ability users injected and absorbed gene evolution fluid. It would be more accurate to say that ability users were injected and then absorbed by the gene evolution fluid. That's also the reason everyone's power increased after injecting gene evolution fluid, because their bodies were transformed by the giant beast's blood. Unfortunately, at the same time they were transformed, their lives no longer fully belonged to themselves, but were controlled by you. It's not even an exaggeration to say that these people have now become part of that giant beast's body. Calling it a clone would not be too much. When that giant beast fights in the sky and consumes strength, it naturally draws strength from these people. That's also the reason they are weak. Jiang Lushur spoke these words slowly and deliberately. He was so certain because earlier when he looked into the giant beast's eyes, he clearly felt that the beast's pupils seemed to integrate thousands of perceptions. Now it seemed that those perceptions and consciousness came from ability users whose lives had merged with the giant beast. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned as pale as paper. Was this real? They thought they absorbed gene evolution fluid. In fact, gene evolution fluid absorbed them. They became stronger, but their lives were already controlled. Now their situation was exactly as Jiang Lushur said. Even a child could see that what Jiang Lushur said was completely true. This gene evolution fluid was nothing but a poison that pierced the stomach. Ha ha ha. Wonderful, very wonderful. The speaker clapped his hands. Your woman is really amazing, and your analysis is not wrong at all. My lord, have mercy. Those ability users knelt with thud, trembling with all their hearts. They realized a terrifying fact: they had effectively become bait for that giant beast. As long as the beast desired it, it could devour all their strength. They would not only lose power, they might slowly die once their energy was completely drained. This kind of death was too terrifying. My lord, I have always supported Chuang. I am willing to be your subject, please spare me. Some begged painfully. Because their energy had been drained, they were already in extreme pain, and now hearing this news, their minds were about to collapse. I will fight for you, through fire and water, please don't take away my powers. The ability users wailed. Jiang Lushur merely snorted coldly. Even with death approaching, they still prayed to the one who would kill them, just for that tiny sliver of hope they themselves didn't believe would appear. This was human weakness. You think you fight for me? The speaker laughed, shaking his head. You are nothing but lowly ants. Have you ever heard that humans need ants to fight for them? The giant beast you see is my masterpiece. Its name is Giant Dragon God. The speaker raised his head and looked toward the giant beast in the sky, his face filled with obsession. Giant Dragon God is me, and I am Giant Dragon God. My life has already merged with it. To be precise, it is my clone. As for you, you are merely nutrients. I have unified the whole world, and 8 to 9 out of every 10 ability users in the world have injected gene evolution fluid. You will all become part of me. When I gather the strength of all the world's ability users, I will complete the ultimate evolution of a life form. At that time, through me, you will also live forever between heaven and earth, able to break free from the curse of death. You should feel fortunate. The speaker's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Everyone's hearts went cold. From the beginning, they were just stepping stones. It was ridiculous that they had schemed so hard for gene evolution fluid, crazily wiping out guerrilla teams that resisted Chuang. It was ridiculous that after gene evolution fluid exchange was completely abolished by Jiang Lushur, they still gathered to protest at the government building. It was ridiculous that when Chuang came to kill, they still thought about storming the government building with Chuang to kill Jiang Lushur and take back the points that belonged to them. It was truly ridiculous. At this point, it was already pathetic. The ultimate evolution of life? Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. Although he had already guessed that the gene evolution fluid might be the speaker's tool, he did not expect the speaker's scheme to be so huge. His own life had already been fused with this giant dragon god. The human body was ultimately not strong enough and had too many limits. But now the speaker had fused with the giant dragon god and used the giant dragon god as his avatar. Jiang Lushur, I really didn't expect you to still be alive. Back then you were at a dead end. I can't imagine how you escaped. But it doesn't matter, you living is actually good for me. I know that there is a secret on your body, and this secret should be related to the relics. If I kill you, the secret on your body will become mine. Now not only Huaxia City, but ability users all over the world, their energy is at my disposal. My strength is almost endless, so you cannot possibly beat me. As the speaker spoke, he laughed wildly. Storms rose around him, his black hair flying like a demon god descending to the world. On his chest appeared a black glowing sphere, and black armor covered his body. Weapons. Compared to 2 years ago, his weapon had changed greatly. It was completely black, with a pair of fiery red eyes like those from hell. Jiang Lushur. Life without an opponent can also be lonely. Since you survived, fine, today I will use your blood as a sacrifice to complete my path to godhood. As the speaker spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand. A black longsword appeared in his right hand. The sword was as tall as a person and looked incredibly heavy, but the speaker held it with one hand. Before he even swung it, a huge amount of energy burst forth. The surrounding air was being ionized by the sword's energy. The other ability users only felt enveloped by a powerful energy field. Their body hair stood on end, their hearts raced, their blood circulated faster, and breathing became difficult. Many ability users were already suffering because the giant dragon god had been extracting their energy. Now, enveloped by this force field, some simply groaned and fell to the ground twitching, frothing at the mouth as their blood vessels bulged like worms. Crack! Crack! Under the massive blood pressure, one person's blood vessels actually burst open. His entire body was covered in blood, shaking on the ground. After a moment, he stopped moving. Dead? Seeing this made everyone's spines feel cold. In such a strong energy magnetic field, even water molecules would be stretched because they were polar. This terrifying force was something the human body could not endure. Go quickly. A group of ability users bit their teeth and dragged themselves away, crawling even though they were extremely weak. They used every last bit of life energy to crawl away. Who would have thought that the high-ranking Chuang leaders they had once longed for day and night would show up like this? He had not come to save them, he had come to take their lives. And at this moment, roar! The giant dragon god in the sky suddenly let out an explosive roar. The terrible sound waves burst like thousands of thunder strikes. The giant dragon god flapped its enormous wings and charged toward the sky carrier. Boom! The giant dragon god slammed into the carrier. The surface of the carrier erupted with a brilliant shield. The two massive beings fought in the sky, their energy clashing, making the earth shake and the mountains tremble. Jiang Lushur narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. The sky carrier, supported by Yingji and assisted by Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Qiyu, and others, should be enough. His opponent, however, was the speaker. He knew that as long as he killed the speaker, the giant dragon god would no longer be a threat. Jiang Lushur. It's our turn. The speaker grinned wickedly. His longsword suddenly burst with countless black radiances. The black light was not dazzling, but instead seemed to want to devour everything. D! The speaker roared and slashed toward Jiang Lushur. This slash was like a huge whirlpool rising up, twisting all the force fields around and gathering toward the black longsword. The highly compressed energy exploded instantly. All matter melted into millions-degree plasma. Boom! Like a small nuclear explosion, the speaker's slash came down heavily. The terrible sword energy formed a huge black crescent that shot out at terrifying speed, hundreds of times the speed of sound. Where it passed, the air turned into plasma. As it expanded rapidly, it produced a dreadful sonic boom like continuous thunder. Two twin skyscrapers were directly in the path of the advancing black sword energy. Before the high-temperature plasma sword energy, the reinforced concrete was like soft tofu. The two skyscrapers were cut in half. The sword energy continued upward into the sky. After a moment of silence, the two skyscrapers began to creak loudly. The traces left by the sword energy were clear. Under such enormous pressure, the concrete exploded. This kind of collapse was like dominoes. From the cut section upward, it quickly spread. The brilliantly blue glass buildings instantly turned into countless collapsing dust clouds, falling from top to bottom. In less than 10 seconds, they completely collapsed. In an instant, millions of tons of concrete crashed to the ground. The low buildings nearby were crushed and collapsed. Many ability users were directly crushed to death, their wails never stopping. This. The survivors were completely silent. What a terrifying power. Just one slash had cut two skyscrapers in half. Compared to this, they were like heaven and earth apart. Who could withstand such force? Could Jiang Lushur? He dodged. Someone pointed at the sky and shouted with difficulty. Everyone raised their heads to look. In the air hundreds of meters above, there was a figure dressed in black facing the blast wind. It was Jiang Lushur. From the moment the speaker drew his sword, to the shockwave exploding, to the twin towers falling, all of it happened in less than the blink of an eye. People didn't even have time to react before they saw the towers collapse. Yet in that instant, Jiang Lushur had already flown to such a height. His speed was faster than the shockwave. Although Jiang Lushur did not dare to block the sword energy, just that terrifying speed was enough to shock people. But speed alone could not defeat the speaker. Heh! In these 2 years, you've improved a lot. The speaker sneered coldly. He rose up and flew toward Jiang Lushur in the air. The two faced each other in midair, 50 meters apart, hundreds of meters above the ground. Jiang Lushur, I don't know what secret you have on you, but I roughly know that your power comes from your vehicle. Now your vehicle is gone, but you have a sky carrier instead. Is this an upgraded version of your vehicle? Truly surprising. Too bad the giant dragon god is holding your sky carrier in place. You're isolated and without help, just you alone, how do you expect to beat me? Above the kilometer-high sky, two gigantic entities, the sky carrier and the dragon god, were clashing violently. The impact between the shield and the dragon god's massive claws unleashed a powerful energy storm. Amidst this storm, Jiang Lushi and the speaker faced off. They were also hundreds of meters above the ground. Looking up from below, they were just two tiny black dots. But most espers had excellent eyesight, and even in daylight, they could see clearly. At the beginning of the battle, people had hoped the speaker would easily crush Jiang Lushi. But now, they all hoped Jiang Lushi would win. If Jiang Lushi won, they might still have a way out. If the speaker won, they were doomed. But to defeat the speaker, who had effortlessly sliced the twin towers in half with a single sword, how could it be that easy for Jiang Lushi? That power was no longer something human. Moreover, even with such a sliver of hope, some of them were destined not to see the outcome. Their bodies were being assimilated by the dragon god's blood, their own energy constantly drained. Many people could no longer hold on and were barely alive. Even those espers who could still stand had lost most of their powers. Their realms had fallen, and some had even turned back into ordinary people. From an esper to an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. "They're fighting," someone shouted. Now, all their hopes were pinned on Jiang Lushi. Whoosh! Jiang Lushi's figure suddenly disappeared into the storm, as if he had become one with it. People squinted, trying hard to see the battle clearly, but they couldn't spot Jiang Lushi at all. "Too fast. You actually have such speed, but speed happens to be my forte too." The speaker also moved. His black battle armor left a dazzling afterimage as he surprisingly located Jiang Lushi's figure within the storm. Boom! The air exploded with a roar. That was the speaker's heavy sword unleashing tremendous energy, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. "Let's see how you block this," the speaker roared. This strike was like a mountain crashing down, heavily slamming toward Jiang Lushi. But at that critical moment, a streak of blue light fell from the sky. Whoosh! From the sky carrier high above, a silver beam shot out. Like a falling meteor, it targeted the speaker. Ha! The speaker was shocked. If he continued attacking Jiang Lushi, this silver beam would hit him right in the head. With a forceful twist of his wrist, the sword was lifted. Crack! The speaker's sword collided violently with the silver light. Like stars crashing in the sky, a massive storm blew outward. The visible shockwaves were like sharp blades, slicing wildly. The speaker fixed his gaze. The silver light he had just knocked away spun rapidly, like the rotor blades of a helicopter. Pa! Jiang Lushi suddenly appeared and grabbed the rapidly spinning object. Only then did the speaker see clearly. It was a silver-long spear, gripped tightly by Jiang Lushi. The shaft trembled violently like a swimming divine dragon. "Ha! Where did you get a weapon?" the speaker asked in surprise. Jiang Lushi sneered. The speaker's weapon came from the ruins, and in the end, it was merely a battlesuit left by an extraterrestrial civilization. But the starseed, that was a starship from an alien civilization. How could a mere battlesuit compare to a starship? Although the starseed hadn't fully evolved yet, it was only a matter of time. Jiang Lushi controlled an entire starship. It was a super weapons vault in itself. This long spear was forged by the starseed, and it was far from the only one. "You take one strike from me too." Jiang Lushi, holding the long spear, turned into a streak of flowing light, thrusting straight toward the speaker. Ha! The speaker leapt back, clashing fiercely with Jiang Lushi. Boom! Boom! Both their bodies exploded with conical white mist, each broke the sound barrier in an instant. With sheer physical power, they surpassed the speed of sound, achieving terrifying acceleration in mere seconds, dozens of gs. It was beyond imagination. And that wasn't even their full speed, they kept accelerating. The sonic booms echoed above Huaxia City as they tore through the air, sharp and piercing. Brilliant energy light rain burst forth in the sky. Jiang Lushi and the speaker darted across the skies above Huaxia City. The vast city, spanning hundreds of miles, was like a mud ball beneath their feet. In just a few dozen seconds, they had crossed it back and forth. "Jiang Lushi, I really want to know what happened in these past 2 years. You truly surprised me. I never thought you'd reach this level. But this is as far as you go. I'll kill you with everything I've got." While moving at high speed, the speaker suddenly roared. The energy orb on his chest emitted dazzling black light. His body started to grow with the glow. Within seconds, he grew taller than 2 meters, muscles bulging, overwhelmingly strong. "Second form of the weapon," the speaker shouted. His voice had changed, the massive energy amplification making his voice rumble like thunder across the entire Huaxia City. D. The speaker swung his sword. The sword energy was now more than 10 times stronger than before. And its color had changed from black to blood red. A huge blood-red crescent-shaped sword aura descended like a blood moon falling to the earth. Even hundreds of miles away, one could see the towering blood-colored divine light. At this moment, even Jiang Liusher's expression changed slightly. He could feel the terrifying power within this strike. After all, the speaker had prepared for over half a century. He had acquired all the technology from the ruins, and using his authority, he had drawn upon the power of all espers in the world. Although Jiang Liusher had the starseed, he had only grown for 3 years. The vast difference in time made Jiang Liusher feel the pressure of death from this one strike. Starseed, lend me your power. Jiang Liusher also shouted. Between his brows, the starseed burst forth with a dazzling divine light, like a third eye opening. Jiang Liusher thrust upward, spear in hand, man and weapon became one, charging forward without hesitation. The two strongest beings in the world clashed at an altitude of 1 kilometer. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed again. The massive blood-red crescent sword aura clashed with Jiang Liusher's spear light. The overwhelming energy shockwave sent both of them flying. The blood-red crescent didn't stop, it slammed toward the ground. Dodge! Quick, dodge! The many espers cried out. At this life-or-death moment, even as the dragon god drained their energy, they activated all their remaining strength and fled desperately away from the blood crescent. Crack crack crack. Where the blood crescent passed, several skyscrapers hundreds of meters tall, before the sword energy even arrived, the glass on their exteriors had already shattered. And when the energy hit, the sturdy concrete crumbled into powder, as if millions of years had passed in an instant, the buildings weathered into gray dust. Crash! A majestic skyscraper collapsed before everyone's eyes, like a toppling sand sculpture. Billions of tons of dust shattered so thoroughly that it was swept up by the storm, flying into the sky and blocking out the sun. The ground was also carved open by the sword energy, leaving an unfathomably deep chasm. The power of this strike was bone-chilling, truly terrifying. Jiang Liusher. Could he be dead? People held their breath. Who could withstand such a blow? Skyscrapers turned into sand. The power of this strike was dozens of times greater than the last. Even Jiang Liusher might not survive. Wait! Look at the sky! Suddenly, an esper shouted. Everyone looked up, and saw a bizarre sight. In the once blue sky, a black hole appeared, like the sky had been pierced. Through this hole, they could see space, dotted with stars. What is happening? People were shocked. In broad daylight, they saw stars, as if a piece of night sky had been stitched into the day, completely unnatural. It's the atmosphere, it's been torn open, forming a vacuum tunnel, so we can see outer space. An esper who knew meteorology spoke with a trembling voice. People saw the blue sky because atmospheric molecules diffract blue light due to their size matching its wavelength. But if a large region of atmosphere turned into a vacuum, no air, no diffraction, then that area would appear black, and through it, people could see space and the stars. Could it be? Jiang Liusher's spear? Hearts froze. That one spear had pierced through the atmosphere. Its terrifying light forcefully carved a path through the thick atmosphere, displacing air and letting the starlight from space shine down for all to see. Just how powerful was that one strike? As if confirming the esper's guess, the black hole in the sky began shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, it vanished and returned to a blue sky. Air had refilled the gap. But the image of that black space background was seared into the retinas of many espers. That moment was too shocking. To tear through Earth's atmosphere with just physical power, that was even more mind-blowing than reducing a building to dust. Was this Jiang Liusher's power? Even gods were nothing more than this. Our strength seems to be recovering. Someone suddenly realized this. They hadn't noticed it while fleeing for their lives from the sword energy. But now they found, the dragon god's rate of draining their energy had slowed, allowing them to recover a bit of stamina. Could it be, because the speaker was injured? So the rate of energy extraction slowed? People suddenly realized this and looked up into the sky. The speaker was gone. But Jiang Liusher was also gone. Even the strongest beings on Earth could not remain unscathed after such a terrifying impact. Boom! At that moment, a collapsed building suddenly exploded. Amid the billowing dust, a tall and sturdy black figure walked out from the ruins. It's the speaker. The speaker is injured. People saw the speaker wearing his weapon armor, but now, that armor was already damaged, with blood flowing from it. The armor was damaged? What terrifying attack power! Jiang Liusher! He's over there, he's badly hurt. People saw Jiang Liusher in another pile of ruins. His injuries were far more severe than the speaker's. His chest was completely covered in blood, several ribs seemed broken, and both his arms and legs were full of wounds. If an ordinary person were injured like this, they would have died long ago, but Jiang Liusher was still gripping his spear tightly. People held their breath. Jiang Liusher was more seriously injured than the speaker. This wasn't looking good. If the battle continued, Jiang Lushur was likely to lose. If the speaker killed Jiang Lushur, they would all be finished, the energy and life force in their bodies would be absorbed by the dragon god. You really surprised me to actually push me this far. But unfortunately, you're fighting me with only your body. How can the defense of flesh compare to my battle armor? You're bound to be seriously injured in a head-on clash. The speaker dragged his heavy black sword, the tip cutting deep furrows into the ground. The speaker's advantage was his armor. The powerful battle armor's defense was unmatched. This was Jiang Lushur's fatal weakness. D. The black orb on the speaker's chest suddenly flashed with light, shooting straight toward Jiang Lushur. The beam was unimaginably fast, but despite being seriously injured, Jiang Lushur's figure disappeared as if he had teleported. Boom! The ground exploded. A massive sinkhole appeared on the surface as the black light shot into the earth. Even a casual strike from the speaker was so terrifying. He dodged it. Although Jiang Lushur was incredibly fast, there were still espers with mental abilities who could barely judge the situation from the fluctuations. Even heavily injured, Jiang Lushur still had such terrifying speed. But speed alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the speaker. People were worried. How many more times could Jiang Lushur launch an attack strong enough to pierce the atmosphere? Even if he could he endure the impact of a direct collision with the speaker again? Jiang Lushur, I told you, your power comes from your warship. Now your sky carrier has been entangled by my dragon god. That dragon god is the result of half a century of my effort. It combines the power of all espers who've been injected with the dragon god's blood. You're basically fighting the world's espers alone. How could you possibly win? It's over, Jiang Lushur. Without the sky carrier's support, you're just a tiger without claws or fangs. As the speaker spoke, he walked toward a pile of rubble. He knew Jiang Lushur was inside, and his injuries were getting worse, his blood was still flowing. At the level of Jiang Lushur and the speaker, every cell in their bodies had been transformed by energy, including their blood. Losing blood meant losing energy. Are you planning to just hide in that rubble? Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand? How disappointing. Is that pile of ruins your final resting place? I thought you were someone who could challenge me to some extent. I didn't expect you'd choose this as your grave. The speaker laughed loudly and raised his heavy sword, aiming it at the rubble. Even though he had less than half of his energy left, it was more than enough to deal with Jiang Lushur. This moment made everyone's heart stop. The outcome of this battle decided their fate. Clatter! Just then, the rubble in front of the speaker trembled. Faint rays of energy light shot out from the gaps in the debris. Seeing this, the speaker grinned viciously. How could he not know that Jiang Lushur was trying to launch a sneak attack from the ruins? But he had long been ready to strike. His internal energy was like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to explode. His attack speed was faster than Jiang Lushur's. Jiang Lushur's injuries were worse than his. But even so, he wouldn't wait for Jiang Lushur to get ready. Strike first. D. The speaker roared. His heavy sword fell like a collapsing mountain. This sword shook heaven and earth, moved mountains and rivers. Boom! Blinding divine light flashed across the sky. The speaker's sword transformed into a massive blood-colored crescent moon. Half of it was buried in the ground, splitting the earth open. The ruins where Jiang Lushur hid were instantly obliterated by the violent energy. All rubble, concrete, and steel turned into plasma vapor and vanished. The ground became a massive ravine, spreading forward at 10 times the speed of sound. Everything in its path was destroyed by the sword light. Boom! 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 Several skyscrapers in a row were struck by the sword light, split in half. Tons of debris and dust were blown away behind the buildings as they exploded and collapsed. When the sword light faded, people were chilled to the bone seeing its power. A massive ravine over 10 kilometers long split Huaxia City in half. It even shattered the city wall and stretched all the way to the horizon before gradually becoming shallow. This strike truly split mountains and seas, overturning heaven and earth. Jiang Lushur. Where is Jiang Lushur? People looked at the ruins, only a massive ravine remained. Jiang Lushur was nowhere to be seen. Did he get completely vaporized? Are we finished? Many people's hearts sank. Jiang Lushur's biggest weakness was the lack of armor like the speaker. Even if his attack power matched the speaker's, his defense could not compare. That was his fatal flaw. To take that sword head-on with just his body, unimaginable. Huh? What's that? People suddenly saw that in the ravine where the ruins had disappeared, a floating blue energy orb appeared. This orb was mysterious and beautiful. Though clearly in front of them, it felt unreachable, like one of those blue quasars scientists love to study, moved here from an infinitely distant universe. Seeing this blue orb, the speaker also froze. The energy it emitted was exactly the same as Jiang Lushur's. Could it be what Jiang Lushi left behind after being vaporized? If so, it must be a precious treasure, otherwise, how could it survive such terrifying sword energy? Just as the speaker had that thought, the orb suddenly disappeared, it dove straight into the ground. The speaker's heart jumped. A strong sense of unease surged up. He didn't have time to think when. Boom! The ground behind the speaker exploded. A dazzling light burst into the sky, shooting straight at him. It was Jiang Lushi. Holding his long spear, he thrust straight at the speaker's throat. What's going on? The speaker's expression changed drastically. He had clearly felt that his attack had hit Jiang Lushi. If not dead, he should have been near death. How could he suddenly launch a sneak attack from behind? In that critical moment, the speaker had no time to think or counterattack. His previous sword strike had consumed a massive amount of energy. Full energy shield, activate. The speaker roared. The orb on his chest emitted a blinding black light, like a black sun rising in the sky. A powerful energy shield enveloped his entire body. But before it could fully form, Jiang Lushi's spear already struck it. Man and spear became one. This strike contained all of Jiang Lushi's power. Boom! A terrifying explosion, heaven and earth went silent. That brilliant blaze became the only thing in existence. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread across the speaker's incomplete shield. His body was like a leaf in a storm, and as the cracks grew, bang! The shield shattered into a rain of black light. The speaker groaned and spat a mouthful of blood. At that moment, even wearing the battle armor, he felt like all his organs were being crushed by a mountain. Boom! The speaker slammed into a building, the impact punching through it completely, then crashed heavily to the ground. How could this happen? The speaker used one hand to support his sword and struggled to stand up. Even after taking Jiang Lushi's full strike head-on, he wasn't dead, only seriously injured. He's not dead. People saw the speaker stand and their hearts sank. They didn't know what had just happened, but they knew Jiang Lushi must have used most of his energy for that strike. And still, it wasn't enough to finish the fight. Now it seemed the speaker was even slightly less injured than Jiang Lushi. That battle armor's defense was nearly invincible. Even like this, could he still not win? People felt that Jiang Lushi's chances of victory were growing slimmer. The speaker wiped the blood from the gaps in his armor. The red eyes on the armor stared intensely at Jiang Lushi. You're truly terrifying. If I gave you more time, I would surely die at your hands. But I won't give you the chance. I'm curious, how did you do that just now? Did you hide underground from the beginning? The speaker didn't understand. If Jiang Lushi had hidden underground, how did his own senses get fooled? He clearly felt Jiang Lushi was in that rubble. That rubble had Jiang Lushi's energy signature. Wait. A flash of insight crossed the speaker's mind. Yes, energy signature. That blue orb had the same energy signature as Jiang Lushi. In fact, it could be said that the energy signature he sensed from Jiang Lushi from the start wasn't his body, but from that blue orb. Or rather, they were one and the same. I see. That blue energy orb is the source of your power. It's inside your body, but it can also leave it. The speaker, with over half a century of life experience, immediately understood what had happened. While he was distracted by the explosion of his own attack, Jiang Lushi's body had slipped underground, and the energy orb had left his body and dropped into the rubble. Because the speaker had judged Jiang Lushi's location based on that energy signature, he naturally believed the orb was Jiang Lushi himself, and unleashed his strongest attack on it. After the attack, the orb re-entered the ground and reunited with Jiang Lushi's body. Then Jiang Lushi struck with his fatal blow. The body's defense was Jiang Lushi's weakness, but the energy orb wasn't. Its defense was invincible and indestructible. Even the speaker's full power strike couldn't destroy it. This was how Jiang Lushi launched that strike. Hearing the speaker's words, Jiang Lushi smiled. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You're very sharp, to have guessed so much. To see through his combat method amidst such chaotic battle, that kind of battle instinct was terrifying. Seeing Jiang Lushi smile, the speaker also smiled. His laughter carried a heavy metallic sound, like it came from hell. I'm very curious. At this moment, why are you still able to laugh? Although you injured me, nothing has changed. Your injuries are far worse than mine. That strike just now must have cost you a lot, right? The speaker held his heavy sword and stepped toward Jiang Lushi. I won't give you another chance. The same move is useless against me. And you can no longer withstand my next attack. At this moment, Jiang Lushi's broken ribs were still bleeding. In such intense battle, bone fragments could even pierce into his lungs, which would be extremely dangerous. In contrast, although the speaker had used a lot of energy, thanks to the protection of his black armor, he still had confidence in killing Jiang Lushi. One side had the terrifyingly defensive black armor, the other side was a body soaked in blood. Anyone seeing this would feel despair. As the speaker approached, Jiang Lushi remained calm and composed. Didn't you just say my power mainly comes from my ship? Actually, what you said isn't the whole picture. I was never fighting alone. Even if you seriously injure me, so what? As Jiang Lushi spoke, a dazzling flash of light suddenly burst from the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Heaven and earth shook. Everyone looked up in shock. With such a huge commotion, what had happened in the sky? In their pupils, a point of light appeared and rapidly expanded. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. A giant cloud of smoke instantly appeared in the sky, flashing with blazing fire. It rapidly expanded in all directions and, in the blink of an eye, covered the whole sky. The smoke cloud radiated terrifying heat, turning that part of the sky into a vacuum zone. Even the people on the ground immediately felt unbearable heat, as if their bodies were about to catch fire. The dragon god, floating in the sky, was hit directly and instantly engulfed by the explosion. The high temperature at the center was unimaginable. The entire sky looked like a scene from a magical apocalypse, shocking and terrifying. In such an explosion, any life form caught in it would be utterly destroyed. A buzzing sound rang in everyone's ears, their vision blurred briefly, and the violent explosion made the ground tremble. Someone said in shock, "Could this be a nuclear explosion?" They had seen nuclear test videos before, but experiencing one personally, of course that was never possible. Would the dragon god die in such a terrifying explosion? Just then, a furious roar came from within the terrifying cloud. People saw the figure of the dragon god faintly appear in the smoke. It flapped its wings, and its huge body flew backward. When its figure reappeared before everyone, its body was covered in bloody wounds, and a large hole had appeared on one of its wings. The dragon god was injured. Its eyes locked onto the sky carrier. At that moment, a huge cannon barrel on the ship was still emitting thick black smoke, like the entrance to hell. Hope reignited in people's hearts. But they also knew, once Jiang Lushi died, the sky carrier wouldn't be able to withstand the combined attacks of the speaker and the dragon god. And now Jiang Lushi was so badly hurt, he probably couldn't survive the speaker's next strike. So this is what you're relying on? That attack was indeed powerful, but even so, it couldn't kill it. It's the most perfect creation I've made all these years. How could it be destroyed so easily? The speaker showed a cold smile. At that moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly shot into the sky, rushing toward the sky carrier. He was so fast that he left a long white trail in the sky. What, running away now? Jiang Lushi, I didn't expect you to be so disappointing. Do you think hiding under the protection of that carrier can save your life? The speaker sneered and immediately chased after him. It turned out the sky carrier's attack was Jiang Lushi's way of buying time to escape. Jiang Lushi was running away. People's expressions dimmed. If Jiang Lushi ran, then they would truly lose all hope. Now that the dragon god was injured, the energy in their bodies was draining even faster. Many people could only collapse to the ground, blankly staring at the two rapidly moving shadows in the sky. Jiang Lushi rushed straight into the sky carrier. The cabin door closed right after, blocking the speaker outside. The speaker stopped in front of the sky carrier, his eyes mocking, "Jiang Lushi, even if you hide in this turtle shell, it's pointless. In the end, you will all die." The speaker stood before the sky carrier, holding his heavy sword. With the dragon god, they formed a pincer formation. The dragon god's wounds are slowly healing. Someone suddenly spoke. He was a mental-type esper. Normal people couldn't see it, but with his psychic sense, he could detect the blood flow around the dragon god's wounds accelerating. The muscles and tissues there were slowly squirming and regenerating. At this rate, in a few hours, those horrifying wounds would heal. But for the dragon god's body to heal, it had to consume massive amounts of energy. That energy came from espers around the world. Those who had been injected with the dragon god's blood and whose bodies were assimilated by it, their life force was being sacrificed to heal the dragon god. We're probably going to die here. Many espers could feel that as the dragon god's wounds healed, their own life force was draining faster. Even if many of them had lost all their abilities and were almost like ordinary people, this phenomenon didn't stop. If it went on, they'd all end up as dried corpses. At that moment, on the sky carrier, Jiang Lushi landed directly in the command room. There, Jiang Zhuiying and the others had been waiting. "Brother." Seeing Jiang Lushi covered in blood, Jiang Zhuiying felt her heart ache. But this was a life-or-death battle. No matter how badly injured he was, he couldn't retreat. "Yusin." Ran Shiyu bit her lip and looked at Li Yusin. Actually, without being told, Li Yusin was already at Jiang Lushi's side. The next moment, Li Yusin was enveloped in white light. Over the past 2 years, after being modified by the starseed's energy, Li Yusin's healing ability had grown tremendously. At this moment, she ignored the energy cost and used all her strength to heal Jiang Lushi. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Liushi's body was wrapped in white light, and his wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. While being healed by Li Yusin, Jiang Lushi felt his whole body warm. All the pain in his body was rapidly improving, and even his broken bones quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Liushi's injuries had completely recovered, while Li Yusin's face turned slightly pale, and her delicate body weakened, falling into Jiang Liushi's arms. "Yusin, are you okay?" Jiang Lushi asked with concern. "I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a short rest." Li Yusin shook her head. To heal Jiang Lushi completely in such a short time had naturally consumed a great deal of her energy. But at this moment, Li Yusin didn't care about herself. She looked at Jiang Lushi worriedly. "Brother Jiang, I could only heal your injuries, but I can't help you recover the energy you lost." "That's already enough," Jiang Lushi said with a smile. The starseed could absorb energy from the surrounding space and recover on its own. Though not at peak state, he wasn't afraid of prolonged battle. The other girls gathered around Jiang Lushi. They were all worried about him, but they also knew that saying anything now was useless. This battle was destined not to end easily. All they could do was support Jiang Lushi and fight alongside him until the very last moment. At that moment, the speaker and the dragon god were still attacking the sky carrier. The speaker's voice echoed through the sky carrier, into the ears of everyone on the ground. "Jiang Lushi, you hid for 2 years, just to be a coward now? That's really disappointing. But even if you hide in the sky carrier, what can you do? No matter how strong your sky carrier is, you can't leave Earth. Sooner or later, I'll break your turtle shell. And then, are you planning to rely on that group of women to protect you?" As he spoke, the speaker raised his heavy sword and slashed toward the sky carrier. A dazzling sword light cut across the sky, like a blood-colored crescent moon suddenly appearing in the heavens. This crescent moon slammed toward the sky carrier. People recalled the Twin Towers. One slash of sword energy had reduced a 1,000,000-ton skyscraper to dust, not even leaving rubble the size of a fist. That destructive power had already surpassed human technology. Even with its strong defense, the sky carrier couldn't possibly survive this kind of attack unscathed. But at that moment, whoosh! A blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the sky carrier and collided hard with the blood crescent. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Two massive energy forces crashed together, creating a terrifying blast. People heard buzzing in their ears. Aside from the explosion's glow, it felt like the entire sky had turned to night. At the same time, a streak of light darted across the darkened sky, rushing straight at the speaker. That's Jiang Lushi. A mental-type Esper strained to look at the sky. He could vaguely make out the figure in the light. Jiang Lushi had appeared again. The speaker looked shocked. What was going on? Jiang Lushi had clearly been seriously injured, unable to fight again. How did he manage to block that sword strike? "Old man, your attack doesn't seem that great. Compared to your last 2 strikes, this one's just a fancy pillow, looks good, but useless." Jiang Lushi held his long spear, standing tall in the air. He himself looked like a long spear, straight and unyielding. A fancy pillow? People were stunned. That sword had easily sliced through a mountain, and the resulting explosion was terrifying, yet Jiang Lushi called it a fancy pillow? The speaker's face turned completely dark. After the fierce battle, his energy consumption was no less than Jiang Liushi's. The speaker's advantage was his armor's incredible defense, which prevented his body from suffering serious injuries. But in terms of energy capacity, his weapon couldn't compare to the Starseed. The Starseed was the core of an interstellar battleship, while his weapon was just a combat suit. It only barely held up thanks to the Dragon God's support. Jiang Lushi blocked the speaker's attack. How did he do that? What about his injuries? No, even though he still has blood on him, it's just leftover. His wounds are already completely healed, not even a scar. Jiang Lushi floated in the air. Only mental-type Espers could barely sense his current state. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Healed? Jiang Liushi's ribs had been shattered, his limbs heavily wounded. Such injuries could kill a normal person instantly. And yet, he had fully recovered? What the hell, did he go back to base to regain health? Even in a game, healing at base takes time. But Jiang Lushi had been inside the sky carrier for less than half a minute, and now he was back, alive and well? His strength was already insane, and now he had mobile healing? Who could possibly fight him? You. The speaker squinted. Jiang Liushi's sudden return, fully recovered, caught him off guard. Even with the dragon god behind him, the speaker was now beginning to feel uneasy. How could Jiang Lushi possibly be this powerful? He had never imagined that even after obtaining the dragon god, someone in this world could still stand equal to him, even force him to this extent. Not going to continue? That attack just now was too weak. Come on, give me another. Jiang Lushur taunted, pressing the attack. This wasn't arrogance, it was overwhelming confidence, crushing the speaker's momentum. If you won't attack, then it's my turn. Jiang Lushur gripped his long spear. The starseed's blue energy once again poured into the weapon. He was charging up. Vast energy, like a surging tide, rushed toward Jiang Lushur from all directions. From afar, it looked like a vortex had formed around him. At this moment, Jiang Lushur's figure hovering in the sky became an unerasable image in everyone's minds. When a person becomes as powerful as a god, whether good or evil, people will instinctively revere and fear them. This was the majesty of a true powerhouse. D! Jiang Lushur shouted. Holding his long spear, he dropped from the sky like a meteor, charging straight at the speaker. Right now, man and spear were one, transformed into a streak of light. The tremendous energy tore through the atmosphere. The sharp whistling sound created shockwaves that could pierce eardrums. Brat, don't act tough. I don't know how you healed, but you're definitely not doing well either. The speaker's chest orb glowed brightly. He shouted and swung his heavy sword upward toward Jiang Lushur. This sword used all his strength, even burning his life force. But just as the long spear and heavy sword were about to collide, Jiang Lushur's streak of light suddenly twisted direction. The speeding meteor turned, such a sudden move caught everyone off guard. What was he doing? People didn't have time to think. The speaker's black crescent sword energy shot into the sky, while Jiang Lushur twisted his direction just enough to avoid it. He didn't attack the speaker, he charged at the dragon god. At that moment, Jiang Lushur seemed to ignite. His black spear struck forward with world-destroying power, slamming directly into the dragon god's hill-sized head. A violent explosion silenced heaven and earth. The dragon god's skull shattered on impact. The raging spear light pierced directly into its brain. Roar! The dragon god let out a long, sky-shaking howl. Its massive body trembled violently. How could flesh and blood withstand a direct blow from Jiang Lushur? You! The speaker hadn't expected Jiang Lushur's target was never him. Damn it! You want mutual destruction with me? The speaker roared, pouring energy into his sword, forcefully changing the direction of his strike. This sword couldn't hit Jiang Lushur anymore, its target was now Jiang Lushur's sky carrier. A fight to the death, either you die, or I do. The battle between Jiang Lushur and the speaker had reached its final stage. At this point, their blades were pressed against each other's chests, whoever showed weakness first, would die first. Jiang Lushur, if you want mutual destruction, I'll grant it. The speaker was like a madman. The dragon god and he were one. If the dragon god was seriously injured, his true body would also suffer. Now, he was already at the end of his strength. If the dragon god took another hit from Jiang Lushur, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could even cause him to drop in realm and crush his dream of ultimate life evolution. But now, the speaker couldn't think about any of that anymore. When he slashed out the sword, he had already exhausted all his strength. Just as the sword light was about to strike the sky carrier's shield, 5 beautiful figures suddenly appeared behind the shield. Jiang Zhuiying. 0. Ran Shiyu. Xiang Shuahai. Shadow. Except for Li Yusin, who had already exhausted her energy, the rest of the girls, including Luo Luo, stepped forward at this moment. Their power was much weaker than the speakers, but that didn't matter. They poured all the energy in their bodies into the sky carrier's energy shield. The sky carrier had been built by the starseed, and the power of these women also came from the starseed. The two were a perfect match. Now, they were simply returning the energy they had accumulated over the past 2 years back to the starseed. In that instant, the 5 girls, along with Luo Luo, became like 6 suns shining in the sky. At once, the sky carrier's frontal shield emitted a dazzling divine light. Crack! The sword energy struck the shield without any flare. The shield distorted violently. The power of the 5 girls and Luo Luo was drained almost in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, the speaker was also not doing well. Jiang Lushur had long been preparing to attack the dragon god, while the speaker had forcibly changed his move last minute. Manipulating such massive energy already brought huge pressure to him. On top of that, the backlash from the strike hitting the shield made the speaker feel as if he was hit by a mountain. His internal organs ached terribly. D. The speaker had gone completely mad. Even if it meant his body collapsing, he wanted to split the sky carrier in two. He had a strong sense that this ship was to Jiang Lushur what the dragon god was to himself. As long as he destroyed it, Jiang Lushur would also suffer a serious blow. Crack crack crack. The sky carrier's energy shield had started to show spiderweb-like cracks. Jiang Zhuiying, who bore the brunt of the pressure, coughed up a mouthful of blood. But at this moment, Jiang Lushi let out a wild roar. He gripped his spear and poured all his remaining strength into it. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dragon god's skull, thick as a city wall and hard as divine iron, shattered instantly. Jiang Lushi, together with his spear, plunged directly into the dragon god's brain. Bang! Jiang Lushi entered from the forehead and burst out from the back of the skull, bringing with him a spray of brain matter and blood. A headshot. The spiraling force of the long spear created a massive energy vortex, grinding the dragon god's brain into pieces. Ah! At that moment, the speaker felt as if struck by lightning. His mental power was connected to the dragon gods. With the destruction of its brain, he also suffered a heavy blow. His body twitched violently. He could barely hold his sword. The invincible sword aura he had released dimmed noticeably at that moment. An opportunity. Seeing the speaker like this, Xiang Shuahai and Jiang Zhuiying ignored their severe injuries and burst out from the shield, left and right. They poured all their remaining life force into this final strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! A thick purple lightning bolt as wide as a barrel, and a crescent-shaped wind blade as tall as a two-story building. Left and right, pincer attack. Bang! Even with his battle armor, the speaker was hit hard. Entangled by the lightning, struck by the wind blade, a deep wound opened on his chest. Sizzle, sizzle. The black energy orb in the speaker's chest suddenly dimmed. The energy within the weapon was completely exhausted. Even with the dragon god's support, the speaker had fought until his last drop of strength. It's over. Like a death sentence, the words echoed in the speaker's ears. Amid the turbulent energy and explosions in the sky, this voice was crystal clear, as if time froze just for this whisper. Pfft! A blood-stained spear pierced directly through the speaker's chest, and into the black energy orb. At the final moment, as the speaker's body flew backward, Jiang Lushi used every last bit of strength to deliver one final strike. The weapon's absolute defense came from the energy of the black orb. Once the orb dimmed, the defense ceased to exist. This is. The speaker widened his eyes, staring at the blood-covered spearhead in his chest, unable to believe what he was seeing. One spear had pierced through his heart. He could feel his heart struggling to beat, but once pierced, it couldn't beat anymore, only twitch uselessly. The immense pain of cardiac spasm was maddening, but the speaker seemed numb to it. His eyes were wide open, his mind blank. He had actually lost. He had schemed for over half a century. From the moment he discovered the ruins, he advanced step by step, gradually taking control of the ruins' most precious secrets, leading to today's situation. He followed the ruins' biological technology and created the dragon god, fusing the power of espers around the world in hopes of achieving final evolution. Such a vast plan, just about to succeed today, yet it failed at the last step. He never expected that even after his strength more than doubled over 2 years, he would still lose to the man he had once defeated, Jiang Lushi. And in this battle, defeat meant death. At that moment, the battle armor on the speaker began to disassemble automatically. The broken pieces of armor were absorbed into the dim black energy orb. The speaker had lost all support. He could no longer stay airborne. Only one breath remained in him. Everything is over. Jiang Lushi raised his spear and hurled it forward. Whoosh! The long spear drew a long arc in the sky, carrying the speaker's body thousands of meters through the air, straight into the wall of Huaxia City. Clang! The long spear embedded itself into the city wall, still trembling, and the speaker's body was pinned there. By coincidence, the speaker was pinned right next to another person, the bespectacled middle-aged man who had incited the protests earlier. He had a strong will to live and had somehow survived until now. I? The middle-aged man's lips were pale, and his voice trembled. He didn't know what to feel. He never expected that the speaker he had prayed to with blood and life would be defeated by Jiang Lushi, and pinned to the wall beside him. He, a mere insect of a man, was now hanging beside the speaker. It was an enormous irony. He also never expected that the speaker's true goal was to absorb the power of all espers worldwide, to complete his own final evolution. In the end, Jiang Lushi was the true savior, destined to go down in history, respected and praised by countless people. As for himself, he was just a clown before the savior, dying like a bug. Thinking this, the middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. With hope extinguished and heart dead, he died right there. And the speaker didn't live much longer. His breath faded, his heart twitched, his blood dried up, he finally died, eyes wide open and full of regret. Everything was over. People felt a weight lifted, the dragon god's influence on their bodies disappeared. They no longer had to endure the pain of having their energy stripped away. But the power already taken from them could never return. All espers who had injected the gene evolution fluid in the past 2 years had dropped in realm. Falling from Tier 2A to Tier 1B was considered lucky, some even became ordinary people. Some, with damaged life force, were weaker than ordinary people, and some died. From high and mighty espers to mere mortals, reduced to the level of those they once looked down upon, the pain was unimaginable. Though they escaped death, many felt no joy, only despair. Only those who retained some power felt lucky. Even though their power had declined, they were still stronger than others. As for Jiang Lushi, he was a god. There was no point comparing. Boom! At that moment, the massive corpse of the dragon god fell. Under the guidance of the sky carrier, it landed outside the city. Otherwise, it would have crushed countless buildings and caused unnecessary casualties. It's over, the destined battle. Jiang Lushi looked at the dragon god's mountain-sized corpse, his heart full of emotion. This battle had cost him nearly his life, but in the end, he won, barely. Rumble rumble. The sky carrier slowly landed outside Huaxia City, right beside the enormous dragon corpse. At this moment, not only the espers in Huaxia City, but also espers all over the world had the same reaction. Their powers had been drained by the dragon god, and they were extremely weak. Brother Jiang, are you alright? Li Yusin jumped out of the sky carrier and ran toward Jiang Lushi. Among the girls, she was the least injured. After all, she was just a medical personnel without much combat power and hadn't directly faced the speaker's attacks. She had only exhausted herself while healing Jiang Lushi. Seeing Jiang Lushi's body covered in blood and his pale face, Li Yusin felt heartache, but also joy. She was the best healing esper in the world. She could tell that Jiang Lushi was not in serious danger. Even though he was severely injured and had overdrawn his life force, as long as she was there, Jiang Lushi would recover and wouldn't suffer any lasting damage. Every time like this, she felt grateful for having healing powers, being able to use her strength to heal Jiang Lushi instead of leaving everything to fate and helplessly submitting to death's judgment. Yusin. Jiang Lushi revealed a heartfelt smile. In the 3 years since the apocalypse began, he had never smiled so easily. In the past, no matter what enemy he defeated, Jiang Lushi always felt a sense of crisis. Facing the unknown apocalypse, he had to constantly grow stronger. But now, the apocalypse was no longer terrifying. He knew its cause and had killed the initiator behind it all. The remaining zombies and mutant beasts were no longer a threat. With the sky carrier around, they posed no danger anymore. In fact, if Jiang Lushi wanted to, he could spend time clearing large areas of zombies and mutant beasts. With the help of others, humanity would, sooner or later, slowly overcome the apocalypse and reclaim the world. But Jiang Lushi didn't plan to interfere too much. Not because he was cold-hearted, but because he gradually realized, this apocalypse might be a kind of rebirth for humanity. Birth, prosperity, decline, and destruction, everything has its cycle. The apocalypse was cruel and merciless, but for the human race as a whole, it might not be a bad thing. It might even have, in some sense, advanced human evolution. Human evolution had stagnated for too long. Humans' ancestors left the forest due to climate change and were forced to adapt to life on the wild plains. Those who couldn't adapt were eliminated. Those who survived gradually evolved. Over millions of years of human evolution, human ancestors split into countless bloodlines. They each developed and overcame various hardships, evolving through death. The Neanderthals who couldn't adapt went extinct. Peking man disappeared. The upper cave people left no bloodline behind. The last surviving branch of Homo sapiens spread and occupied the world. These are the humans of today. There are many feline species, many canine species, but only one human species, genus Homo, species Homo sapiens. Humans are alone, not because our genes are uniquely advanced, but because during the evolutionary process, modern humans eliminated all other human branches. Survival of the fittest. But after the birth of civilization and the development of technology, humans became masters of the world. There were no more natural predators. Humans didn't adapt to the environment, rather, the environment was transformed to suit humans. For their own survival, forests and grasslands became skyscrapers, rivers and lakes were dammed, bridges were built across straits. Humans often basked in the glory of their own power, admiring the brilliance of civilization. Only during natural disasters did they suddenly wake up and realize how small they were in the face of nature. Massive earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, flash floods. None of these could be stopped. Yet even those were minor disasters in the history of biological evolution, maybe not even worth mentioning. True catastrophes. Asteroid impacts, great ice ages, nearby supernovae explosions, gamma-ray bursts from neutron star collisions. even the rise in the sun's temperature evaporating the oceans in hundreds of millions of years. These, humans had never experienced. Their ancestors only lived through a few minor ice ages. But in the history of life on Earth, there had been multiple mass extinctions, like the extinction of the dinosaurs. Even with modern technology, humans were helpless against an asteroid, let alone cosmic disasters. Still, those things felt distant. Life before the apocalypse was comfortable and safe. But correspondingly, human evolution had stagnated for tens of thousands of years. Without change, it might remain stagnant indefinitely. Yet for the human species, for the evolutionary history measured in hundreds of millions of years, great catastrophes are inevitable. In this context, experiencing an apocalyptic rebirth ahead of time and restarting human evolution may not be a bad thing. These thoughts passed through Jiang Liusher's mind. He had decided to leave everything to fate. Everyone has their own destiny. He wouldn't interfere. He had fought for 3 years, now, he needed to rest. His only wish was to have a small world of his own, to live happily with the few girls most important to him. And now, that wish had come true. This was also why Jiang Liusher smiled so happily. He smiled like that and fell asleep in Li Yusen's arms. Her soft scent lingered by his nose, everything felt so warm and beautiful. Jiang Liusher didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the sky carrier's master bedroom. Li Yusen had placed his head on her lap and was gently massaging him. Her hands were infused with starseed energy, subtly restoring Jiang Liusher's depleted blood and vitality. Jiang Liusher felt warm all over, an incredible comfort. This sleep had been so deep, as if it had swept away the exhaustion of the past 3 years. He turned his head and saw Xiang Shuihai and Ran Shiyu sleeping beside him, one on each side. Xiang Shuihai wore silky pajamas, her curvy figure half covered, half revealed. Ran Shiyu wore a nightgown, her smooth, white legs exposed beneath the hem, an endless springtime view. As for Jiang Zhuiying, she was sleeping on another bed. Her injuries had healed, and she slept like a little lazy cat. "Brother Jiang, you're awake." Li Yusen smiled joyfully, lowered her head, and gently kissed Jiang Liusher's forehead. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, not only Li Yusen's scent, but also the aroma of food. Jiang Liusher turned his head and saw that a full table of food had already been prepared by Shadow. The scene before him made Jiang Liusher sigh with emotion. If life could be like this, it was enough. "Brother Jiang, you're awake. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan are waiting to see you, and the residents of Huaxia City have already been waiting for you outside the city for 10 hours. The central government building of Huaxia City had already been destroyed in the great battle between Jiang Liusher and the speaker. During these 10 hours, many residents of Huaxia City had gathered in a large plaza, staring up at the sky carrier in the sky. In the apocalypse, people worshipped the strong. But at the point Jiang Liusher had reached, the word strong was no longer enough to describe him. He was truly a god. One spear pierced the atmosphere, allowing people to see the stars in the daytime. What concept is that? Even setting aside the sky carrier, just Jiang Liusher himself, even humanity's ultimate pre-apocalypse technology could not do anything to him. At this moment, the sky carrier finally opened a large door, and Jiang Liusher's figure walked out from that door, followed by Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Shiyu, and the others. Jiang Liusher was dressed casually, but because of his appearance after starseed energy modification and his extraordinary aura, as soon as he appeared, people couldn't help but feel reverence and worship. The scene of Jiang Liusher holding his long spear, exploding the dragon god's skull and lifting the speaker with the spear, was already deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. This was the figure of a war god. The strongest combat force on Earth. And the women behind him, both beautiful and extremely powerful, their figures also made the people of Huaxia City admire them. Jiang Liusher brought the women down onto the high platform in the plaza. His eyes swept over the residents of Huaxia City who were present. Among these people were ordinary citizens, many espers, and also military officers, all waiting here. Someone started it first. Gradually a voice rang out in the plaza, "Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang." This voice gradually became unified, echoing over the entire sky above Huaxia City. Those who couldn't get into the plaza also shouted on the surrounding streets. At this moment, all of Huaxia City was empty of people. Everyone had come to the plaza around the plaza. They were all looking at the row of figures standing on the high platform, looking at the man standing at the very front. Jiang Liusher quietly looked at these people, then raised his hand. The plaza soon quieted down, and the voices on the streets quickly disappeared. At this time, Steve and the other 5 divine generals came forward. With a snap, they stood at attention and saluted Jiang Liusher. Their strength had greatly diminished after this battle, but they were still commanders in the army, and their authority remained. Lord Jiang, the battle between you and the speaker has already been transmitted to every corner of the world by radio. All the Chuang factions everywhere have already surrendered. Originally the members of Chuang were willing to pledge allegiance to you. Actually, they were just deceived by the speaker. After the battle between Lord Jiang and the Dragon God, they also fell in realm, Steve said with a sigh. The speaker's ambition and the existence of the Dragon God had already made all those who once followed Chuang extremely fearful. And Jiang Lushi, who had ended all of that, not only because of his strength that inspired awe, but also what he had done, was regarded as the savior. If it weren't for Jiang Lushi, they would probably all have become bait for the Dragon God, like pigs being raised for slaughter. All the divine generals, the espers who had once served Chuang, they now all wholeheartedly wanted to follow Jiang Lushi. Lord Jiang, we sincerely hope you can lead us and build a new order. This is not only our wish, but also the common wish of the entire Huaxia city, and even the whole world, all the people who were once deceived by Chuang, another divine general respectfully said. People were looking at Jiang Lushi, waiting for his answer. Jiang Lushi pondered for a moment and said calmly, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. I will not interfere too much. The future must be walked by yourselves. Hearing Jiang Lushi's words, the expressions of Steve and the others showed a bit of disappointment, and more people found it hard to believe. To replace the speaker, to become the number one person in the world, to stand at the peak of power, what a great temptation. Yet Jiang Lushi, he actually refused? But Steve and the others understood that, even if Jiang Lushi refused, he was still practically the number one person. Wherever the sky carrier appeared, it would bring great deterrence. This was status brought by strength. Even if others gained power, in people's hearts, the first person was still Jiang Lushi. Can you tell me why you made this decision? Steve asked in confusion. Jiang Lushi shook his head. There is an old saying in Huaxia, one must break before one can establish. Humanity has been at ease for too long. To experience a baptism of blood may not be a bad thing. For humanity, esper should be a kind of evolution. To develop this evolution might be good. I will establish a new council. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, Jiang Lushi looked at Zhang Hai and the others, you will serve as co-chairman. Wei Feifei, you will serve as chief of staff. As for the remaining positions, you can decide as you see fit. When Zhang Hai heard Jiang Lushi's words, he immediately became anxious. He said, Brother Jiang, if we sit in the chairman position, won't our butts get sore? We brothers know our own limits. We're okay at leading guerrilla units, but leading a council, we don't have that ability. We couldn't even handle vice chairman. The chairman position must be held by Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang doesn't want to deal with those matters, then let Sister Feifei handle them on your behalf. Don't worry, Brother Jiang, we absolutely won't disturb you with small matters. As he spoke, he even showed a sly smiling expression. Actually, Zhang Hai also knew that the greatest enemy had already been destroyed. Brother Jiang would probably focus on making children, so how would he deal with these things? As for them, they were good at fighting, but when it came to management, they really weren't suited for it. They wanted to roam freely with Jiang Lushi, but they also knew that once the new council was formed, they would have to help Jiang Lushi watch over it, to prevent some people from becoming ambitious because of power. I am not interested in the chairman position, Jiang Lushi said, not wanting to talk anymore, waving his hand. Brother Jiang. The chairman position must be you, otherwise we cannot command respect. At this moment, Wei Feifei interjected. The whole world obeyed Jiang Lushi. As long as Jiang Lushi gave an order, no one dared refuse. If you set Jiang Lushi aside, then Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Xiu, and the others also had extremely high prestige, any one of them alone could command a region. But Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and Wei Feifei, to be honest, hardly anyone knew them. If they tried to issue orders, it wouldn't be that easy. Brother Jiang, if the chairman is you, and Xiyu and the others are vice chairman, then I can participate in management in an assistant or secretary capacity. That way, when I speak, it will be equivalent to Brother Jiang's meaning, and that's how we can gain respect. After Wei Feifei said this, Jiang Lushi paused for a moment. Indeed, in ancient dynasties, the person with the most power was not necessarily the one with the highest title, but the person closest to the emperor. Wei Feifei was indeed good at management, and her suggestion made sense. Then let's do it that way. I will just be a name holder. After Jiang Lushi finished speaking, he directly brought the women and returned to the sky carrier. He had already made the most important arrangements. The rest of the matters were naturally in Wei Feifei's hands. Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang. We still have many things to report, and we would like Chairman Jiang to give a speech. Chairman Jiang. The divine generals anxiously shouted. Chairman Jiang. The people also loudly called out, and their emotions were high. Jiang Lushur turned his head in midair, a faint smile appearing on his face. Thank you everyone. I don't like to make formal speeches, and after a fierce battle, I've used up all my strength, and with having slept for so long, I'm a bit hungry. Everyone go back. The apocalypse has not ended. Humanity's evolution is still ongoing. To avoid being eliminated, work hard. After Jiang Lushur finished speaking, under everyone's bewildered gaze, his figure disappeared into the sky carrier. That massive giant, silently hovering at low altitude, suddenly started with a sound like thunder, then in everyone's sight, flew high into the sky.
Guys, this is the end of the story. I hope you enjoyed it. Please let me know what you think about the ending in the comments. It really means a lot to me. Thank you for watching.